Chapter 401, A King-class expert dares to eavesdrop with impunity? The middle-aged man with a full beard picked up this piece of paper as if he was in disbelief, and after scanning it, he asked in confusion, "Big brother, how come this is still a paper document?" The older middle-aged man had a sarcastic smile on his face. The person who sent the message was afraid of leaving evidence and didn't want to lose his loyalty to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce on the surface. The middle-aged man with a full beard coughed in dissatisfaction and said, "Big brother, don't leave me hanging." Seeing that his brother was very impatient, the older middle-aged man just replied, "Besides listen, the only person who can know such important information about the Lingerie Chamber of Commerce is the old butler, Jiande. He has been serving the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's presidents for 3 generations. Tell me, who told me this piece of news?" The middle-aged man with a full beard became more and more surprised. "Jianda is very loyal. I promised to give him 2 bronze/flawless feys and 200,000 radiance dollars, but he refused to tell me about listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources. I told him to quote a price, and this old man was still unrelenting. For someone like him who's unafraid of death, how did you do it, big brother?" The older middle-aged man rubbed over the wine pot with the dragon beast pattern and answered calmly, "I had Elder Fei capture Chienda's son and 2 grandsons and transplant the mind-controlling silkworm goo larvae into his son's body. Then, I had Elder Fei let Chienda's son return. After just 3 days, Chienda delivered the information himself, saying that he wanted to hand over the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources to me. Chienda is not afraid of death, but he's afraid of his son's death and that I'll lay my hands on his 2 grandsons." The more the middle-aged man with a full beard listened, the more his eyes lit up. After listening to the older middle-aged man, the middle-aged man with a full beard could not help but say, "Big brother, since we have already gotten listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources, why don't we have Elder Fei put Chienda's?" Before he could finish his words, the older middle-aged man interrupted what his brother was going to say next and said with resentment for failing to meet his expectations, "How many times have I told you? Reputation is the most important for our Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to develop. Why haven't you understood that yet? If word spreads out about this, even the Zheng family will have scruples when investing resources in our Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce, let alone the other faction excluding us." Seeing that he was being lectured by his big brother again, the middle-aged man with a full beard raised the wine glass in his hand out of habit and said, "I've noted down your words, big brother. I know I was in the wrong. Cheers." As soon as the older middle-aged man heard this, he put the wine pot in his hand on the table with force. He only felt that there was nothing more to see in this wine pot with a dragon beast pattern. Lin Yuan looked at Listen, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Are you going to be unable to hold on this week?" Listen's eyes were red from staying up all night for the past few days, and his expression was full of fatigue. However, after seeing Lin Yuan, a relaxed smile appeared on Listen's face. "It will take another 3 days before I can't hold on. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce should have just grasped the resources from my side, which it can't devour within 3 days." Upon hearing Listen's words, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow slightly. "How do you know that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has lost all of its online resources?" When Listen heard that, his expression became somewhat sullen and cold. "Grandpa Qian has been supporting me all this time. I went to look for him 3 days ago, but he was not at the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After returning the next day, he started looking at me with a pang of faint guilt in his eyes, and he didn't say much. Only Grandpa Qian and I know about the online resources." Listen made a point without going into details. However, Lin Yuan did not speak after listening. Instead, he looked toward Listen, indicating for him to continue speaking. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's eyes, Listen understood what he meant and added, "After this is over, I'll send Grandpa Qian away from the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to retire in Indigo Azure City. All matters regarding the Chamber of Commerce will have nothing to do with him in the future." Lin Yuan slightly raised his hand. A platinum fey storage box landed in front of Listen, and Lin Yuan said, "Here are 1,350 objects of various sizes. Can you hold on without the online resources and with these objects?" Listen picked up the platinum fey storage box, and the fatigue on his face was swept away. Although Listen had not slept and had red eyes from staying up late in the past few days, he had unparalleled confidence in his eyes at this moment. These 1,350 objects are akin to an injection of 13,500,000 radiance dollars. These objects are even top resources. If I still can't hold on, how will I dare to make a promise of letting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce become a rising faction in 4 months? The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up. Hu Chuan has found 27 Class 3 spirit craftsmen. They can create 70 pieces more than the expected 200 pieces that can be produced every day. You just need to develop the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce well, and I'll solve the problems regarding martial force for you. Lin Yuan proceeded to start the plan of white-clothed followers. Before opening a space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was the best place for the white-clothed followers to return to. Given the current situation, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would be advancing toward becoming a rising faction by relying on these objects made from completely jade-textured wood powder within 4 months. He didn't know how many eyes were eyeing in the shadows and how many hungry wolves wanted to pounce on them and tear the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's flesh to share the gourmet feast in the cup. At that time, without the martial force support of king-class experts, the cold stream mixed with wind and rain would soon blow the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into pieces. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said quickly, "If you can ensure that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has enough combat power, I'm confident of letting it hit the threshold of a rising faction in 3 months." Lin Yuan did not reply. In his opinion, even with so many resources injected, it was already extremely difficult for Listen to achieve the transformation to a rising faction within 4 months. The 3 months that Listen had proclaimed was really a bit harsh. At that moment, the peculiar and nice voice of the mother of Bloodbath that had not uttered a word suddenly sounded, its tone cold. "A king-class expert dares to eavesdrop? Do you really think that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has no one?" Chapter 402, Stripping Away the Willpower Rune. The mother of Bloodbath's voice had faded for a long time, but no one responded. Lin Yuan scanned the empty room and did not discover anything. Nonetheless, he knew that since the mother of Bloodbath had said that, there was certainly a king-class expert eavesdropping on their conversation. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's voice sounded again. Lin Yuan could clearly hear the mother of Bloodbath's words this time were laced with strong killing intent. "Why? Since you're not coming out voluntarily, do you need me to invite you out?" A black figure appeared by the window. It was a thin, black-robed old man with white hair and a beard. It was as abrupt as a bat suddenly appearing in front of a window at noon. The old man kicked the window and jumped down into the room, looking superior. An ugly and hideous-looking insect species fey was lying on each side of his shoulders. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the 2 ugly insect species fey's attributes. Fey name, Mind-Controlling Silkworm Goo. Fey species, Bombicide/Mind Silkworm. Fey grade, Diamond, 4/10. Fey type, Dark/Poison. Fey quality, Fantasy 2. Fey name, Blood-Toothed Cricket. Fey species, Wingless Grillus/Toothed Cricket. Fey grade, Diamond, 3/10. Fey type, Blood/Poison. Fey quality, Fantasy 3. Lin Yuan looked at their attributes and then at this black-robed old man. He couldn't help but say inwardly, this old man's strength is not bad. One of his 2 poison-type insect species fey is good at cursing, while the other is good at assassination. At the same time, they're high-grade fantasy breeds. Before casting curse abilities, the Diamond 4/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling silkworm goo must devour a large number of hearts to be able to enhance the curse effect. The Diamond 3/Fantasy 3 blood-toothed cricket was an insect species fey that usually needed to drink a lot of blood. From the pairing of such insidious and poisonous insect species feys, it could be seen that this old man was not someone nice. "You have discerning eyes, little girl. You're able to detect my presence." After the old man finished speaking, Lin Yuan inwardly said, "This is bad." Although the mother of Bloodbath was a glutton and extremely friendly to the people in the mansion, it was undeniable that it was an insect species fey and the cruelest spider fey. The mother of Bloodbath possessed the blood law rune. Only when it truly understood the nature of blood could it dare to say that it could see through the law of blood. Therefore, how could the mother of Bloodbath master the blood law rune without staining its hands into blood baths? Surprisingly, this old man was speaking to the mother of Bloodbath like a monk being hanged. The mother of Bloodbath stepped forward with a clearly interesting expression on its face. "Hee, you called me little girl." The black-robed old man had already known that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce wasn't presided over by any king-class experts. Although he did not know how the woman with the strange mask with dark patterns of flowing clouds in front of him had found out about himself, so what if he had been discovered? They were just a bunch of trash. This black-robed old man had a teasing face. He looked at Lin Yuan, Listen, and the mother of bloodbath like they were three funny toys. You're so young, yet your ears don't work well. Are you maybe not a little girl but a sissy dressed in female clothing? Lin Yuan had actually wanted to tell the mother of bloodbath not to launch a vicious attack, but since this old man had spoken like that, he could no longer stop the mother of bloodbath. After all, dignity was always what mattered to experts. The old man's words had obviously touched the mother of bloodbath's bottom line. The mother of bloodbath suddenly laughed. However, its nice voice was filled with extreme evilness. The frequency of this laughter was vaguely the hissing sound spider feys let out when they were hunting for food. For some reason, this black-robed old man with a white beard and hair felt a chill in his body after hearing the mother of bloodbath's laughter. Goosebumps immediately crawled all over him, and even the age spots on his face were uneven due to the goosebumps. An inexplicable sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and the old man shouted, "Blood-toothed cricket, kill this woman with blood-poison stabbing teeth." The blood-toothed cricket was only half the size of a palm, with a blood-red color throughout its body. However, its blood-red body was covered in black patches and brown-green prickly hair, which was very ugly. When the blood-toothed cricket received the old man's command, it stared at its powerful hind legs, thinking of pouncing at the mother of bloodbath. At the same time, two fangs formed by blood energy appeared in front of the mother of bloodbath. The front end of the fangs also contained green venom that emitted a dark black glow. At that moment, the aura that the mother of bloodbath always restrained dispersed the blood-toothed cricket's blood-poison stabbing teeth in one blow. An aura of a sovereign descending the world radiated from the mother of bloodbath's body. However, it controlled this aura within the house. At the same time, the aura also emitted a kind of evil coldness. It was as if this bright house had instantly turned into a dark crypt for a spider to hunt all of a sudden. The blood-toothed cricket landed on the ground from mid-air and twitched violently. A blood-red luster flickered on its body, and a will similar to blood suddenly appeared. Hehe, this fantasy breed blood-toothed cricket and this blood-poison willpower rune really match. It's interesting to have a small fantasy breed insect attack me with its blood-type ability. When the mother of bloodbath's words just fell, this blood-poison will energy was stripped away from the blood-toothed cricket's body. Then it slowly fused into the mother of bloodbath's body. The mother of bloodbath's body swirled with a scarlet blood-like luster. After the blood-toothed cricket's blood-poison willpower was stripped away, it fell from a fantasy breed into a Diamond 3/Legend Fey. This black-clothed old man suddenly exclaimed, "A suzerain/myth breed Fey." The old man's words were filled with astonishment and fear, and even his voice trembled. The mother of bloodbath approached the fallen blood-toothed cricket step by step and said, "You're a little knowledgeable. You even know about law stripping and same-type control." When this old man had ordered his blood-toothed cricket attack the mother of bloodbath, Lisan's heart had tightened. He couldn't be any more familiar with this old man. He was precisely the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's third authoritative figure, Fei Qiangsheng. Chapter 403, Let's Break the Contract. Fei Qiangsheng could definitely be called a veteran king-class expert. As someone with the third highest ranking in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce, he had a notorious reputation outside. Just as the mother of bloodbath had suddenly revealed its aura, Lisan and Fei Qiangsheng were shocked as well. However, Lisan's shock was different from Fei Qiangsheng's. Fei Qiangsheng was in panic and fear, while Lisan was pleasantly surprised. Lisan looked at Lin Yuan and realized that he was sitting there indifferently, without the slightest change in his expression. It was as though the king-class expert's sudden attack was merely the wind brushing past and wasn't worth mentioning. Previously, Lisan had only seen Lin Yuan inadvertently reveal the foundation of his resources. However, when Fei Qiangsheng shouted, "A suzerain/myth breed Fei," it was enough to prove that Lin Yuan's foundation in terms of martial force was even deeper than that of resources. Lisan moved his gaze away from Lin Yuan and once again glanced at the mother of bloodbath and the blood-toothed cricket, which was twitching and struggling on the ground. Although Lisan had never heard of a myth breed Fei's law stripping and same-type control toward a fantasy breed Fei, his grandfather had shared some things with him. Law stripping referred to the law rune stripping away the willpower within the law that belonged to a fantasy breed Fei. Same-type control referred to the superior same-type Fei dominating the inferior one. Although Lisan did not know what species of Fei the mother of bloodbath was, from the fact that it could strip away the blood-toothed cricket's bloodline and was able to use same-type control, it was evidently a suzerain/myth breed insect species Fei that controlled the blood law. Fei Qiangsheng could now clearly sense that he had lost control of the blood-toothed cricket, but the mind-controlling silkworm goo on his other shoulder was still under his control. He vaguely glanced at the youth sitting on the sofa without uttering a word. At the same time, he took a heartbreaking glance at the blood-toothed cricket on the ground. Its willpower rune had been stripped away, and its quality was no longer fantasy breed. A hint of madness flashed in Fei Qiansheng's eyes. He did not know about the identity of the youth sitting on the sofa. However, just by looking at the style of the mask on his face, he could tell that his status was clearly higher than this suzerain/myth Fei in its human form. Just then, Fei Qiansheng heard a peculiar and pleasant voice ring beside his ear. "You've raised the blood-toothed cricket well. Even if it has been demoted, this Diamond 4/Legend blood-toothed cricket is still somewhat useful. So destroy your spiritual energy fragment to break the contract and let this blood-toothed cricket become a wild Fei." The tone in which the mother of Bloodbath said this was as if it was talking about a very common thing. However, these words were like a command to Fei Qiansheng that carried weight. Although Fei Qiansheng had been prepared not to leave this room alive and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, he couldn't help but shiver after hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words. What was the difference between self-destroying one's spiritual energy fragment to break a contract with a specific Fei and letting a spirit chi professional die? After the Fei and the contractor formed a contract, it was akin to a lifetime bond. However, if a spirit chi professional destroyed the spiritual energy fragment in their mind with a specific Fei, it would be akin to breaking the bridge of the previous contract with the particular Fei, and the contracted Fei could regain its freedom by doing so. Furthermore, it would be akin to him seriously injuring his spiritual roots, which couldn't be healed. This meant that the spirit chi professional could never contract a Fei again in the future. In serious cases, it might even affect the contract of the other Feis. It wasn't unheard of for spirit chi professionals to destroy the spiritual fragments with a particular Fei and break the contract with it. However, this was usually the case when a spirit chi professional was facing a desperate situation and knew that they couldn't survive. Thus, they would destroy the spiritual fragment with the contracted Fei, allowing it to revert to a wild Fei. This would prevent the Fei from losing its life due to the contract when he died. However, how could Fei Qiansheng be willing to destroy the spiritual fragment between him and the blood-toothed cricket obediently? When the mother of Bloodbath saw that Fei Qiansheng was not moving, it reached out toward the air and gently touched it. The moment it did that, its nails turned as red as sticky blood plasma. While the mother of Bloodbath reached out to touch, Fei Qiansheng's miserable howl sounded in this room. It was unusually harsh, as if he had been subject to the cruelest punishment in the world. It only lasted for a moment, and Fei Qiansheng could no longer howl as his body continued to twist into a strange arc on the ground. The mother of Bloodbath walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "This old man still has a mind-controlling silkworm goo that can be used. Just now, he refused to destroy the spiritual fragment obediently, so he must still be thinking of using the mind-controlling silkworm goo for ill intentions." After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath grabbed the fat red gold mind-controlling silkworm goo. Its red gold body looked very smooth, covered with dark red spots. Every time the mind-controlling silkworm goo used its larvae to parasitize the target's body to control their lives, a dark red spot would appear on its back. The red spots were packed together, almost in patches. There were at least 1,000 of them. In other words, thousands of people's lives were in the hands of Fei Qiansheng now. If he wanted those controlled people to die, he would only need to give the mind-controlling silkworm goo a command. The larvae lurking in the target's body would penetrate through the target's heart. Lin Yuan looked at the rolling Fei Qiansheng, whose body was twisting into a strange shape on the ground, without feeling the slightest pity for him. If the mother of Bloodbath were not more powerful than Fei Qiansheng, it would have died thanks to the blood-toothed cricket's abilities. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had been targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and the latter had always been in a passive position. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be doubtful. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was already a rising faction, so it would be more profitable just to do something than to target the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Why did the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce continue to pursue the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which had only an empty shell left? Chapter 404, Lin Yuan's Hot Potato. If the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce did not have any feud with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the bitter end, it would be a losing deal to spend so much effort to target its online resources. Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's third highest ranking person was now before them, this was clearly an excellent opportunity to know why. Lin Yuan glanced at the mother of Bloodbath that was standing beside him. The mother of Bloodbath was playing with the mind-controlling silkworm goo that was struggling violently in its hand, and its fingertips exerted force from time to time. The mother of Bloodbath watched the mind-controlling silkworm goo with interest as it was slowly being on the brink of death. Upon seeing Lin Yuan look at it, the mother of Bloodbath said, this old man is now experiencing the pain of the blade condensed by blood carving into every bone, and he no longer has the slightest possibility of being able to resist. Lin Yuan turned to listen and said, "Why has the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce been targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? I guess you should have a lot of things to ask, right? You might as well ask about it." Listen's expression froze, and then he looked at Lin Yuan with a grateful gaze. Lin Yuan didn't say anything else. He just gently patted Listen's shoulder and gave him an affirmative look. When Listen glanced at Fei Yunxiang, his gaze became sharp, while his expression was becoming gloomier and gloomier. But during this month or so, it was the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's relentless suppression and harsh attacks that had almost put the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce on the verge of collapse. Without Lin Yuan's support, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would no longer exist in this world when the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce controlled its online resources 3 days later. After receiving Lin Yuan's encouragement and tacit consent, Listen approached and looked at the struggling Fei Yunxiang at his feet with mixed feelings. He had countless questions to ask Fei Yunxiang. Why did the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce not let the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce off and forced it to a dead end? What kind of benefits had the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce given his uncles that they left Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce without even saying goodbye? However, all these words were stuck in Listen's throat when he wanted to ask. It was now his first time to have a condescending look at someone from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce as someone powerful, and this person was the third highest ranking person. Listen was not a fool. He knew that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce must be scheming against the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce by treating it this way for this month or so. No matter how Listen thought about it, he didn't know what he possessed that made the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce covet them. Listen watched Fei Yunxiang struggle for a long time with a cold expression, not uttering a word. When Listen showed a condescending look, Fei Yunxiang's eyes betrayed his pleading emotions. At that moment, Listen said coldly, "Fei Yunxiang, do you have anything to say about the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce?" Fei Yunxiang was unable to make a sound due to the intense pain, but he nodded vigorously as if in a frenzy. When he nodded madly, the mother of Bloodbath's eyes flashed with a blood-red luster. At that moment, although Fei Yunxiang was still in pain and could not stand up, he was able to suppress the pain and speak barely. "I don't know why the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce is targeting you. I take orders from the two brothers, Bai Chenju and Bai Chengxiang." As soon as Fei Yunxiang spoke, he heard a peculiar and pleasant voice speaking playfully. "He. Take orders? So it seems that you're just an underling who does what you're told to do. In this case, you're no longer useful. The feeling of the blood carved on each bone still seems too light. Why don't?" Before the mother of Bloodbath could finish speaking, Fei Yunxiang's last trace of mental defense collapsed. "It's young Master Zheng. It's young Master Zheng of the Zheng family who's behind all this." When Listen suddenly heard the name young Master Zheng, he subconsciously asked, "Indigo Azure City's Zheng family?" Fei Yunxiang hurriedly nodded. Since he had divulged the matter, he also had no worries. "Although I don't know why young Master Zheng wants to lay his hands on the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, this order was issued a month and a half ago. Don't you know exactly why people in Indigo Azure City are targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce?" As he spoke, Fei Yunxiang only felt a little aggrieved. Listen's eyebrows furrowed. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Young Master Zheng? Zheng family? Lin Yuan had also been caught up on the information about the large and small factions in the Radiance Federation at Wen Yu's place during this period. Although he had finished cramming up on the larger factions, there were simply too many small factions. Thus, he hadn't had the time to start going through the information. The information related to the small factions was simply too much. Lin Yuan intended to let Genius write down the information of those small factions. This was no different from him understanding the information. Although Lin Yuan had only gone through the information of the larger factions, he was aware of the Zheng family. The Zheng family was one of the 3 major families in Indigo Azure City that equally shared 3 parts of the city. It could be said that they were all equally excellent. The Zheng family was a rich and powerful family and a veteran faction without a deep foundation. In terms of martial force, all the veteran factions had emperor-class experts. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no advantage compared to the Zheng family in terms of top combat power. Other than the 2 top experts, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan didn't have other powerhouses. He only had a king-class expert at the moment. And that was Hu Chuan. However, Hu Chuan was only good at spirit craftsmanship, and his contracted feys were all meant to assist a spirit craftsman. If they were really to fight, Hu Chuan would not be able to beat Lu Ji. It could be said that Lin Yuan had weak king-class combat power or not even any. In terms of resources, although the Zheng family, a family that could preside over a third of Indigo Azure City and was inferior to the Gao family, when Lin Yuan recalled that the Gao family could take out resources like the island whale and the elemental shellfish, the Zheng family's foundation became evident from the comparison. Lin Yuan didn't expect this hot potato to land in his hands after taking over the listening heron chamber of commerce. However, Fei Qingsheng had said that the Zheng family's young master Zheng was behind all this, rather than the Zheng family. The Zheng family and the Gao family were different, as the Gao family's only descendant was Gao Feng. It could be said that Gao Feng would be able to have an absolute say in the family after a few decades, but the Zheng family had many descendants. In the Zheng family's younger generation were 9 fellows that could be called young master Zheng, of which there were only 3 direct descendants. Chapter 405, Fei Qingsheng's submission. Any rich and powerful family valued one's background very much. The direct descendants' words could represent the family, while indirect descendants could only represent themselves. Fei Qingsheng, is the young master Zheng that you're talking about the direct descendant of the Zheng family of Indigo Azure City? Lin Yuan's clear voice sounded next to Fei Qingsheng's ears. Fei Qingsheng did not dare to be the least bit slow, but he felt somewhat awkward due to Lin Yuan's question. Only the 2 brothers, Bai Chenju and Bai Chengxiang, have seen young master Zheng. I've not seen what he looks like, so whether he's the Zheng family's direct descendant, Fei Qingsheng knew that the youth who had asked him was the most significant person in this room. When the mind-controlling silkworm Gu was still under Fei Qingsheng's control, crazy ideas had flashed in his head, but the blood-toothed cricket was now struggling on the ground without being under his control at all. The mind-controlling silkworm Gu was also on the brink of death in the hands of the suzerain/myth-breed humanoid Fei. Fei Qingsheng simply did not have the ability to go crazy even if he wanted to. It was an instantaneous decision when one was unafraid of death. However, when making this decision and after experiencing the line between life and death, almost everyone would change their mind and become afraid of death. Fei Qingsheng was no exception. What he wanted most now was to be able to live. When Fei Qingsheng finished speaking, Lin Yuan pondered. When he looked up, he saw Lisan's eyes looking at him, clearly waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Yuan knew what was in Lisan's mind. When facing a veteran faction, most people would not hesitate to leave behind an empty shelf with nothing like the listening heron chamber of commerce. Lisan was now like a deer that had just found its way in despair. However, this deer was worried that the direction it was searching for would regard him as a burden and leave him behind. Just as Lisan felt that the air was getting thinner and felt vaguely stuffy in his lungs, he saw Lin Yuan throw over something. Lisan hurriedly went to take it, which felt warm in his hands. At a glance, he found that it was a piece of wooden token made of completely jade-textured wenge, carved with chuan on it. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "In the future, I won't send those objects mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder. Take this token and pick them up at the Spirit Craftsman Association at a certain time every day." Lisan tightly clenched the token in his hands. This token and Lin Yuan's words showed Lin Yuan's attitude toward himself and the listening heron chamber of commerce. Fei Qingsheng suddenly held his breath. He could sense from the masked youth's words that he had not given up on supporting the listening heron chamber of commerce because of young Master Zheng. This at least showed that he was unafraid of young Master Zheng. People with extremely high emotional intelligence like Lisan were rarely emotional. However, after hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lisan needed a long time to calm down before whispering, "Okay." After a moment of deliberation, Lisan said, "The only thing left in Indigo Azure City's listening heron chamber of commerce is an old mansion that has been emptied in a shallow coastal sea that is extremely windy. Could the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce be coveting this shallow coastal sea? Although this sea is on the coast, it has a deep water level, and great dangers lurk underwater." Lisan's heart sank upon mentioning this shallow sea. It was this shallow sea that had taken the listening heron chamber of commerce's core members away, leaving behind only him. Lin Yuan felt that Lisan's speculation was more reasonable. The listening heron chamber of commerce was now completely an empty shelf, and the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was spending a great deal of effort for nothing by dominating it, let alone a behemoth like the Zheng family. The only thing left that the listening heron chamber of commerce could now call as resources was this shallow sea area. This shallow sea area might also be what the Zheng family coveted. Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a trace of interest. "Before the dimensional rift is active, I'll go with you to Indigo Azure City to explore this shallow sea." Although Redthorn's ability to breathe underwater had yet to fully mutate, it no longer had any problem surviving in the water. Lin Yuan could not test how strong Red Thorn's ability to breathe underwater was in the mansion's man-made lake. Thanks to this opportunity to explore the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow sea area, he could test the limit of Red Thorn's ability to breathe underwater. Listen didn't want to face the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal shallow sea in Indigo Azure City again. However, since Lin Yuan had said he wanted to go explore, Listen hurriedly replied, "Young master, you can call me to depart whenever you have time." Fei Qiansheng's face was getting paler and paler. The more he heard the masked youth and Listen's unrestrained conversation, the more he knew that these two were either talking about unimportant matters or the presence of an outsider like him didn't matter. However, how could this matter be trivial since it involved the Zheng family? This also meant that this masked youth was simply unafraid that he would hear the secrets, implying that he was actually equivalent to being a dead person in the eyes of others because only a dead man couldn't talk. Fei Qiansheng hurriedly crawled 2 steps forward and said with difficulty, "I've told you everything I know. Can you guys spare my life? I can swear by the willpower rune to submit to you." At that moment, Fei Qiansheng heard the mother of bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice that was filled with insincerity. "You're even going to swear by the willpower rune? That blood poison willpower rune is good, but unfortunately, this mind-controlling silkworm goose willpower rune is a dark type. Otherwise, I could taste it again." The mother of bloodbath's words made Fei Qiansheng's body tremble. He shouted, "I can swear by the willpower rune to become a servant. Also, I've killed no one from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce." As Fei Qiansheng said this, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. He had never killed the people from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, but he had abducted the son and grandsons of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's butler, Qiande, and used the mind-controlling silkworm goo to control Qiande's son in exchange for the online resources. It could be said that he was the culprit who had made the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce lose its online resources. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard Fei Qiansheng. Taking in Fei Qiansheng was considered a good thing for Lin Yuan at present because he currently didn't have any available king-class experts. Even though Fei Qiansheng's blood-toothed cricket had dropped from a fantasy breed to a Diamond 4/Legend Fei, it still had strong combat power. Moreover, Fei Qiansheng's Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling silkworm goo was still around. Nonetheless, Fei Qiansheng was still a member of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and was considered Listen's enemy. Since Lin Yuan had taken over the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he didn't respond to Fei Qiansheng's submission. Instead, he said to Listen, who was standing next to him, "The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any king-class experts now. Since Fei Qiansheng wants to submit, keep him if you want. Otherwise, just kill him." Lin Yuan uttered those words lightly, but he had taken Listen into consideration. Chapter 406, It's time to perform real acting skills. A person's perception could be easily seen from how said person handled a matter. Often, a person's perception could determine the scale of his stall and how big he could manage. It was often said that those with a wider perception must have the elegance of tolerance. If Listen had a wide perception, he would accept Fei Qiansheng. Although Lin Yuan's current attitude toward Listen would not change regardless of whether he let Fei Qiansheng live or die, the wider Listen's perception was. Thus, the more Lin Yuan would be willing to put the resources to him for operation. He would even let Listen have comprehensive management of Sky City's external resources. When Fei Qiansheng heard Lin Yuan's words, an abnormal fear crept up in his heart, and his body trembled. He had always felt that he was a king-class expert, after all. As long as he was willing to swear allegiance with the willpower rune, it would not be a problem to exchange his strength for his life. However, this masked youth had casually thrown his life. Listen. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had caused the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to end up like this. If he were Listen, how would he give him a chance to live? Listen didn't expect that Lin Yuan would throw Fei Qiansheng's life to him. He knew the ways of the world and could understand that Lin Yuan didn't accept Fei Qiansheng's allegiance because he was concerned about his feelings. Otherwise, a king-class expert volunteering to become a servant was akin to offering all of himself. Such a benefit was right in front of him, yet Lin Yuan didn't accept it. Listen had previously sworn by the willpower rune to rely on Lin Yuan mainly because of finding a way out for himself in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. But now, Listen had a deep sense of belonging to Lin Yuan. Listen narrowed his eyes at Fei Qiansheng, but before Fei Qiansheng could fall in despair, Listen turned to Lin Yuan and answered firmly, "I'm willing to take Fei Qiansheng. He's more valuable alive than dead." Lin Yuan was a bit amazed at how quickly Listen had chosen. This showed that Listen was not vindictive and that he treated Fei Qiangsheng as a valuable piece of standard weight. Such a perception couldn't be considered narrow. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "This way, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will have a king-class expert stationed from today onward." Fei Qiangsheng, who was on the ground and still in a state of despair, only felt that his emotions were changing too quickly, and his brain couldn't take it. Listen glanced at Fei Qiangsheng and said word by word, "In the future, if you can contribute to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, I won't treat you poorly because of what you've done before." Listen's words had made Fei Qiangsheng, whose mind was in turmoil, immediately feel that he had become much closer to Listen. After Fei Qiangsheng used the willpower rune to swear allegiance as Listen's servant, he officially became Listen's servant and also the first real combat class king-class expert in Lin Yuan's faction. Lin Yuan got up from the sofa and said, "You decide whether you'll keep Fei Qiangsheng at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce or use him as a mole and let him return to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out a tentacle of the ethereal jellyfish and set up a spatial node in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Then he left with the Mother of Bloodbath. Listen thought about his future plans with his mind racing. He was now calculating that the 270 objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder that Lin Yuan would be giving him every day were equivalent to a capital injection of 2,700,000 radiance dollars. So for 3 months, it would be a total of 243 million radiance dollars. Fei Qiangsheng stood respectfully beside Listen as a feeling of absurdity rose in his heart. "I can't believe that my life has changed in just an hour, and I even came back from the gates of hell." Fei Qiangsheng stood beside Listen but did not know what Listen was thinking currently, how to rely on this mole and a capital injection of 243 million to devour the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce within 3 months. "Big brother, why isn't Elder Fei back at this time? This old man actually let us wait for him here." The older middle-aged man, Bai Chenju, had an ugly expression on his face and said while expecting better from him, "Will you starve to death if you eat dinner a little later? When will you mend this problem of implicating someone? When you have nothing to do, think about what you should say and what you should not." The full-bearded middle-aged man, Bai Chengxiang, subconsciously raised the wine glass in his hands and replied, "Big brother, I was wrong. Cheers." Bai Chenju's face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. He felt the fire in his heart surging up, making his head a little swollen. At that moment, Bai Chengxiang saw Fei Qiangsheng walk in and shouted at the top of his voice, "Elder Fei, why did you take so long to take care of such a small matter?" Fei Qiangsheng could not stand Bai Chenxiang's words. "What do you mean by such a small matter? It was such a small matter that almost cost my life." Bai Chengxiang stood up, fiercely glared at Bai Chengxiang, and went forward to say, "Elder Fei, thank you for your hard work. Try the Dragon Tiger Blood Tendon wine I specially prepared." Bai Chenju enthusiastically pulled Fei Qiangsheng to take his seat, and Bai Chengxiang was eating a meal with a big fuss. When Fei Qiangsheng was eating, he seemed to be talking to Bai Chenju as usual, but he had complicated feelings. The last time he had been eating with them, he was still the third highest ranking person in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Surprisingly, he had now become the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's mole. Fei Qiangsheng had sworn with the willpower rune and become Listen's servant, so he had no other choice. As long as he broke the oath, he would die. At the same time, Fei Qiangsheng had to let nobody in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce see through his flaws. His biggest flaw now was the blood-toothed cricket's demotion from a fantasy breed. Bai Chengxiang might not think much about it if he found out, but if Bai Chenju, a sly old fox, found out, he would definitely be wary. Then it wouldn't be easy to do certain things as a mole. If he was exposed, not only would Bai Chenju and Bai Chengxiang not let him off, but the Zheng family's young master Zheng would also take action to put him to death. Fei Qiangsheng felt bitter at this moment. But likewise, he also knew that it was time to perform his real acting skills. Fei Qiangsheng recalled the task that Listen had given him, so he said to Bai Chenju while drinking wine, "Chenju, we've too many online and offline resources in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that don't make much money. Why don't we sell off some of them and instead tread on the path of luxury objects? That way, there'll be profit." Chapter 407, Watch Me Screw You Up. Fei Qiangsheng's words made Bai Chenju ponder, obviously contemplating the feasibility of Fei Qiangsheng's opinion. However, Bai Chenju looked at Fei Qiangsheng with a somewhat strange gaze. When Bai Chengxiang, who was chucking meat into this mouth, heard Fei Qiangsheng's words, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Fei, when have you started to care about the Chamber of Commerce's operation?" In the past, when I let you manage the Chamber of Commerce's operation, didn't you say that you only love to do things that don't require your brain, such as killing? Fei Qiansheng felt somewhat bitter. Bai Chengxiang wasn't very smart, so he could just find a random reason to justify himself, but Bai Chenju was not so easily fooled. Fei Qiansheng couldn't be bothered to manage the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's affairs because Bai Chenju's desire to control was too strong. Another reason was that Fei Qiansheng preferred to improve his strength if he had time and not put his energy into the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's operation. Fei Qiansheng knew that it was indeed a little abrupt for him to rashly raise the issue of the Chamber of Commerce's development now, but the task that Listen had given him was his first step as a mole. Therefore, he had to say what he should. He couldn't be bothered with Bai Chenxiang's attitude. When Fei Qiansheng glanced at Bai Chenju, he found that Bai Chenju looked at him with some scrutiny. Fei Qiansheng took a deep breath and brought himself a glass of wine. His emotions were brewing as he held the wine glass. After downing the wine in one gulp, Fei Qiansheng turned and looked at Bai Chenju seriously. Even if Bai Chenju had deep thoughts, he was also caught off guard by Fei Qiansheng's next move. Bai Chenju never thought that Fei Qiansheng's eyes would turn red. Fei Qiansheng was not an actor, but he showed true feelings because he was thinking over and over again about his blood-toothed cricket stripped willpower rune. The more he thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved. In less than 5 minutes, a few drops of tears streamed down from his eyes. The more he thought about the blood-toothed cricket, the sadder he felt. Fei Qiansheng used this instance of sadness and said, "Chenju, I've been following you for years. Although I'm a dozen years older than you, I've always treated you as a brother. These years in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce are the happiest years of my life. Now, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has been promoted to a rising faction. Chengxiang usually doesn't help you much, and you have to take care of everything by yourself. Now I'm thinking that I can try to help you handle some of the work that does not require racking brains." Although Bai Chenju was caught off guard when he saw Fei Qiansheng's red eyes, he calmed down immediately after that. Bai Chenju was very wary and had never treated Fei Qiansheng as one of his own people. He had also never let Fei Qiansheng interfere with the operations of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's core aspects. When Fei Qiansheng had hinted many times before that he wanted to go to meet young Master Zhang together, Bai Chenju had refused him with the excuse that young Master Zhang didn't like to meet outsiders. It was because Bai Chenju wanted to completely have control over Fei Qiansheng and regard him as a sharp weapon of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, if Fei Qiansheng defected to young Master Zhang behind his back and went to develop in the Zhang family, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce would have one less sharp weapon. Bai Chenju could see that Fei Qiansheng's tears were not fake. Otherwise, his eyes would have dried up after a few tears, and it definitely wouldn't remain like this. Bai Chenju was a little surprised that Fei Qiansheng was so considerate of himself. When he looked at his younger brother, Bai Chengxiang, who was eating and drinking, Bai Chenju felt that the more he looked at this old man, the more he was pleasant to the eye. However, Bai Chenju felt somewhat strange to suddenly have a brother who had a white beard and hair. Bai Chenju felt that Fei Qiansheng's suggestion made some sense. Although the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had become a rising faction, it had not yet opened a private faction territory on Star Web, nor did it have a clear direction for private faction operations. At present, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce still had a large amount of cumbersome online and offline resources like the basic spiritual materials and ordinary feys. The ordinary spiritual materials were fine. Even though a lot of manpower was required, they could also bring a certain amount of stable income to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce every day. However, the offline and online resources of ordinary feys were different. Not only did they require manpower to take care of them, but they also needed to be fed regularly daily. At the same time, there was the risk of ordinary feys dying. There were no valuable spiritual materials on the dead ordinary feys, so they could only be fed to other feys as meat. Such online and offline resources were already dispensable for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Even if these ordinary feys could screen out a lot of mutated feys in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce each year, they could only resell these mutated feys. There were benefits for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to have connections with the Zhang family, but the Zhang family strictly controlled the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's creation masters. Thus, the entire Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce did not have any creation masters. As a result, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce could only depend on the Zhang family. At the same time, it was useless for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to have these mutated feys. Bai Chenju saw Fei Qiansheng pouring wine for himself and thought about giving Fei Qiansheng a chance. Thus, he said, "Elder Fei, Don't touch the ordinary spiritual materials first. I'll hand over the ordinary spirit beasts to you. Fei Qiansheng hurriedly toasted Bai Qinzhu and replied, Qinzhu, see if those high-end luxury objects. Bai Qinzhu refused him without even thinking and said, I'll think of a way. Bai Qinzhu's heart, which had been somewhat moved before, instantly became firm. His gaze at Fei Qiansheng immediately became wary. The Zheng family's main business direction was high-end luxury objects. Bai Qinzhu couldn't help but think, Fei Qiansheng isn't trying to let me give him the chance to get close to young Master Zheng, right? Bai Qinzhu had already made up his mind that Fei Qiansheng could help take over some Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce matters in the future. However, he had to keep a close eye on Fei Qiansheng and not give him any chance to have any connections with young Master Zheng. Fei Qiansheng secretly exhaled and thought, the task that Listen assigned to me can be considered complete. As Fei Qiansheng saw Bai Qinzhu's gaze at him turn from scrutinizing him to becoming close and then wary, he felt unusually excited. Somehow, Fei Qiansheng suddenly felt that as compared to enhancing his strength and using the mind-controlling silkworm goo to control a human's heart, acting seemed more exciting. At the same time, he couldn't help but scold Bai Qinzhu in his heart. My neck is wet from the tears, and I even cried so sincerely. I didn't cry this badly even when my wife died. You're even wary of me. Watch me screw you up. Chapter 408, the admin has actually become active again. In the study on the second floor of the Return from Faraway mansion, a huge wooden shelf was placed on each of the two walls. A pile of information about each faction was placed in each of the small compartments on the shelf. Wen Yu had only organized a small part of the information about the veteran factions during this period, and this small part of the information filled half of the shelf. Obviously, if the information on these large and small factions were completely organized, these two sides of the shelf would not be enough in any case. Young Master, one of the three direct descendants of the Zheng family, is a Radiance 100 sequence member and has been busy with the S tournament for over a month. This direct descendant of the Zheng family has established a guild club of his own and is seeking to qualify as a B-level guild club this year. According to the tight schedule of the S tournament, he shouldn't have the time to arrange for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to deal with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. One of the other two descendants was born with a serious illness that caused both legs to be severely atrophied and is unable to walk. Thus, he has been recuperating in Indigo Azure City. The third direct descendant is a creation master that the Zheng family had poured in a lot of resources to nurture. I'm sure the Zheng family wouldn't let a creation master who is being nurtured waste time on something as trivial as the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan didn't expect that he had only come to ask Wen Yu's opinion about the Zheng family's situation, but she had actually grasped such detailed information about the Zheng family without leaving anything out. Lin Yuan had some doubts whether genius was living in her head. At that moment, Wen Yu suddenly thought of something and said, the Zheng family's third lineage bought Indigo Azure City's offshore coastal resources 5 years ago. They've occupied more and more of the offshore coast over the years but have not begun to work on the development of these offshore coastal resources. If the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has an offshore coastal resource in Indigo Azure City, it should have blocked the way of the Zheng family's third lineage. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, what's the difference between the Zheng family and its third lineage? Wen Yu explained, the Zheng family is thriving, and the main family is the direct descendants. There are 4 lineages under the main family, each of which is a collateral branch of the main family. The main family will selectively inject resources into the 4 lineages based on their development. In a sense, the main family is considered the real Zheng family. In terms of identity, although the main family's direct descendants and the 4 lineages descendants born from mistresses are all the young masters and young ladies of the Zheng family, the direct descendants have absolute dominance over the 4 lineages descendants. After Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, he then said, since the main family of the Zheng family will selectively pour resources into the 4 lineages, then the relationship between these 4 lineages shouldn't be very good. Wen Yu said with a smile, the Zheng family's 4 lineages don't have any open rivalry, but there is a constant fight in the dark. Since the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's matter is related to the third lineage of the Zheng family, then this matter shouldn't involve the first lineage, second lineage, and the fourth lineage. Lin Yuan chatted with Wen Yu for a while more before returning to his room. He had asked her about the Zheng family to have an accurate understanding of his possible enemies in the future. Lin Yuan did not have a clear conflict with the Zheng family yet, but if the Zheng family made a move on him, then he would have to take appropriate measures. Lin Yuan thought for a while and looked for Endless Summer and asked it to stay at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in secret for a period. He had poured resources into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and it was a bone that the iron wall chamber of commerce couldn't gnaw. In that case, the Zheng family's third lineage could not achieve its goal. A rabbit bit when it was anxious, let alone a rabid lion. After the arrangement, Lin Yuan logged on StarWeb to harvest the proceeds from the previous blind trade of flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan found that he had gotten more mid-grade strange flames from the blind trade than the first time. This time, his 10 flower brocade pearls were exchanged for a total of 127 mid-grade strange flames through the blind trade, which was 27 more than the last time he had gotten 100. In Lin Yuan's amber button-shaped diamond face storage box, in addition to the 30 flower brocade pearls that he had exchanged for the blind trade, he still had 170 of them in stock. The next batch of flower brocade pearls would also mature again in the Spirit Lock spatial zone after over 10 days. Lin Yuan hadn't chosen to use the flower brocade pearls in his hands to exchange for resources with other factions because he didn't have any urgent material needs at the moment. On the other hand, he wanted to gain a reputation for his purchase with no loss store over time and let people think of his store when thinking about the flower brocade pearls. He checked his StarWeb Store's fan club and found that through the accumulation of blind trade 3 times, the number of creation masters in the fan club had now reached almost half of all members, and the lowest among these creation masters was also a Class 3 creation master. Lin Yuan had never spoken in his own fan club before, but he took the initiative to send a message in his fan club this time. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, Group Welfare 30 flower brocade pearls for sale to the highest bidder. Only for members. When Lin Yuan sent this message, the already active purchase with no loss stores fan club exploded into a frenzy. Stream in the cloud, the admin has actually become active again. Violent-tempered woman, congratulations to the group admin for his first words after creating the group. You've unlocked the achievement of I'm not dumb. Fan Ji, 30 flower brocade pearls? What great welfare! Jealous me, so many flower brocade pearls are enough for me to use for years. Brothers, you guys should take it easy on the bidding and give me a chance. Time to take medicine, it's so damn thrilling to be called brother by a Class 4 creation master. Noble evening painting, admin, how are the spiritual materials exchanged? If it's the market price, it would be too much of a loss to exchange the rare spiritual materials. When Lin Yuan saw Noble Evening Painting's message, he thought for a moment and replied, I'll exchange the rare spiritual materials at a premium of 2% of the Rare Life Form Pavilion's transaction price. If the Rare Life Form Pavilion doesn't have a transaction price on it, then I don't think you'll be able to take it out in exchange for these flower brocade pearls. After reading Lin Yuan's answer. Noble Evening Painting, 2%? Admin, you're impressive. Rare spiritual materials were not cheap. Although 2% seemed relatively little, if one took out rare spiritual materials worth 10 million radiance dollars for trade, one could at least save 100,000 radiance dollars. Anyway, these rare spiritual materials were auctioned in the Rare Life Form Pavilion, so one could always collect them back after about a year. 100,000 radiance dollars was not a small amount of money. Lin Yuan found that Listen was now in the group, so he mentioned him. Chapter 409, Become Food for the Dark-Eyed Scorpion Tiger. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, at Listen, help me take note of the group members' bids and let me know the highest one. After saying that, Lin Yuan then lurked again. The reason Lin Yuan would mention Listen was very simple. He usually didn't have the time to take care of the purchase with no loss stores fan club. Listen was very active in the fan club and had good interpersonal relationships. Furthermore, Listen was one of his own people, so Lin Yuan intended to establish Listen's prestige and status in the fan club through this. In the future, he would let Listen help maintain the purchase with no loss stores fan club. It was still very harmonious in the fan club now, but as the number of people slowly increased, it was inevitable that some discordance would arise. As such, someone needed to regulate or manage. Given Listen's talent, he was obviously very suitable to take up this job. In fact, Lin Yuan was also giving him a chance to use his connections within the purchase with no loss store as much as possible so that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which had thousands of things to do, could rise a little. After Lin Yuan left the fan club, he put another 10 flower brocade pearls in his StarWeb store for display. At the same time, he set to exchange them directly through a blind trade after a day. His previous welfare of 30 flower brocade pearls in the fan club was just the first bait he threw that could attract more attention and let more factions and high-class creation masters that needed many flower brocade pearls to want to join his fan club urgently. Lin Yuan knew that there were only 2 ways to enter his Star Web Store's fan club: buy these 10 flower brocade pearls through the blind trade to get the qualification to enter, or grab those usnias in his purchase with no loss store that were sold in limited quantities. But now, he had stopped the sales of those silver usnias in his Star Web Store, so the only way to get into the fan club of his Star Web Store was by grabbing the 10 flower brocade pearls through the blind trade. The news on Star Web spread very quickly, and the news in his store's fan club was now probably buzzing. Lin Yuan set aside a day, which was enough for those factions and creation masters who wanted to obtain many flower brocade pearls to prepare. He intended to see how many unexpected gains he could obtain through the blind trade of the 10 flower brocade pearls this time. He thought that after the end of this blind trade, the mid-grade strange flames that Chimey needed to advance from Fantasy 2 to Fantasy 3 should be sufficient. The purpose of throwing bricks was to draw jade. Moreover, what he threw out was solid gold brick. Lin Yuan believed that the gain from this brick he had thrown would not be small, and if the gain was too little, Listen would probably become the buyer of this brick. After that, Lin Yuan clicked on the trade message that he had issued in his Star Web Store and checked on the messages he had received inside. He realized that he had received quite a few messages. However, most of these messages were inquiring about what kind of resources they could invest in and what kind of future could be given. Some people even called him stupid, saying that he had issued this trade message purely for pretense, which rendered Lin Yuan speechless. At the same time, based on the feedback, he knew that people despised the foundation of his purchase with no loss store. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said such things. However, Lin Yuan didn't feel sad. On the contrary, as these 30 flower brocade pearls were being auctioned as welfare, he believed that more king-class experts would rush to join his private faction in the future. After sifting through the messages, he found that only 3 king-class experts had sent their personal information among so many messages, and only one of them met Lin Yuan's requirement. Of the remaining 2, one of them had only comprehended 2 willpower runes and had a weak main fey. Even if such a king-class expert obtained Lin Yuan's high-quality bronze feys, he would still be weak among the many king-class experts after enhancing it. This was because a king-class expert would need at least 2 stronger main feys for cooperation in a battle in order to be able to reveal enough strength. Therefore, Lin Yuan had screened out this king-class expert. The other king-class expert had 2 extremely powerful power offense-type main feys. In terms of strength, it was not much different from Fei Qiansheng when he was in full strength. However, the other king-class expert made his own request in his message, stating that he needed a bronze/epic lizard fey. Lin Yuan could easily fulfill such a request. Hence, he sent a message to these 2 king-class experts at the same time and arranged to meet them in his Star Web Store at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. After sending the messages, Lin Yuan went to the Rare Life Form Pavilion, wanting to pick up a lizard fey that was superior in all aspects. Regarding the request from the king-class expert, who had 2 powerful main feys and comparable strength to Fei Qiansheng, Lin Yuan needed to prepare in advance before the appointment with him. This would show Lin Yuan's sincerity and also give this king-class expert a guarantee. After searching in the Rare Life Form Pavilion, he found a lizard fey with a trace of dragon species fey bloodline awakened in its body when it was at elite and bought it, ready to enhance it before tomorrow's meeting. Young Master, Old Master has just sent word that the coastal resources that our 3rd lineage developed have received the main family's 2nd Young Master's support. A hunched old man, almost bending over at a right angle and leaning on his walking stick, lowered his voice and said to a youth with sinister eyebrows beside him. The youth immediately revealed an ecstatic expression on his face when he heard that. It took our 3rd lineage 3 years to finally obtain the main family's 2nd Young Master's support. This is a good opportunity for us to be able to surpass the 2nd lineage, 4th lineage, and the 1st lineage. There must not be the slightest mistake. The youth with sinister eyebrows turned ruthless in a flash. Since father's side is ready, then I don't have the time for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Elder New, go tonight and let the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's owner become the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's food. Chapter 410, Heavenly Maiden Grade Pearl. After the hunched old man heard the words of the youth with sinister eyebrows, he immediately replied, Young Master, I'll get it done immediately. Elder New thought for a while and tapped the ground a few times with his walking stick before turning to say, Young Master, I heard that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's owner is extraordinarily talented. I wonder if you would like to take Listen under your command, Young Master. If you're willing to reveal your identity to Listen, as long as he is not stupid and knows about the current situation, he certainly won't refuse your recruitment. The youth with sinister eyebrows was admiring the boundless night outside the window at this moment. Upon hearing Elder Niu's words, he didn't even turn his head. He raised his hand and replied, "This matter involves the plans of our third lineage. Even if Listen has extraordinary talents, it's not worthwhile for me to reveal my identity. Moreover, he's nothing more than a powerless person with an empty frame and is stubbornly resisting." Elder Niu stopped talking after hearing the youth's words and exited the room. He summoned a black shadow with a wave of his hand and then disappeared into the night together with it. The youth with sinister eyebrows had joy in his eyes, clearly in a good mood. He mumbled, "I wonder what price father paid to get the support of the main family's second young master." With a connection to second young master, the offshore coastal resources that our third lineage developed can finally be called proper. The night was coming to an end in Ascending Dragon City. At the entrance of Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association, a woman wearing a Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest said rudely, "My teacher said that if you want to evolve your Ironbone Iguana's bloodline, you can't succeed just by relying on those spiritual materials you brought to induce its dragon species bloodline. At the very least, you'll need a gold dragon's mouth orchid flower." There was an evident trace of disappointment on the face of the man standing opposite to the woman. But immediately afterward, his expression returned to normal, and he answered, "Thank you, Master Duan Li, for being willing to help nurture my Ironbone Iguana. When I can find a gold dragon's mouth orchid flower, I'll come back to ask you to help enhance my fey." The woman with the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest then said, "My teacher took your payment before and didn't enhance your Ironbone Iguana's bloodline due to your lack of preparation of spiritual materials. So the next time you come to find him, you only need to prepare half of the payment as last time." A bitter smile appeared on the man's face, and he thought, "Although I have outstanding talents and an affinity toward lizard feys, I only have one main fey, a defense-type lizard fey, the Ironbone Iguana. I've already spent 3 years of savings to ask Master Duan Li to help me enhance my fey. Even if I have to pay half of the last payment for Master Duan Li's help, I will have to save up for at least a year and a half. A defense-type spirit chi professional is a shield standing in front of the team. But given my Ironbone Iguana's strength, I simply can't assume the duty of that." Despite the bitter smile in his heart, he replied very respectfully, "Thank you for your generosity. Express my gratitude to Master Duan Li on my behalf." After saying that, the man was prepared to leave the Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association. The woman with the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest thought for a moment and said, "It's not only a matter of the bloodline for this Ironbone Iguana of yours. Even if this Ironbone Iguana's dragon species bloodline is stimulated with the gold dragon's mouth orchid flower, it still wouldn't be powerful. I heard from my teacher that the flesh bump on the side of this Ironbone Iguana's head belongs to a kind of mutation." The man hurriedly turned around and said nervously, "Didn't Master Duan Li say before that this flesh bump won't affect its health? And it's been over 10 years. This flesh bump has never changed much." Upon hearing that, the woman wearing the retainer crest didn't care much about the urgency and impudence in the man's words. She answered, "That's why my teacher said it's a mutation." The man also realized that he had been a little too agitated, but just as he wanted to apologize, the woman with the retainer crest said, "The flesh bump on the neck of your Ironbone Iguana is a prototype of a nascent head. My teacher has tested this flesh bump and found that the attributes in it differ from the ones in the body. They're fire attributes. If this flesh bump develops into a head, it can turn the Ironbone Iguana from an earth type into an earth fire type fey. You're lucky. After the head grows out, the Ironbone Iguana will turn into a powerful defense type fey." After hearing this, the man revealed an ecstatic look on his face. However, he had some doubts as to why Master Duan Li hadn't shared this piece of information about the flesh bump just now inside. Before the man could be happy for a while, the woman with the retainer crest added, "However, if you want to develop this Ironbone Iguana's sarcoma into a head, you'll need the elemental pearls produced by the fire-type scorching elemental shellfish mutated from the elemental shellfish." The man's heart sank after hearing that. He might be able to save the money with a few years of frugal efforts to get the gold dragon's mouth orchid. However, were the elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish something that he, an A-rank spirit chi professional with a fantasy breed fey that could barely be called a king class expert and couldn't even beat many non-king class experts, could have delusions about? The woman with the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest said seriously, "The elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish are divided into many grades according to the purity of the elemental energy contained in them. My teacher said that the elemental pearls that are useful to this Ironbone Iguana of yours must be of the highest grade, the Heavenly Maiden grade. The purity of the elemental energy in the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls is 99% to 100%. My teacher couldn't even get such elemental pearls. Moreover, you'll need 5 heavenly maiden-grade pearls containing the fire element energy produced by the scorching elemental shellfish for your iron bone iguana to grow a second head. The man's hope was squashed. He couldn't afford to even ask Master Duan Li to enhance his fey once, let alone the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that even Master Duan Li couldn't get. The woman wearing the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest looked at the man's expression and added, "My teacher didn't intend to say this to you, but I told you because, without the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for its metamorphosis, this iron bone iguana's growth has already reached the limit now." Chapter 411, Do It Well. The woman wearing the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest didn't care about the bitterness on the man's face. She just continued to say what she felt should be said. It'll only be a waste of spiritual materials to continue nurturing this iron bone iguana, and this would be a waste of your potential. You might as well pour the resources from nurturing this iron bone iguana into your other feys. The man's expression became even more bitter. He only had one main fey, the iron bone iguana. Although he had comprehended 3 willpower runes, with one of them fused with the iron bone iguana to allow it to become a fantasy breed, the other 2 willpower runes were flying around the spiritual energy in his spiritual spatial zone. Even if he nurtured the other feys instead of the iron bone iguana, he could only contract a bronze/flawless fey at most since the resources he could get were limited. How many years would he need to accumulate the resources needed to raise the bronze/flawless fey to legend? The man thanked the woman wearing the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest seriously and walked firmly in the night. This world had always been a one where it was hard for successful people to come from poor families. The children of rich families had an advantage over the children of poor families right from the first fey they contracted at a young age. It was just like a gap in the sky. Even if the children of poor families were fortunate enough to become king-class experts, they would have to pay an unknown amount of blood and tears as compared to those born in rich families. A king-class expert born from a poor family would always be at the bottom. Zhou Luo had long seen through this word. Despite being desperate earlier, he was very calm now. The children of poor families always needed to face troubles and despair on the road of growing up and step over all the hurdles one by one. Despite enjoying life through sorrow and adversity, he actually wanted to change his fate. Zhou Luo felt he was a hero along his journey. In his opinion, there was only one kind of heroism in the world: recognizing the truth about life and still loving it. Zhou Luo had planned to go to the Guild Alliance to see if there were any suitable missions for him. Suddenly, he recalled the application he had submitted when he saw the trade message of the small store he followed on Star Web before. Listen was in his room, thinking about how to help the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce develop with the 270 pieces of objects mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder every day, while recording the bids of the members for the 30 flower brocade pearls in the purchase with no loss store. Although Listen had known that most of these people were Big's Hots, their offers still alarmed him. He couldn't help but sigh, these Big's Hots are really too rich. At the same time, he could sense that after Lin Yuan mentioned him to manage his fan club's welfare auction, these big shots' attitude toward him had changed. Listen knew his strengths and wanted to get along with the others in the group. Thus, he was very popular in the group, but that was just a relationship where they could help each other with postings. Listen could clearly feel that some Big's Hots in the group were trying to rope him in. They wanted to exchange for more flower brocade pearls from Lin Yuan through him. Since Lin Yuan hadn't been replying to the Star Web messages, many people wanted to get a chance to contact Lin Yuan through Listen. Due to their solicitation and goodwill, Listen didn't refuse them. Instead, he was happy to accept. Lin Yuan had taken out the resources for bidding, and Listen naturally had to help him maximize the benefits of these resources with all his might. However, Listen also had to make good use of these derived benefits to subtly help the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development. Otherwise, if he wasted this network resource, Listen would feel that he would disappoint Lin Yuan for thinking highly of him. At that moment, he heard 3 knocks on the door, and he rhythmically knocked on the table with his fingers 3 times. Fei Qiansheng pushed open the door and came to Listen's side before saying to him respectfully, "President, I didn't fumble the ball. Bai Chenju has already handed over all the online and offline Fei resources of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to me. Please let me know what I should do after that." Upon hearing that, Listen asked doubtfully, "How can the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce give up the Spirit Beast resources that can select high-quality mutated feys?" Fei Qiansheng replied bluntly, "President, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has now become a rising faction, but it doesn't even have a single creation master. Bai Qinzhu was even forced to transfer their Class 1 and Class 2 creation masters to the Zheng family. He loathes the spirit beast resources, which don't have the support of creation masters, but he hasn't made up his mind to dispose of them. Fei Qianxiang couldn't help but praise his excellent acting skills before Bai Qinzhu and Bai Chengxiang. After Listen pondered for a while, he replied, "Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce wants to let go of the spirit beast resources in its hands, we'll secretly take them." Fei Qianxiang remembered Bai Qinzhu's expression when he had talked about the spirit beasts and spiritual materials. He said, "After the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's online and offline spirit beast resources are sold, Bai Qinzhu will shift the direction of the business to high-end luxury resources through the Zheng family. I reckon it won't be long before the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's spiritual materials are sold." As Fei Qianxiang spoke, he admired the red phoenix-eyed youth with a mole at the corner of his eye sitting in front of the table. Based on what Listen had taught him, he had chatted with Bai Qinzhu for an hour before Bai Qinzhu firmly decided to shift the development of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to high-end luxury resources. Otherwise, based on just his acting skills and without what Listen had taught him, even if he could fool Bai Qinzhu, he would never have been able to influence his ambition and thoughts. Listen gently tapped his fingers on the table as he was rapidly calculating in his mind. The investment required for high-end luxury resources is not a small amount. If Bai Qinzhu is bent on developing into that direction, then he'll inevitably collect supplies and constantly throw out the other resources in his hands, bit by bit. So you must do a good job when throwing out the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's online and offline spirit beast resources for Bai Qinzhu. Only when you let Bai Qinzhu taste success will he be assured to let you do such things in the future. Chapter 412, Head-on Attack. Fei Qianxiang felt goosebumps, feeling somewhat creeped out. How big a game of chess was Listen playing? Was he going to devour all of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce? Previously, Fei Qianxiang had listened to the conversation between Listen and Lin Yuan and vaguely learned that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would also be heading in the direction of high-end luxury resources in the future. They would definitely clash with the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan would deliver hundreds of luxury items to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce every day. Even if the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was willing to sacrifice everything it had, how long could it resist? Fei Qianxiang felt that he was much stronger than Listen in terms of strength, but no matter how powerful his battle prowess was, he could only maintain his morals at most when facing the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. However, Listen's strategy could turn the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's advantageous position into nothing. At that moment, Listen asked, "How's the Zheng family's attitude toward the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce?" Fei Qianxiang was carefully thinking about Listen's question when he heard an unusually old voice inside the room. "The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce is just a dog of the Zheng family. What do you think its attitude is?" Listen's eyes instantly widened, and they stared at the shadow that suddenly appeared in the room. It slowly condensed into a strange, fierce black tiger. It wasn't big and was only 2 meters long, but it had 3 pupils that were like black holes. Its entire body was covered with body armor, which belonged to an insect species Fei. The most surprising thing was that it had a thick scorpion tail high up that was even longer than its body. The stinger on its scorpion tail was wrapped in black mist, which was not distinct. Only a sharp cold flash could be faintly seen from the black mist. On the back of the strange, fierce tiger stood an old man, who was hunched almost at a right angle. The hand that was holding onto the walking stick seemed to be trembling, but he stood on the fierce tiger's back firmly. Upon sensing this old man's rising aura and then comparing it to Fei Qianxiang's during the day, Listen could feel that this hunchbacked old man's aura was clearly stronger than Fei Qianxiang's. Listen quickly calmed down and said, "Your Excellency knows the Zheng family so well, so I guess you should be from the Zheng family. But I wonder what the people from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce will feel when they find out that the Zheng family treats them like dogs." As Listen spoke, Fei Qianxiang felt he was speechless. Fei Qianxiang, who wasn't superstitious, couldn't help but want to find someone to do divination for him and see whether he was the reincarnation of the god of bad luck. Why had he encountered so many unlucky things in a day? The strange, fierce tiger's black shadow circle was clearly the prototype of a domain. Although it hadn't formed the domain yet, it was infinitely close. This meant that this hunchbacked old man was a true king-class expert. Even Fei Qianxiang, at full strength, couldn't handle a few moves from a pinnacle king-class expert, let alone the fact that his main Fei, the blood-toothed cricket's willpower rune, had been stripped away, and it was no longer a fantasy breed. The hunchbacked old man looked at Listen, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Then he glanced at Fei Qianxiang and said, what the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's dogs think has nothing to do with me. If they're disobedient, they'll obey with more training. Our Zheng family trains them well, unlike the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that trained their own dogs to betray them. You have to take note that such turncoats cannot be tamed. The hunchbacked old man, also known as Elder Niu by young Master Zheng's side, was puzzled. The listening heron Chamber of Commerce was just an empty shelf. How blind was Fei Qingsheng to betray the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to help listen instead? Was it because of the news he had released that the listening heron Chamber of Commerce had found the support of a major faction? If that was true, would the listening heron Chamber of Commerce still be suppressed so badly by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce? Was Fei Qingsheng stupid? Did he believe such rumors? If he told Fei Qingsheng he could quickly comprehend a willpower rune by burying himself in the soil, would he really do so and suffocate? When Fei Qingsheng heard this hunchbacked old man's words, he suddenly felt some sadness. If he hadn't chosen to live between life and death previously, he wouldn't have used the willpower rune to swear to become Lisan's servant and betray the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. He had been working for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce for so many years, and both his merits and hard work were definitely above Bai Chenxiang's. However, Bai Chenxiang had to suspect everything, and Fei Qingsheng had to endure his inflexibility. In the eyes of the Zheng family, he was just a dog from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. This explained the attitudes of Bai Chenju and Bai Chengxiang toward him when facing the Zheng family. At that moment, Lisan said, "Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and the Zheng family love dogs so much, I guess your surname is not Zheng, right?" Lisan's words immediately made Elder Niu's expression change. The regret in his eyes was replaced by gloominess. Lisan added, "I, Lisan, and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce never raise dogs. Since Fei Qingsheng has joined the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he is one of our own from now on." Fei Qingsheng glanced deeply at Lisan and took a step forward before summoning his two feys. After summoning the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling Silkworm Goo and the Diamond 4/Legend Blood-Toothed Cricket, he assumed a defensive stance in front of Lisan. Elder Niu tapped his walking stick on the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's back. It could sense the anger in its owner's heart, so it let out a violent yet silent roar. Then a strange dark energy ripple swept Fei Qingsheng and Lisan. Fei Qingsheng immediately shouted, "Mind-controlling Silkworm Goo, use Goo Poison Whipping Touch. Blood-Toothed Cricket, use Sound of Cricket." As Fei Qingsheng shouted, the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling Silkworm Goo shot whip-like light from its antenna that collided with the dark energy ripple and dispersed a part of it. However, this dark energy ripple regained its form while rippling. Then the blood-toothed cricket instantly let out a violent buzzing sound, and layers of invisible and massless violent sound waves crashed into the dark energy ripple. Unfortunately, it was like a stone thrown into a stream. Although the dark energy ripples rippled, it couldn't stop the dark energy ripples from heading to the two people. Chapter 413, How can this still be fought? Fei Qingsheng couldn't help but sigh. The blood-toothed cricket had always been his main fei. However, its willpower rune had been stripped away, and it had dropped from Fantasy 3 to a regular fei. Even if he still had the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling Silkworm Goo, he couldn't even reach 30% of his previous battle prowess. Fei Qingsheng hurriedly channeled a large amount of spiritual power from his body into the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo, causing a red-gold luster to quickly light up on its body. The silky and dazzling red-gold silk threads quickly shot out of the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo's body and then tightly entwined, forming 3 red-gold ribbons covered with dark red spots. Mind-controlling Silkworm Goo, use 1 strand of Mind Wall ribbon in front of me and 2 in front of Lisan. The mind-controlling Silkworm Goo obviously hesitated a little when it heard its owner's words. It didn't understand why its contractor wanted to protect one of those people who had made a move on itself and the blood-toothed cricket during the day. However, due to its absolute obedience to Fei Qingsheng in a battle, the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo didn't hesitate to do as it was told. At that moment, the dark energy ripple approached and sent Fei Qingsheng and Lisan flying. Thanks to the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo's mind wall ribbon's double protection, Lisan felt that his blood energy was surging. Since Fei Qingsheng had a layer less of protection from the mind wall ribbon, crimson blood flowed out of his nose, staining his white beard due to the erosion of this dark energy ripple. Fei Qingsheng stood up and said softly to Lisan, "I'm ready to give it my all. I wouldn't dare to guarantee how long I can hold this off. Summon your feys out and smash through the wall to escape." When Lisan heard Fei Qingsheng's words, he also looked at him deeply, just like how Fei Qingsheng had looked at him earlier. However, Lisan didn't intend to escape. The king-class expert opposite of Fei Qiansheng was clearly much stronger than him. Fei Qiansheng could barely handle the dark energy ripples created from the hunchbacked old man's feys roar. Even if he ran, how could he escape? The appearance of this hunchbacked old man was different from Fei Qiansheng's. The mother of Bloodbath had discovered Fei Qiansheng's traces, and he had shown up because its words had enraged him. However, this old man had shown up after hearing the conversation between himself and Fei Qiansheng. The purpose of his appearance on behalf of the Zheng family should be to reap Lisan's life. Although Lisan wasn't planning to run away, he still summoned his two feys. One of them was the pain illusory fox that he had previously exchanged with Lin Yuan for source-type items in the day and night spirit silver, while the other was a three-tailed crimson fox with a very beautiful fur color. Its three fluffy tails at the back were like a blooming three-petaled crabapple. At that moment, the hunchbacked old man said regretfully, "A silver 7/fantasy I pain illusory fox and a silver 3/fantasy I three-tailed crimson fox. It seems you did spend many resources on yourself during your time in control of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is such a small chamber of commerce. It should have taken a lot of effort to nurture a fey like yours." Lisan's expression remained the same, but he recalled his dead relatives. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was now a small chamber of commerce, but not in the past. He had been able to get a high-quality fey such as the three-tailed crimson fox because of his family's unreserved devotion and care. Lisan also understood the importance of his strength for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development. Therefore, after Lisan had seen Lin Yuan's trade message, he had been willing to take out source-type items in exchange for suitable high-quality bronze feys. Lisan took a step forward toward the hunchbacked old man standing on the back of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and said, "You came supposedly to kill me. Why don't I give you the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and you let Fei Qiansheng go?" Fei Qiansheng widened his eyes and looked at Lisan in confusion. Lisan faintly raised his eyes at Fei Qiansheng and then at the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling silkworm goo. He took a step forward and looked at the hunchbacked old man. Fei Qiansheng understood what Lisan meant. He was Lisan's servant. When he had sworn with the willpower rune, he had sworn a death contract for loyalty. If Lisan died, Fei Qiansheng would also lose his life because of the willpower rune's backlash. Based on Lisan's instructions, Fei Qiansheng secretly channeled all the spirit chi in his body into the mind-controlling silkworm goo's body without a trace, ready to wait for Lisan's next instructions. The corners of Elder Niu's mouth suddenly formed a smile as if he was mocking. His gaze at Lisan also carried scrutiny and playfulness. "Are you showing your master-servant relationship in front of me? It's my first time seeing a master who would say something like being willing to die for his dog. Hehe, you guys don't need such cheap tricks. The flow of spiritual power is as conspicuous as a splendid ribbon in front of my eyes." After saying that, Elder Niu threw his walking stick up, which changed its shape in midair and turned into a strange tadpole that was not even half the size of a palm. There were 7 or 8 nerve ducts at its sides, with compound eyes growing on each of them. With this dark spirit eye tadpole, not even the slightest change in spiritual power cannot escape my perception. Dark spirit eye tadpole, use dark spirit confinement. Just as this old man standing on the dark-eyed scorpion tiger spoke, the compound eyes on the dark spirit eye tadpole's nerve ducts flickered, and the light in the entire room went dark. Lisan and Fei Qiansheng, who was channeling spiritual power into the mind-controlling silkworm goo, found that the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to have been confined. Lisan felt as if the spiritual power in his body had turned into a crystalline substance that simply couldn't be used. Fei Qiansheng also felt that although the confined spiritual power in his body was not as difficult to use as crystals, it was no different than sticky asphalt. At the same time, the flow of spiritual power in the mind-controlling silkworm goo's body was so slow that the use of its previous instantaneous abilities now required a few seconds of preparation time. Upon sensing this situation, Fei Qiansheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's another fey that's about to reach suzerain. How can this battle still be fought? There's simply no way. Chapter 414, Midsummer Cage. The hunchbacked old man, Elder Niu, stroked the dark spirit eye tadpole in his hand, looked at Lisan, and said, "Your spiritual power has been sealed, so don't resist anymore. Realize the last value of life. Dark-eyed scorpion tiger, treat those 6 units over there as your midnight snack tonight. Eat them quickly so that I can report it back to young Master Zheng." Upon receiving its contractor's order, the sharpness hidden in the shadows of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's scorpion tail poked out, and its black tail hook flashed. 6 hooked shadows with a layer of dark domain prototype launched an attack toward the 4 feys that Listen and Fei Qianxiang had summoned. Fei Qianxiang's face turned pale. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's attack even contained a layer of domain power. His spiritual power had been sealed, so he could not even let the mind-controlling silkworm Gu use Mind Wall Ribbon again even if he wanted to. Could the mind-controlling silkworm Gu really block this attack containing the domain power even if it used Mind Wall Ribbon? Just as these 6 hooked shadows landed on the 4 feys, a fist-sized pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower appeared in the middle of the room out of nowhere. It gently swirled in the air, looking marvelous. The 6 hooked shadows were pulled into the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower and crushed by the layers of pink-purple petals. A clear but unusually gentle voice sounded out of nowhere. What you just said is not right. There are more spirit chi fluctuations that you can't see. Listen and Fei Qianxiang both thought that it was hard for them to escape this calamity but never expected things would take a turn for the better. A pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower had actually saved both of them. Listen instantly thought of Lin Yuan. He looked at this pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower, and his heart was filled with peace of mind. Although it did not block in front of him, it was like an absolute defense. It had even taken away the power he had received from the opposite side while it was rotating beautifully. The hunchbacked old man turned nervous and consumed a lot of spirit chi to control the dark spirit eye tadpole, letting its main eye hidden in the compound eyes light up. However, he found that he simply couldn't see this pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower's spiritual power fluctuation through its main eye. Without even thinking, he drained the spiritual power in his body and provided almost all the spirit chi inside a pinnacle A-rank spirit chi professional's body to this dark-eyed scorpion tiger that was about to reach suzerain. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's black insect armor instantly lit up and seemed to pull all the light in this room into the darkness before turning the world inside this room into a world of darkness. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's tail shook with a strange frequency and finally plunged directly into the insect armor on its back. The dark energy that was originally wrapped around the tail at the tip was frantically injected into the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's body, causing the domain around the dark-eyed scorpion tiger to become even more solid. It was as if the back half of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's body had been hidden in the darkness. Immediately after that, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's 3 black eye sockets suddenly condensed into 3 strange eyes with black vertical pupils that spun rapidly, as if adding to the domain power around it. The domain power spread out all of a sudden from its original state of constant solidification and surrounded the spinning pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower in the air, trying to pull it completely into the dark domain. An unusually gentle voice once again sounded out of thin air. You don't have a domain until you reach suzerain. Your dark-eyed scorpion tiger is only at Diamond X/Fantasy 4. Even if you reach the threshold of the domain, you can only grasp onto its form, but not its essence. Activating the domain to launch an attack is just attending to the minor, unimportant details while neglecting the essentials. The darkness domain that was constantly expanding had pulled the slowly rotating flower into it. However, based on the feedback from the dark-eyed scorpion tiger in the dark domain, Elder Niu found that the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower still seemed to be non-existent in the domain. He stared at it, and his voice was unusually grave. Who's there? Elder Niu's heart had completely sunk while a feeling of absurdity arose. He was a pinnacle king-class expert. The only things that could escape his contracted Diamond 8/Fantasy 3 Dark Spirit Eye Tadpole full-strength detection ability were Suzerain/Myth Breed Feys. This Myth Breed Fey must be at least Myth 2, one good at stealth. Elder Niu felt that even if the Dark Spirit Eye Tadpole couldn't find the target's existence, the Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Dark-Eyed Scorpion Tiger's domain could do so. He had clearly been a raging hunter a few seconds ago, playing with 2 insignificant preys, but in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. He was the prey now. An unusually gentle voice carried a hint of laughter. From the time you came into this room, I saw you being blatant. I was here earlier than you, yet you asked me who I am. I should be the one asking you that. Fei Qianxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. What was the background of the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's backer, the youth wearing the strange mask? This myth breed Fei was obviously not the one that had followed the masked youth during the day. He was lucky enough to see 2 Suzerain/Myth breed Feys on the same day. Since when were Suzerain/Myth breed Feys so worthless? For some reason, the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower that was spinning beautifully in midair didn't show the slightest bit of aura, but its existence made him feel a suppression like a jack had been pressing on it. Elder Niu shouted in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is something that my Zheng family aspires to obtain." Listen is also someone that my Zheng family wants to kill tonight. Just as Elder Niu uttered these words, a hint of coldness colored the unusually gentle voice. Can't I keep the item that the Zheng family aspires to get and the person who it wants to kill? This unusually gentle voice fell, and the lightly rotating pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower in midair suddenly bloomed into bright pink radiance. Countless pink-purple petals poured out of the embroidered ball-shaped flower and danced in the air. The petals were graceful, like the rainbow-colored clothes worn by the 8 immortals, and had a tinge of deep midsummer. At that moment, a gentle, soft voice sounded. Midsummer Cage. Chapter 415, People Respect Themselves. The moment this gentle voice sounded, the pink-purple petals tore this dark domain to pieces, just like the dawn that banished the darkness. Then Elder Niu found that these pink-colored petals combined with each other, confining him, his contracted dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the dark spirit-eyed tadpole just like a shackle. Under the confinement of this petal, he couldn't move his body or channel the spirit chi in his body. He had no resistance, just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The unusually gentle voice that appeared out of nowhere had a calm tone, but the words that came out seemed to be mocking. Compared to the spiritual power confinement you just proudly used, how do you find this tactic of mine? A beautiful figure appeared at Listen's side. It raised its hands, lightly shaking the bracelet on its wrist. This bracelet also contained a lot of pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flowers and produced a crisp colliding sound while being shaken. The pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower rotating in the air flew toward the woman's wrist and shrank as if it had found its home. It transformed into a pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower pendant that was the same as the other pendants. Elder Niu couldn't help but exclaim with indescribable shock in his voice, Fey weaponization. You're actually at Myth 3. Endless Summer ignored his exclamation and snapped its fingers before gently shouting, the law of enlightenment, the probing of willpower. As soon as Endless Summer said that, Elder Niu felt a kind of pain, like being pierced by a spike in his spiritual spatial zone. After this pang of pain, it returned to normal. Elder Niu found that there were no abnormalities in his body. At that moment, Endless Summer furrowed its eyebrows and said, I heard you talking so much about dogs, but it turns out you're just a servant. How ironic. Elder Niu's face turned red, but before he could speak, Endless Summer added, people value themselves, and all living things can be called humans. If you regard others as dogs, then you're truly a dog. Since you've sworn by the willpower rune, there's really no use of keeping you. Elder Niu had never thought the news that Listen had put out about the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce having a backer was true. Its backer was definitely not weak. Otherwise, given his pinnacle king class strength, he would not have ended up in a hopeless situation, unable to complete young Master Zheng's task. Elder Niu hurriedly said, I swore allegiance with the willpower rune to the family head of the Zheng family's third lineage, they. Before he could finish his words, Endless Summer snapped its fingers again. What I hate the most are dark-type feys. Such feys deserve to die. Especially this black tiger that likes to take out hearts to eat. The law of enlightenment, the mind is calm. Just as Endless Summer uttered the last word, Elder Niu, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the dark spirit-eyed tadpole fell into a state of dead silence, as if they had entered into an endless, long slumber. Then, Endless Summer moved its hand forward, clenched it tightly, and shouted, Bloom! The shooting spears of summer. The midsummer cage that had confined Elder Niu, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the dark spirit-eyed tadpole turned into 3 pink-purple petal spears in the blink of an eye. The moment the spears condensed, they penetrated through the heart. The pinnacle king class expert, Elder Niu, the Diamond X/Fantasy 4 dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the Diamond 8/Fantasy 2 dark spirit-eyed tadpole died due to these 3 shooting spears of summer without any struggles in their slumber. Fei Qiansheng was utterly shocked and felt a lot of sweat on his palms that made his palms all wet. Bai Chenju had also hinted for him to swear with the willpower rune as the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's protector. Although there were usually no restrictions in becoming one, and he wouldn't be like a servant where his life was in the hands of someone's thoughts, the allegiance oath from the willpower rune was different from the trade oath. The allegiance oath could only be done once in a lifetime. If he chose to become a protector to serve a faction or a person, it would be a lifetime thing. Even if the person he was protecting died or the faction was annihilated, the allegiance oath couldn't be taken a second time. Fei Qiansheng was now glad that he hadn't taken the allegiance oath to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce even though Bai Chenju had been hinting at him. If he had really done so, he would have died in the morning. This hunchbacked old man in front of him was an example. Endless Summer shook the pink-purple metal bell hanging on its bracelet. The corpses of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and the dark spirit-eye tadpole were collected into Endless Summer's pink-purple bell-shaped diamond fey storage, and it nodded in satisfaction. The shooting spears of summer had killed the two diamond/fantasy breed feys during their dormancy, so they managed to preserve their maximum integrity. Lin hurriedly bent down to Endless Summer to show his gratitude and said, "Thank you, Senior, for coming to the rescue." Endless Summer turned and looked at Lin before replying gently, "Young Master arranged for me to guard this place during this period. Just continue with your plans without worries." Upon hearing that, Lin no longer worried about his future safety. Since the Zheng family had sent a pinnacle king-class expert to kill him, it was the same as saying that the Zheng family had set its mind on killing him. As long as he was alive, the Zheng family wouldn't have the means to get what they wanted from him. The dangers he would face in the future would never end. Fei Qiansheng couldn't help but have an ecstatic expression on his face. His safety could be considered to be guaranteed with a suzerain/myth 3 that could use body weaponization. He was simply afraid of the feeling of experiencing life and death twice in a day. Fei Qiansheng suddenly felt that the battles of spirit chi professionals were simply too boring and that acting was more interesting. Endless Summer glanced at Fei Qiansheng with a trace of approval in its eyes. It flipped its hand, a willpower rune that contained blood was injected into the blood-toothed cricket. Fei Qiansheng felt this willpower rune, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. At that moment, the unusually gentle voice sounded next to his ears. "You did a good job just now. Sister Blood said to return your blood poison willpower based on the situation. I'll just give it to you directly now." Fei Qiansheng had been excited to the point of incoherence, almost choking up a little. He didn't feel anything when the blood-toothed cricket was a fantasy breed fey, but only after its demotion did he feel how desperate the feeling of powerlessness was. Fortunately, he had recovered the blood poison willpower. Even though the blood-toothed cricket needed a period of warm nourishment before it could return to its full strength, without this blood poison willpower, Fei Qiansheng wasn't really sure if he could comprehend a suitable willpower rune for the blood-toothed cricket in this lifetime. Chapter 416, I Want 50%. The sea surrounded Indigo Azure City on three sides, and it just so happened that the wind had picked up on this day. The waves rolled against the reefs on the shore, creating the sounds of raging waves. People who lived on the shore tend to be accustomed to this sound. When they slept with this sound, they slept more soundly. There was a luxuriously decorated mansion in the middle of Indigo Azure City. A middle-aged man with a sinister look in his eyes said enthusiastically, "Second young master, are my chess pieces carved from jade-textured ebony and jade-textured white sandalwood to your liking? If they are, I'll have someone send these Othello pieces to you when you go back." This so-called second young master was a slim youth in a creation master long robe. He was standing there, counting the rows of books on the shelves with his fingers. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man with sinister eyes, he said with a wave of his hand without looking back, "I never put jade-textured Othello chess pieces in my study. I only put completely jade-textured ones. Speaking of completely jade-textured Othello pieces, I do have 2 pots there. Third uncle, if you like them, I'll have someone send 1 pot over so that you can widen your horizons." The words of this youth wearing a creation master long robe caused the enthusiastic smile on the face of the sinister-eyed middle-aged man to pause and look embarrassed. Just as he wanted to speak, second young master said, "Third uncle, your third lineage has always been afraid to make a move on the offshore coast resources, afraid of being targeted by the Chu family and the Wei family, as well as the other lineages secretly causing trouble. I, Zheng Kaiwen, am lending my support to you in the main family, yet you didn't mention the percentage of the offshore coastal resources you want to share with me. Aren't you not taking me, Zheng Kaiwen, seriously with only a pot of jade-textured Othello pieces as your token of sincerity?" The sinister-eyed middle-aged man had an even more embarrassed look on his face. He hurriedly replied, "Second young master is willing to support the third lineage, so how can we forget about giving you resources? What does second young master think about the third lineage giving you 30% of proceeds from developing the offshore coastal resources?" Zheng Kaiwen summoned a small sable with 1 black and 1 white tail with a wave of his hand. When it was summoned, it saw the pot of Othello pieces made of jade-textured ebony and white sandalwood. It immediately became nimble and looked at its master with its watery eyes. As Zheng Kaiwen looked at his contracted little sable, a touch of tenderness appeared on his face. "Go on, Sen Luo. Eat more." With its master's consent, the little sable with 1 black and 1 white tail scurried straight into the pot containing the Othello pieces, nibbling the chess pieces with a snapping sound. Zhang Kaiwan gently stroked off a strand of sable hair that was on his sleeve. He looked up at the sinister-eyed middle-aged man and said, "Third uncle, my yin-yang sen luo sable is hungry. I can't control this little thing from eating. I think third uncle won't mind this little thing, right?" The sinister-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a smile, "It's a blessing of this pot of chess pieces that your fei loves to eat it." Zhang Kaiwan seemed to have completely forgotten that he was the one who had asked it to eat a little more earlier. He seemed a little sleepy and rubbed his temples before saying with a yawn, "I want 50%. Without giving the sinister-eyed middle-aged man a chance, he added, "The Radiance Creation Master Youth Conference will start next year. I'm tight. If third uncle is unwilling to give me 50%, the other three lineages should be very happy to do so." Upon hearing that, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly responded, "Second young master, why don't we talk it over again?" Zhang Kaiwan laughed lightly and answered, "Little Sen Luo, let's go. The chess pieces here are not something we should eat." The sinister-eyed middle-aged man immediately turned pale and said in a panic, "Second young master, 50% it will be." Zhang Kaiwan picked up the pitiful little sable that obviously hadn't yet eaten enough and yawned again. "I'm sleepy. Third uncle, why don't you come to my house tomorrow with your utmost sincerity?" After Zhang Kaiwan left, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man turned gloomy right away. He sat in his chair for a long time without uttering a word as he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. At that moment, he suddenly became startled before feeling shocked and worried. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice, and someone picked it up. When the sinister-eyed middle-aged man heard the voice that usually contained a hint of joy, the worry in his heart dissipated a lot. But after that, anger rushed forth, and he asked as he suppressed his emotions, "Where's Elder Niu?" The youth who received the call replied indifferently, "I arranged for Elder Niu to do something trivial." "Father, how did you persuade second young master to stand on our side?" The sinister-eyed middle-aged man could no longer suppress his monstrous anger. He erupted and scolded him, "A trivial matter? The allegiance oath between Elder Niu and me has broken, yet you still say it's a trivial matter? Then should I pretend that nothing happened when you die outside?" He poured his rage wildly over the phone, making the sinister-eyed youth fall into a state of dismay. Immediately after that, the sinister-eyed youth's face emerged with unconcealable shock as his hand holding the phone trembled. Elder Niu had sworn to his father with the willpower rune and become his father's servant, but his father now had said that Elder Niu's allegiance oath had been broken. Didn't this mean that Elder Niu had died? Elder Niu was a pinnacle king class expert with a Diamond X/Fantasy 4 dark-eyed scorpion tiger. How could someone with such strength have died silently? Elder Niu had only gone to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, a place where an insignificant person was holding on with an empty frame to kill that person. How could he have died? Before the sinister-eyed youth could make more guesses, he heard his father say in an angry voice over the phone, "Hurry up and get your ass back to Indigo Azure City. How did the third lineage produce such a useless thing like you?" As he spoke, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man felt his lungs were about to explode with anger. What on earth was the reason that he had unaccountably lost a pinnacle king-class expert? After hanging up the phone, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table in front of him, creating a loud bang. At that moment, an expert, who was even older than Elder Niu but had a straight back, walked in and said, "Master, why are you so angry?" When the sinister-eyed middle-aged man saw this old man, he hurriedly got up and replied, "Uncle Jiao, please go to the royal capital and help me bring back that unfilial son. I'd like to see what kind of trouble this unfilial son has caused there." After Lin Yuan got up in the morning and ate breakfast downstairs, he went back to his room and logged on to Star Web. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw that the two messages he had sent last night had both received a reply. However, his brows furrowed deeply when he opened one of the messages. Chapter 417, Lin Yuan is embarrassed. Lin Yuan frowned as he looked at the reply. "Freezing cold, 10 o'clock is fine. I'll be there. I need to see the bronze/epic lizard phase in this meeting. I also have some conditions that I need to state in advance." When Lin Yuan had sent the trade message, Freezing Cold was the King class expert with 2 main phase among the 2 King class experts. Freezing Cold had 3 willpower runes and 2 main phase, and it was considered a good allocation among the King class experts. Therefore, Lin Yuan had enhanced a bronze/epic lizard phase when he had asked him whether he had one. From the personal information that Freezing Cold had sent over, his 2 contracted phase were a Diamond 3/Fantasy 2 Bucktooth Terror Skink and a Diamond I/Fantasy 2 Swordtooth Lizard Dragon. In terms of strength, Freezing cold was inferior to fake Yunxiang. Still, his Diamond Eye/Fantasy 2 Sword-Tooth Lizard Dragon had completed the transformation from a lizard bloodline to a dragon bloodline and had a lot of potential. Lin Yuan, who showed an interest in Freezing Cold's potential, didn't have any available king-class experts under him, so he had met Freezing Cold's conditions in advance. Otherwise, given Freezing Cold's strength, he wasn't really qualified to propose such conditions. It was just like how the Pinnacle King-class experts squad that Lightning Sparrow King was in needed to gather resources and had spent a small amount of effort for a bronze/epic fey. As the saying went, one should have respect for the wise. Since Lin Yuan was ready to implement the white-clothed followers' plan, he wouldn't be stingy with resources for the capable. However, this plan was not easy to implement. The premise was that he needed absolute control. Lin Yuan had already drawn a question mark in his heart about this king-class expert named Freezing Cold. The white-clothed follower plan was to form the Sky City and sweep the swords in all directions. What all sharp weapons, like a sword, needed to do was to be obedient. Otherwise, no matter how sharp it would hurt him. However, Lin Yuan didn't directly exclude Freezing Cold as he intended to meet him before making a decision. It was still early now. Since Lin Yuan had nothing to do, he went to his store's fan club, ready to look through the chat records. After flipping through, he found that a night had passed. The members were still enthusiastically discussing the 30 flower brocade pearls that were auctioned as welfare. Thus, every member's bid would be seen by all the group members. Every time someone bid with new prices, they would be praised by the others in the groups and be called big brothers. Over time, other members would increase the bid again, together with the uproar from the braised egghead, the violent-tempered woman, the violent-tempered woman's daughter, the Buddha-tempered person, and Zhou Jiaxin. Lin Yuan found that the 30 flower brocade pearls auction, which was used as group welfare, had vaguely turned into a ranking competition for the big brothers in the group. He saw that the current highest bidder was a Class 4 Creation Master with a source-type item, 250 kilograms of the gold metal thorn aluminum ores, and 70 mid-grade strange flames. Lin Yuan looked at this offer and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. A resource like a source-type item was much more precious than flower brocade pearls. In other words, it was hard to exchange the flower brocade pearls for a source-type item. However, this Class 4 Creation Master was willing to take out a source-type item to exchange for flower brocade pearls now. This could really reflect a Creation Master's wealth and overbearingness. They wouldn't consider the price for something they wanted. The thorn aluminium ores was a kind of very dangerous metal that could hurt people if left alone. They would constantly release sharp metal sword flares that would hurt any surrounding objects. After injecting spiritual power into them, the metal sword flares released by the thorn aluminium ores would become even sharper and stronger within an expanded range. Lin Yuan had once thought of using these ores to fuse with the source sand, but he still chose the day and night spirit silver after weighing the matter. For Lin Yuan at that time, instead of strengthening his attacks, it was more important to strengthen his defense. The thorn aluminium ores were rarer than the day and night spirit silver, and the last time they had been auctioned in the rare life form pavilion was 8 months ago. After looking through the group chat records for a while, Lin Yuan found that someone had bid higher than this Class 4 Creation Master. Lin Yuan was very interested in the 250 kilograms of thorn aluminium ores. He couldn't help but think that even if this Class 4 Creation Master couldn't win the final bid, this Class 4 Creation Master should be willing if Lin Yuan exchanged the flower brocade pearls for the thorn aluminium ores with him. Lin Yuan now felt the huge benefits of the network of relations formed by his purchase with No Loss Store's fan club members to his own collection of spiritual materials. After feeling this huge benefit, he dismissed the intention of trading out over 100 flower brocade pearls in his hands with other factions. He understood through this group welfare auction the terrifying purchasing power of these big brothers in the group. There was still half a day before the end of the group welfare auction, but the bidding price of these 30 flower brocade pearls had already greatly exceeded the market price. As a result, rather than trading the remaining flower brocade pearls outside, he would auction them through group welfare. This was akin to deepening the toughness and flexibility of the network of relations within the group. Lin Yuan looked at the 10 flower brocade pearls that were on display in his store and could already imagine that they would stir up a reign of terror once tonight's display period was over. He went to check the price for the mid-grade strange flames and found that it had increased a lot compared to before. He blinked his eyes and couldn't help but think whether this was considered as leveraging the price of mid-grade strange flames. Lin Yuan went on the Star Web forum and searched about his fan club's welfare to see if it had spread as he thought it would. Once he checked it, Lin Yuan was embarrassed. The welfare of his fan club had spread out, but half of these posts he had checked were from lifestyle class spirit chi professionals scolding him. Chapter 418, The boss can't be Lin Yuan, right? The ones who needed the strange flames the most in the Radiance Federation were those lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. They verbally attacked the purchase with no law store owner for acquiring mid-grade strange flames without restraint using the blind trade method. This led to a price increase of mid-grade strange flames in the market, which seriously affected the daily consumption of lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. Their accusations made Lin Yuan a little aggrieved. I've only acquired more than 200 mid-grade strange flames. How big an impact could it have? Why do these lifestyle class spirit chi professionals hate me so much? What he didn't know was that some factions and creation masters had privately hoarded a lot of mid-grade strange flames in order to make a deal with him in the future in exchange for the flower brocade pearls. Of course, some factions that didn't need the flower brocade pearls took advantage of this situation and wanted to acquire a large amount of mid-grade strange flames, which were not considered abundant in the market. Then, they would raise the price of the mid-grade strange flames to take the chance to make a big profit. After looking at the time, Lin Yuan logged off StarWeb and went downstairs to find Lu Ji. He had already told Hu Chuan about the arrangements needed inside his private faction territory on StarWeb during the time Hu Chuan had been promoted to a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Hu Chuan was also working overtime to make it according to Lin Yuan's requests. Lin Yuan knew that he would be busy immediately after his private faction on StarWeb announced its function and started issuing fate letters. When he established the space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation after New Year's, he would still have to attend to the development in the Divine Wood Federation. Naturally, he wouldn't have the energy to manage these white-clothed followers. Lu Ji was his retainer knight, so he was obviously the most suitable to control these white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan had just come downstairs when he saw Lu Ji walking out of the training room. When Lu Ji saw Lin Yuan, he immediately walked up excitedly and said, "Lin Yuan, the genetic model of the bayonet beetle inscribed by my insect queen has evolved. It should now be renamed as the flesh-mincing blade insect." After saying that, Lu Ji circulated his spiritual energy and summoned the half-palm-sized insect queen in front of Lin Yuan. When it was summoned out, it was just the same when it had been in imminent danger. However, a small head suddenly popped out of this wriggling purple flesh cocoon. Upon seeing Lu Ji, this little thing revealed a surprised emotion on its face. A petite figure flew out of the purple flesh cocoon and hugged Lu Ji's neck. Lin Yuan didn't know until now that the insect queen was actually a fairy source-type life form after it had recovered from imminent danger. Fairy source-type life forms were those that were not animals, plants, or life forms. Most of them had a human-like appearance. Lu Ji's insect queen had been hugging Lu Ji's neck since it came out. It looked especially shy and dependent on him, and Lu Ji lovingly rubbed the insect queen with his cheek. At that moment, two words flashed in Lin Yuan's mind: father-daughter love. Lu Ji was not raising a source-type life form. He was simply raising a daughter. Then, Lu Ji said to the petite insect queen, "Elegance, produce a flesh-mincing blade insect." Lu Ji's fairy-like insect queen, Elegance, transformed into a purple stream of light and returned to the purple flesh cocoon. Then the purple flesh cocoon landed on the ground and immediately turned into an insect base. Its body size swelled 3 meters outward, and many sac-like ducts unique to insect species Fey were inserted into the body. The moment the insect queen transformed, a beetle with a protruding shell and 8 long, sharp legs was produced by this huge insect base and appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was quite surprised after carefully examining the flesh-mincing beetle produced by Lu Ji's insect queen. This source-type life form, the cocoon of evolution, was actually so powerful. It had allowed an insect species Fey with a relatively simple genetic model to be so greatly strengthened. The bayonet beetle's attack method was to use the sharp horns on its head to make stabbing attacks and use its 8 legs for assisted attacks. On the other hand, the flesh-mincing beetle, which the bayonet beetle had turned into after being enhanced by the cocoon of evolution, had weakened horns. Although its head was weakened, its body's protruding armor was sharp on every side and played the same role as its horns. While moving rapidly, the 8 sharp bone-scraping-like legs could quickly cut the skin of Feys and churn the flesh into mush. Although the flesh-mincing blade insect and bayonet beetle's static method hadn't changed, a flesh-mincing blade insect could completely single out 3 bayonet beetles of the same size. Such a change was the process of Lu Ji's sea of insects having a qualitative to quantitative change. Coupled with the insect queen's exclusive skills, swarm frenzy, and explosive recycling, Lu Ji had increased his strength to another level just by having another ability. Lin Yuan, who was very happy about Lu Ji's strength increase, said with a smile, congratulations to Big Brother Lu on your new sea of insects. Lin Yuan could feel that the current Lu Ji was significantly more confident than before. It was now the time to meet with those two king-class experts, so Lin Yuan said, Big Brother Lu, let's log on to Star Web together and meet at the entrance of a Star Web store called Purchase with No Loss. When Lu Ji heard Lin Yuan say that, he was a little confused. Was Lin Yuan asking him to buy something together? Even if Lu Ji didn't go onto forums, he had heard of the Purchase with No Loss Fey store's explosive popularity. It was a premium store with a mysterious boss and only sold premium items. Despite feeling doubtful, Lu Ji naturally wouldn't refuse Lin Yuan's request, so he replied with a nod, okay. I'll go back to my room now and log on to Star Web. Hu Chuan had recently stopped staying up late, so he used the daytime to make various objects. When he saw Lin Yuan going to do something on Star Web with Lu Ji, he said, wear the masks I made for the two of you before going out. Boys should protect themselves outside. When Lin Yuan heard Hu Quan's words, he felt that Uncle Hu was a little strange, as if he had a hidden, unknown story behind him. Why did boys have to protect themselves? Wasn't it always the girls who had to protect themselves? When Lu Ji heard Hu Chuan mention that strange yet light mask, he couldn't help but say, Uncle Hu, aren't we wearing the mask you made only when we go out on behalf of the faction? Wouldn't it look strange to wear it for shopping at the Star Web store? Before Hu Chuan could reply, Lin Yuan smiled brightly at Lu Ji and revealed his small white teeth before saying, Big Brother Lu, we really have to wear them this time. Lu Ji suddenly became solemn upon learning that Lin Yuan wanted him to go to Star Web to do something related to the private faction. All of a sudden, Lu Ji recalled the rumors on Star Web, saying that the owner of the Purchase with No Loss store was a young man who was not very old. Lu Ji couldn't help but have some doubts. This person wouldn't be Lin Yuan, right? Chapter 419, What a Scumbag! Lu Ji returned to the room one step ahead of Lin Yuan. Just when Lin Yuan was also ready to return to his room, Hu Chuan said, I really don't know how you came up with these ideas. Other people who get their hands on this completely jade-textured Phoebe Jennies are afraid of even wasting it slightly. And yet, you made me extract out each thread of the crystallized golden silk in the Phoebe Jennies for you. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head and asked Hu Chuan, Uncle Hu, are there any difficulties in extracting the gold threads from the completely jade-textured Phoebe Jennies? Hu Chuan chuckled and answered, if I didn't have this fantasy breed wood-weaving house centipede, I really couldn't have managed these crystallized gold threads. Even if I was able to separate these crystallized golden threads from the completely jade-textured Phoebe Jennies, I wouldn't have been able to do it so completely like this. However, this batch of completely jade-textured Phoebe Jennies that you gave me was really quite a lot. It'll take at least 13 or 14 days to extract all the crystallized golden threads in it. Hu Chuan rolled his eyes and said with a grin, why don't you tell Wen Yu to let me stay up late during this period? Also, don't let Lu Ji make pork liver soup for me again. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied without even thinking about it, Uncle Hu, there's no rush. Get it done during the day. Even if I tell Wen Yu about you staying up late, it doesn't count. Lin Yuan also objected to Hu Chuan staying up all night. More than Hu Quan's creativity as a Class 5 spirit craftsman, Lin Yuan would prefer Hu Chuan to be able to create in a healthy state, instead of staying up late and affecting his health to rush his work. Lin Yuan had never treated Hu Chuan as a toolman or wanted to make use of his labor at any time. When Hu Quan's image was pieced together on the feature wall behind him, he was already a part of the mansion. When Hu Chuan saw that his idea didn't work, he said, okay. I'm going to get to work. Go back to your room quickly. Don't let Lu Ji wait too long. Lin Yuan now knew what it meant by throwing something away after using it. No, I should say that I was thrown away without even being used. What a scumbag! When Lin Yuan logged onto Star Web this time, he had put on the mask with the majestic Sky City pattern that Hu Chuan had created with the completely jade-textured silk threads on his face in advance. When Lin Yuan arrived at the Purchase with No Loss store entrance, he happened to see an acquaintance. He saw the violent-tempered woman and greeted her. Only when Lin Yuan took the initiative to say hello to her did she then recognize him. It had to be said that Lin Yuan really looked a bit mature with just his mouth and chin showing from wearing Hu Quan's mask. When the violent-tempered woman saw Lin Yuan, she hurriedly said, Sir, why has the store recently stopped selling silver usnias and elite spirit siphon goldfish? Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, it only stopped yesterday, and it's uncertain until when it will be. If you need silver usnias, you can just send me a message directly. Lin Yuan cherished the people he knew when he was weak. Upon hearing that, the violent-tempered woman hurriedly waved her hand and replied, "Sir, there's no need to trouble you. I don't know how many benefits I've gotten just from your fan club alone." She was very grateful to Lin Yuan. While Lin Yuan had helped heal her daughter's phase-damaged roots, he had also helped to promote its quality, which was simply a great kindness. During this period, the violent-tempered woman had met a lot of bigwigs in the Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club. By listening to the information that these bigwigs shared during the chat, the violent-tempered woman had exchanged several spiritual materials, allowing her to earn lots of radiance dollars. The amount of radiance dollars she had earned in this month was more than what she usually earned in 2 years of hard work in receiving missions in the Guild Alliance. Lin Yuan wanted to invite the violent-tempered woman into the store to sit for a while. Just as he was about to do so, she said, "Sir, continue with what you're doing. My roasted chicken is particularly delicious. I'll send you a roasted chicken." After the violent-tempered woman left Lin Yuan's Purchase with No Loss store, she kept posting in the store's fan club as usual, but she accidentally leaked something. "Violent-tempered woman, I saw the group admin of the Star Web store at the entrance. He seems to be ready to enter the store and do something." The information that the violent-tempered woman posted made many bigwigs' eyes light up. The admin had always been mysterious. After she and the others had entered the group, they had only seen him auction 30 flower brocade pearls through group welfare in the fan club. They had never seen him say other superfluous words and usually couldn't even contact him. This was because this mysterious group admin was so aloof that he simply didn't reply to any messages. Now that they heard the group admin had shown up at the store, many bigwigs who saw the violent-tempered woman's post took action. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance for less than a few minutes before he saw Lu Ji walking over wearing Hu Quan's mask. Lu Ji usually wore the Radiance 100 sequence battlesuit on Star Web that the Radiance Sacred Hall specially made for the members. However, he changed that and wore a red gold half-body armor. Lu Ji looked unusually valiant with a mask that only showed his knife-sharp chin. Lu Ji saw Lin Yuan. The latter was standing at the store entrance and opening the door to the closed Star Web store. Upon seeing that, Lu Ji knew that he had really guessed right previously. Lin Yuan was the Purchase with No Loss store's mysterious owner. After Lin Yuan and Lu Ji met, they entered the store. Lin Yuan's Purchase with No Loss store was not placed with shelves. Since Lin Yuan had recently taken down the silver usnias and elite spirit siphon goldfish, the Purchase with No Loss store was empty. In addition, the long table that Star Web had sent when Lin Yuan opened the store was still placed inside. This made the Purchase with No Loss Fey store look like a restaurant with only one table rather than a store selling feys and spiritual materials. Lin Yuan had arranged to meet Lu Ji half an hour earlier, which was 9:30, at the store. However, in less than 5 minutes after they sat down, they saw a slim man walk in. When Lin Yuan saw this skinny guy, he asked, "Are you Zhou Luo?" The information of the 2 king-class experts that Lin Yuan had previously received all had their looks. Thus, Lin Yuan had already recognized Zhou Luo as the king-class expert who had 3 willpower runes but whose main fey was extremely weak. Chapter 420, Are You Worthy? Once Zhou Luo heard this youth with a strange mask in the store call out his name, he was finally sure that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. He was surprised to look at the furnishings around the store and was somewhat in disbelief that this legendary Purchase with No Loss Fey store didn't have any feys or spiritual materials but only an ordinary table. Zhou Luo hurriedly said, "My name is Zhou Luo. Can my main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana, reach your standard?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan flipped his hands and summoned a chair that was the same as the one Lin Yuan was sitting on. Both were gifted by Star Web when he had opened his store. At that moment, Zhou Luo heard one of the youths with a strange mask say, "Take a seat first. There'll be someone in a while. We'll talk when everyone is here." Zhou Luo sat down on the chair and secretly sized up the 2 masked youths sitting not far from him. Based on the masks alone, he could tell that the man in the white and blue long robe was obviously of a higher status than the man in the red and gold half-body armor. The former should be the Purchase with No Loss store's owner. At the same time, Zhou Luo felt dejected. His Iron Bone Iguana was just a Platinum 9/Fantasy I Fey. It was hard to say who would win if it fought with those Diamond 4 or Diamond V Feys in terms of strength. Did such strength really have a chance to fight for a future? At that moment, the most beautiful future that Zhou Luo dreamed of was to be able to get 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced from the scorching elemental shellfish so that his main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana, could mutate the huge sarcoma on its neck into a second head. Just as Zhou Luo was letting his imagination run wild, Lin Yuan had set up entry access to his purchase with no loss store where only freezing cold could enter later. The setting of the entry access was the privilege of a private store owner on Star Web. Of course, except for stores like Lin Yuan's store that were not worried about having buyers at all, other stores might not even use this privilege once in their lifetime. Time flew by, and half an hour passed quickly. Lin Yuan's eyebrows slowly frowned. The time had come to the appointed 10 o'clock, but freezing cold didn't appear during this appointed timing. After another 5 minutes, just as Lin Yuan was ready to remove freezing cold's access from entering the door, a tall and strong man walked in. He was freezing cold. He scanned the room and walked to Lin Yuan before saying carefree, "I was watching the competition video in the Star Web video library, so I was 5 minutes late." When Lin Yuan heard freezing cold's careless tone, his brow furrowed even more tightly. He changed the question mark on freezing cold into a cross in his heart. His careless attitude showed that he didn't take this meeting seriously at all. Not only did it show his contempt toward Lin Yuan's faction, but it also showed that freezing cold was not a punctual person. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Lin Yuan heard freezing cold speak again. "You don't have as much good stuff inside this little store as others have told me. I would like you to show me first. If it doesn't meet my expectations, it's not worthwhile wasting time with you here." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's furrowed eyebrows relaxed, but he no longer placed his gaze on freezing cold. Lin Yuan asked with a tone no different from usual, "Did you come to me intending to exchange this bronze/epic fey for your allegiance?" Freezing cold shook his head and replied, "Allegiance? What kind of allegiance? The allegiance oath is definitely impossible, but I can complete missions according to your orders. After completing a certain amount of missions, I'll exchange for this bronze/epic lizard fey. If your mission is harder to complete, I can also find more king-class experts to help you complete it, but you'll need to pay for that. Of course, if you're willing to give me this bronze/epic lizard fey first, I can take 10% less for each mission's payment." Just as freezing cold finished speaking, a low voice echoed. "Give you the bronze/epic fey first? Are you worthy?" Lu Ji, who was clad in red and gold half-armor, had stood up. Based on what Lin Yuan had just told him, Lu Ji knew that the purpose of coming to the Star Web store this time was to recruit king-class experts and let them become Sky City's white-clothed followers. Essentially, Lin Yuan planned to start expanding Sky City's martial force, and he had also said that he would provide bronze/epic feys to the newly recruited white-clothed followers. This was akin to saying that Lin Yuan was going to make a considerable investment into each white-clothed follower. Probably few people would understand Lin Yuan's wealth and overbearingness clearly more than Lu Ji, who had been with him since the earliest days. However, this tall and strong man in front was talking big and wanted to obtain the bronze/epic feys first, yet he was unwilling to pledge allegiance. He was simply too greedy. If Lin Yuan took out the bronze/epic fey, he could hire a pinnacle king-class expert squad to go on a mission. Rather than hiring such a king-class expert without a sense of time to do multiple missions, it was still better to hire a king-class expert squad. Freezing cold showed a dissatisfied look on his face. "This is just a Star Web store. If I hadn't heard from someone before that you've sold any species of bronze/epic feys in this store, I wouldn't have thought of coming to your place to do odd jobs. Your Star Web store is still far from our huge axe mercenaries." Lu Ji's face became even gloomier. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was not angry but just a little dumbfounded. Lin Yuan had always been used to treating other factions as leaks and would always harvest them like crazy with the items produced in his spirit lock spatial zone. But this time, a king-class expert, who obviously had a faction that he had pledged allegiance to, wanted to come to his purchase with no loss store to take up missions to reap the benefits for himself. Freezing cold wanted to reap his leaks and also earn the price difference as a broker. Speaking of the huge axe mercenaries, Lin Yuan had learned about all the factions from Wen Yu, but there was really no such name. Lin Yuan glanced at Lu Ji and asked, "Big brother Lu, have you heard of the huge axe mercenaries?" Lu Ji shook his head and looked at freezing cold with an even gloomier gaze. Chapter 421, Huge Axe Mercenaries. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the man, who had come in first and sat on the chair, before asking, "Zhou Luo, have you heard of the huge axe mercenaries?" Zhou Luo had always felt that he didn't have the slightest sense of existence, but he didn't expect to be called by the youth with the strange mask now. He quickly answered, "Of course, I've heard of the huge axe mercenaries. It's a very powerful faction with 11 king-class experts, the strongest of which is said to be just a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king-class expert." Lin Yuan nodded at his words. From the number and strength of the king-class experts, the huge axe mercenaries should be considered a veteran and rising faction. Just by hearing the word mercenaries, it was clear that the role of this rising faction was to be hired to complete missions and obtain supplies. It was a rising faction that relied on martial force. It was now almost New Year's and in time for the Radiance Federation's tournament season. The huge axe mercenaries probably could not receive any missions now, so freezing cold had begun to come out to do odd jobs as a member. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel that what Zhou Luo had said earlier about the strongest expert in the huge axe mercenaries being a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king class expert was interesting. The pinnacle king class didn't refer to a specific rank, but all king class experts who had Diamond 8/Fantasy 3 phase and above could be called pinnacle king class experts. Therefore, this introduction of being a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king class expert was somewhat confusing. The huge axe mercenaries were probably introducing themselves to the outside world, hoping to take on more missions. Such mercenary factions that gathered king-class experts had very fierce competition because they let their strength speak for them, so it was obvious at a glance which faction had better business. Just as Zhou Luo had just finished speaking, he didn't expect to be immediately targeted by the tall and strong man beside him. A few days ago, my big brother became a pinnacle king-class expert. What do you mean by being a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king-class expert? Zhou Luo was rendered speechless. I'm not a member of the huge axe mercenaries. Who would keep an eye on the latest news of the huge axe mercenaries all the time? What has it got to do with me whether your huge axe mercenaries have any pinnacle king class experts? Lin Yuan looked at Freezing Cold, who was standing there, obviously a bit angry, and said, since you can't give me your allegiance, I can't give you a future either. You don't need to waste your time. When Freezing Cold heard that, his expression stiffened, and he immediately became reluctant. My time is also worthless. It doesn't matter if I waste it. I guess he's also a king class expert that you invited. I'd like to see if I'm unsuitable, or he's unsuitable. You're running a store. You can't drive people away, right? Zhou Luo, who was sitting on the chair, felt a little puzzled. Why is this strong man targeting me once again? Oh my god! This strong man doesn't have any improper thoughts about me, does he? Lu Ji's fists had clenched up, and he glanced at Lin Yuan. His eyes were conveying the message, I'll blast him out if you agree. Lin Yuan shook his head at Lu Ji and then replied indifferently to Freezing Cold, you can stay as long as you want. Your entry access is open, so you can leave anytime you get tired of staying. Lin Yuan thought, I won't drive anyone away from my store. However, I'll set the entry access and block all the customers outside without allowing them to come in. After saying that, Lin Yuan would not spend any more energy on Freezing Cold, who was standing at the side. Since Freezing Cold couldn't become a member of the white-clothed followers, Lin Yuan did not need to put effort into Freezing Cold. Lin Yuan said to Zhou Luo, who was sitting on the stool, you've heard what we said just now. If I can pour resources into you so that you grow quickly, would you be willing to offer your allegiance to me? Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo nodded without hesitation. He had heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and Freezing Cold, so he naturally knew that offering his allegiance meant swearing with the willpower rune and issuing an allegiance oath. Only through this way could he most directly express his allegiance and let the other party pour resources into him without worrying. Although what one gave might not necessarily be proportional to what one received, there would certainly be no returns without giving something. Zhou Luo understood this principle. Given the current situation, if he could find a faction to rely on, he wouldn't have to suffer any more. However, Zhou Luo didn't know how much resources this masked youth in front of him would pour into him in the future. In fact, he wasn't the most worried about much he could get after his allegiance, but whether the youth wearing a strange mask would accept his allegiance. Zhou Luo was still not confident about the strength of his main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana. He took a deep breath and said with some apprehension, do you think I meet the requirements with my strength? Zhou Luo clearly understood that he never had the qualifications to be picky when he wanted to join a faction. He could only quietly wait for others to pick him. Lin Yuan didn't care about the weakness of Zhou Luo's main fey, which he remembered was a Platinum 9/Fantasy I defense type Iron Bone Iguana. The only thing that Zhou Luo had written in his information was that this Platinum 9/Fantasy I Iron Bone Iguana had a mutation at its neck that would affect some body movements, thus affecting its strength to a certain extent. Since Zhou Luo was right in front of him, Lin Yuan also wanted to see what exactly had gone wrong with his Iron Bone Iguana. If the strength of Zhou Luo's main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana, was seriously affected by the mutation at the neck, Zhou Luo would be a burden to Lin Yuan. After all, Zhou Luo's main fei was already weak, and the mutation affected it at its neck, so it was hard for him to get the resources to nurture a new fei. In this case, even if Lin Yuan gave Zhou Luo a bronze/epic fei, Zhou Luo would still need Lin Yuan's investment if he wanted to become stronger. Lin Yuan would not do such a losing deal. He said, "Summon your main fei out for me to see." Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo clearly hesitated for a moment. Then he took a deep breath, channeled his spiritual energy, and summoned the iron bone iguana. The moment Zhou Luo summoned his iron bone iguana, Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed on its neck. It wasn't that he deliberately stared at its neck. Rather, the sarcoma was too obvious, as it was 1/4 of its head. This made Lin Yuan suddenly think of a dish potatoes in a pressure cooker. Chapter 422, I'm willing. After the iron bone iguana was summoned, it seemed to have felt uncomfortable with its neck and started to habitually shake its neck. Since the huge bump grew on the right side of the neck, it was clearly a considerable burden for it. This situation made the iron bone iguana, a defense-type fei, unable to quickly respond to attacks on the right side of its body when defending. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the iron bone iguana's attributes. Fei name, iron bone iguana. Fei species, iguanidae/huge iguana. Fei grade, platinum, 9/10. Fei type, earth. Fei quality, fantasy I. Lin Yuan found that there was nothing wrong with the iron bone iguana's basic attributes. However, his pupils shrank when he saw the true data about the cause of the mutation at the neck of the iron bone iguana. It could be said that this iron bone iguana was giving itself a ladder toward the peak through mutation. But as the iron bone iguana's contractor, Zhou Luo was not in a position to send it to the bottom of the mountain peak and let it climb against the mountain peak. As for the pure fire element energy needed to make this iron bone iguana undergo metamorphosis, as stated in True Data, Lin Yuan had a lot. The scorching elemental shellfish in Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would produce an elemental pearl containing pure fire element energy every few minutes. However, the main flower of the Heaven and Earth Fei, the Twin Red Pagoda, was not as powerful as the floating island whale at the absorption of the fire element energy. The speed of the elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish was faster than that of the absorption by the Twin Red Pagoda's main flower. So every once in a while, Lin Yuan had to collect these elemental pearls that contained pure fire element energy, and he had collected nearly 500 of them. These elemental pearls were also considered to be his rarer resource reserves at present. At this time, Lin Yuan heard a peal of loud and unrestrained laughter. He saw Freezing Cold pointing at the iron bone iguana with a disdainful face and said, "I didn't expect you to have an affinity toward lizard species feys like me. However, this deformed lizard of yours is too weak. My fei can bite it to death with just one bite." After saying that, Freezing Cold circulated his spiritual energy and summoned his 2 lizard species main feys. Zhou Luo's iron bone iguana was 7 meters long because it was a huge iguana genus. However, in front of the 2 feys that Freezing Cold summoned, the iron bone iguana instantly became very tiny. Although the buck-toothed terror skink's body length was also 7 meters, it looked very strong. Its bulging muscles and mouth full of sharp teeth were enough to show its valiant attack power. Even though the other sword-tooth lizard dragon's grade and quality were inferior to the buck-toothed terror skink, the sword-tooth lizard dragon was nearly 12 meters long and had an intimidating aura unique to a dragon species fei. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check these 2 lizard species fei's attributes. Fei name, buck-toothed terror skink. Fei species, tyrant lizard/toothed lizard. Fei grade, diamond, 3/10. Fei type, metal. Fei quality, fantasy 2. Fei name, sword-tooth lizard dragon. Fei species, sword dragon/toothed lizard. Fei grade, diamond, 1/10. Fei type, earth/metal. Fei quality, fantasy 2. When Lin Yuan was done checking the attributes of the 2 lizard species feys that Freezing Cold had summoned, he felt that this diamond I/fantasy 2 sword-tooth lizard dragon was really good. It had a very high degree of dragon species bloodline stimulation. If it was lucky enough to become a myth breed in the future, it could probably advance into a true ancient dragon species. Freezing Cold saw Lin Yuan looking at his summoned feys and immediately withdrew them back. Then he also gave Lin Yuan a somewhat cautious look. If one summoned feys that were gold and above in other people's star web stores without the store owner's permission, one would be subjected to punishment if the store owner reported it. The lightest punishment would be to have one star web account banned for 2 days, while the more serious ones would be for a month. Freezing Cold didn't want to bear such punishments. He had summoned his 2 feys mainly to taunt Zhou Luo's main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana. When Freezing Cold saw that Lin Yuan had no intention of reporting him, he continued to mockingly glance at the Iron Bone Iguana on the ground. He scanned the bulging sarcoma on its neck twice before he contemptuously glanced at Zhou Luo and whistled. At that moment, Lu Ji, who was sitting next to Lin Yuan, admired Lin Yuan's magnanimity. Even though there had been no news of him for 3 years, and he had been used to seeing the change of human emotions and had humbly felt this real world, he still couldn't control his temper. However, Lin Yuan had a calm expression, as if he didn't care about Freezing Cold's rudeness and rashness. Zhou Luo was taunted, and his expression turned livid. This undisguised contempt only made Zhou Luo feel a hard stabbing pain inside. However, he didn't fight back with words but glanced at Lin Yuan and said firmly, "If you can really give me a future so that I have a chance to become stronger, I'm willing to swear with the willpower rune and issue a servant oath." As Zhou Luo said these words, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Should he ask if he could get 5 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish? But when he thought of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, which the retainer knight of the class 4 creation master, Master Duan Li, had said before that even Master Duan Li couldn't get, he forcibly held back the hope and request of getting the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. When Freezing Cold, who had still wanted to taunt Zhou Luo, heard Zhou Luo's words, he subconsciously froze. There were 3 kinds of allegiance oaths: protector oath, retainer oath, and servant oath. Generally, when king class experts swore by a willpower rune and issued an allegiance oath, most of them sign a protector oath, while few would sign retainer oaths. Very few of them were willing to sign a servant oath with a willpower rune and put their entire life on a faction or a certain person. Although a person could only issue an allegiance oath once in their life, due to the different types of allegiance oaths issued, the status and degree of freedom in the faction to which one was loyal were completely different. Chapter 423, I'll solve it for you. Freezing Cold didn't think that Zhou Luo was really crazy. King class experts at the bottom were exceptionally shrewd because it was hard for them to obtain resources. Freezing Cold stared at the 2 masked youths for a moment and carefully looked at the empty Star Web store. He couldn't help but suspect that the Star Web store that his huge axe mercenaries comrades had introduced to him to try his luck and see if he could get high-quality bronze feys by doing odd jobs had a deep background. When Freezing Cold usually logged onto Star Web, he would spend half of the time on the Celestial Stairway duels and the other half in the Celestial Stairway video library, watching the duel videos. He rarely visited the Star Web forum and never paid attention to some Star Web store's gossip. At that moment, Freezing Cold felt that after returning to the huge axe mercenaries, he had to ask his comrades what this Star Web store was all about. However, he still thought that maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe he should poke and prod a little. Lin Yuan was a little surprised to hear Zhou Luo's words. Zhou Luo actually didn't directly make a request. Instead, he only said that he would be willing to issue the servant oath if he could help him become stronger. Although Zhou Luo did not say it, Lin Yuan understood that before Zhou Luo would swear to himself with the willpower rune, he had to show what he could give to Zhou Luo. Just as Lin Yuan was about to give Zhou Luo a promise, Freezing Cold said, "Even if things don't work out for me, you should take out the bronze/epic lizard species phase that I requested before and let me take a look." Hearing Freezing Cold talk about the bronze/epic lizard species phase, Zhou Luo widened his eyes at once, and his breathing became heavier. Lin Yuan ignored Freezing Cold's words. Instead, he looked at Zhou Luo and asked, "Your affinity is also toward lizard species phase, right?" Zhou Luo nodded at his words. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned a lizard with a body length of nearly 4 meters and 3 huge bone plates on its body. Its huge dark purple bone plate was pointed up. Spirit snake-like black energy was swimming above the huge bone plate like a drawing board. This lizard fey's sharp teeth were like the venomous teeth of a snake fey. However, when the lizard was summoned and erected its 3 huge bone plates and roared, its sharp teeth instantly ejected, and the fine hollow sharp teeth wrapped around its lower jaw. Although the roar was the hissing sound of lizard phase, it was sharper and had the unique intimidation of dragon species phase. The moment Zhou Luo saw this lizard fey, he felt his brain rapidly filled with blood, making him a little dizzy. Such an incredible lizard fey that had awakened its dragon species bloodline at Bronze/Legend was legendary and rare. He was actually lucky to see such a fey in this life. Based on the youth wearing the strange mask, it seemed that he was going to give this fey to himself. Lin Yuan found that after he summoned the dark snake dragon lizard, Zhou Luo's eyes never left it. He knew that Zhou Luo liked this lizard species fey, so he said, "This dark snake dragon lizard is considered a little superior. Its exclusive skill, darkened body, can effectively help it resist physical damage and increase its movement speed. At the same time, it gives some enhancements to its dark type abilities. Since you've chosen to serve me, this dark snake dragon lizard is the future that I'll give you." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhou Luo's heart pounded even more violently. Extreme excitement and ecstasy surged to his heart. Although he had guessed it before, he still felt a bit in disbelief now. This young man wearing a strange mask had actually given such a superior bronze/epic fey after he decided to pledge his allegiance. It was simply a great deal. When Freezing Cold saw this dark snake dragon lizard, he felt that he had managed to give up a small goal and had lost 100 million. He had actually given a superior fey like the dark snake dragon lizard, just like that, to this king-class expert, whose main fey was so pitifully weak and deformed. Freezing Cold felt that such behavior was simply a defeat. If this dark snake dragon lizard was given to him, he would be qualified to try his luck at ascending Dragon City's long family with 2 dragon species feys. At the same time, he could be sure that he had underestimated this Star Web Store's background. Zhou Luo had slowly calmed down from his excitement and hurriedly stood up from the stool before he respectfully said to Lin Yuan, "Master, Zhou Luo is at your disposal from now on." When Lin Yuan heard Zhou Luo's words, the corners of his mouth under the strange mask curved up. "Come over right away to the royal capital according to the address I sent you. After you swear with the willpower rune, you can also take this dark snake dragon lizard and nurture it early." As Zhou Luo was about to thank him, Lin Yuan added, "The sarcoma on your iron bone iguana's neck is mutating in a good direction. It just needs extremely pure fire element energy to prompt the completion of its mutation. When you come to the royal capital, I can solve it for you." Zhou Luo's body trembled from the pleasant surprise. At this time, he was far more surprised than he was when he knew he was going to get the dark snake dragon lizard. Zhou Luo could be said to have lived with the iron bone iguana since a young age. In order to survive, it was unknown how many times they had experienced life and death together. Zhou Luo didn't have other feys, so he had poured all his feelings into the iron bone iguana. It could be said that the iron bone iguana was akin to his life. Zhou Luo's face was red with excitement, and his lips were trembling a little as he said, "Master, you have heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls." Zhou Luo was also bewildered. Master Duan Li had discovered the iron bone iguana's mutation only after some examination. However, that young man wearing a strange mask had seen right through the real reason for the sarcoma on the iron bone iguana's neck with a single glance. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard Zhou Luo talk about the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Then he remembered what Gao Feng had said before. After the elemental shellfish were induced to mutate, the elemental pearls they produced were divided into several grades depending on the purity of the aura absorbed. The heavenly maiden grade was the highest grade of the elemental pearls. Since the elemental pearls in his hands absorbed the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, it could be said that the purity was almost 100%. The heavenly maiden grade was also a supreme existence. Lin Yuan had previously thought that Zhou Luo did not know the cause of the sarcoma on the iron bone iguana's neck, but he did not expect Zhou Luo to know about it very well. "Yes, I've some heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that contain fire element energy produced by the scorching elemental shellfish." Chapter 424, Being Surrounded by Bigwigs. When Freezing Cold saw that the purchase with no loss store owner gave the dark snake dragon lizard to Zhou Luo, he couldn't help but sigh that the store was not simple. After all, who knew if the store owner had this bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard by chance before? However, the concentration of spirit chi needed for the formation of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls could only be achieved by class 4 creation masters and above. This also meant that this 1-star Star Web store must have at least a class 4 creation master behind it. What shocked Freezing Cold was that the purchase with no loss store owner was actually willing to save this deformed lizard with such a rare heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl. He always had deep feelings for the huge axe mercenaries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to issue an allegiance oath to them. However, he couldn't help but think if he hadn't issued an allegiance oath to the huge axe mercenaries with a willpower rune, would all the good stuff be his now? At that moment, Lin Yuan's first recruitment of white-clothed followers was also considered to have ended. He had only recruited Zhou Luo this time, and Zhou Luo's strength was still very weak. However, after his iron bone iguana absorbed the pure fire element energy from the elemental pearls to complete its mutation, it would get a huge boost. When the sarcoma on its neck completely mutated and grew a new head, Zhou Luo could completely rely on the resources earned by the iron bone iguana to raise the dark snake dragon lizard without having Lin Yuan worry anymore. Lin Yuan turned and said to Lu Ji, "Big brother Lu, Zhou Luo will be the first warrior under you from now on." Upon hearing that, Lu Ji replied solemnly, "Leave it to me." During this period, it could be said that Lu Ji had been watching everyone in the mansion and was constantly busy with Sky City, but only he had nothing to do. He could now finally take up the responsibility to do his part for Sky City and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to freezing cold and said, "We're leaving. Do you still want to stroll around in this store?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan opened the entry access of his Star Web store. Just as freezing cold was a little embarrassed and wanted to speak, he noticed that a lot of people suddenly came into the store, and he knew two of them. These two people were the true bigwigs. Lin Yuan didn't expect that when he opened the entry access, over 30 people would come in at once. Among these 30 people, he found that almost all of them were from the fan club. He immediately knew that the violent-tempered woman should have told the fan club she had seen him in front of the store. Lin Yuan lurked as much as possible in his purchase with No Loss Store's fan club, but he didn't expect over 30 bigwigs would come into his Star Web store. Zhou Luo, who was caught in surprise and excitement, was ready to log off Star Web and go to the royal capital as agreed. Unexpectedly, when he recovered from the pleasant surprise, he was a little confused at the sudden appearance of so many people. Had he lost his memory from being too pleasantly surprised? At that moment, Zhou Luo heard a kind voice. "I can't believe I saw you again after a day, kid." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Luo turned. He was first surprised before he hurriedly gave a salute and replied, "Master Duan Li, I didn't expect to meet you here." The old woman, who was called Master Duan Li, also looked at Zhou Luo with some surprise. She seemed to be guessing why Zhou Luo would appear in this purchase with No Loss store. She had found Zhou Luo's presence when she entered the store. Did he have any connections with this store? Immediately after that, Master Duan Li dismissed this thought. If Zhou Luo really had connections with this Star Web store, his main fei wouldn't be such an iron bone iguana. Zhou Luo felt goosebumps as Master Duan Li sized him up. When did he deserve to have an intermediate class 4 creation master spending so many thoughts on him? Zhou Luo hurriedly found a topic and said, "Thank you, Master Duan Li, for letting your retainer knight give me some advice." Master Duan Li kindly patted Zhou Luo's shoulder and replied, "Your fei affinity is toward lizard species feys, and most of them are better at attacking. You might as well find and contract a bronze/flawless power offense type lizard species fei first and nurture more new feys later on when you have resources." Zhou Luo glanced at Master Duan Li gratefully. He knew that she wanted to tell him to stop nurturing his iron bone iguana. As long as it didn't complete its mutation, not only would it not have the slightest potential, but it would also affect its combat power. However, since the iron bone iguana's mutation had been resolved, Zhou Luo looked at the youth wearing a strange mask, who was surrounded by the crowd not far away, for a long time before he said to Master Duan Li, "Master, my iron bone iguana's mutation problem has been solved." A touch of shock flashed across Master Duan Li's benevolent face. She also looked into the distance along with Zhou Luo's gaze and landed her eyes on the youth wearing the strange mask. Yesterday, Zhou Luo had just learned about his iron bone iguana's mutation problem, but it had now been solved, and it was in this small store. The reason for this was self-explanatory. Lin Yuan felt he was simply going to be emptied by these bigwigs. The number of flower brocade pearls they wanted to buy added up to 200, and there was still a new group of bigwigs applying to trade with him over and over again. Among them, Lin Yuan found that the one who needed the most number of flower brocade pearls were not creation masters. This meant that these creation masters that needed a lot of brocade pearls either had a huge faction behind them, or they purely wanted to store up a batch of goods, sell them at a high price when they were in demand in the market, and become a middleman happily earning the price difference. Lin Yuan didn't promise to trade the flower brocade pearls that these people needed. Since he wanted to solidify the strength of the fan club's connections, the best way was to conduct an auction of group welfare every once in a while. Rare things were dear. Satisfying one person at a time was the best option for dealing with these tight resources. Lin Yuan winked at Lu Ji, who was at the side, indicating that Lu Ji would leave with him later. Then he spoke to this group of bigwigs besides him. Chapter 425, 8 Pages Council. Everyone can at me or send me a private message in the group if there's anything. There'll be group welfare every once in a while. I hope everyone will bid sensibly. At that moment, a tall woman standing beside Lin Yuan said flirtatiously, "Master Admin, you don't intend for your group welfare to always be flower brocade pearls, right? That would be very boring. As this woman spoke, the bigwigs, including Lin Yuan, got goosebumps. Lin Yuan thought, oh my goodness! Is this the legendary acting koi to overcome toughness? Lin Yuan cleared his throat and answered sternly, since you think it's boring, we'll change into something else. The next group welfare will be 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced from the scorching elemental shellfish. After saying that, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji looked at each other and left the Star Web store together. A hint of dismay appeared on the face of that flamboyant and tall woman. Have I been made fun of? How dare someone do that? I'm a woman who has killed 32 husbands, 16 boyfriends, 27 male besties, and 81 men with ambiguous relationships. Lin Yuan's words sent the bigwigs in the purchase with no law store into an uproar. The next group welfare turned out to be 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Although these 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls were all fire-type elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish, any type of elemental pearls of the same purity could be exchanged. As long as the news was posted on Star Web, it would be very easy to find the next home for it. The heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls and the flower brocade pearls were not on the same level. There were actually such unexpected benefits for trapping the group admin inside the Star Web store this time. It seemed that doing it more often greatly benefited the group welfare. At the same time, many people thought of what Lin Yuan had said about bidding sensibly, and they cursed, that's easy for you to say. One heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl is enough to cause people to go crazy. How can we be sensible if you take out 10 of them at once? If we can be sensible in the face of 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, then it's really too irrational. Not long after, when the bigwigs in Lin Yuan's Star Web store left, they were all eager, obviously determined to get those 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Only freezing cold was left in the store, shivering weakly, pathetically, and helplessly. After Lin Yuan logged off Star Web, he pondered. Given the purchase with no law store's current popularity, it's a bit hard to carry out the plan of white-clothed followers and recruit king-class experts. This was also why Lin Yuan was willing to take out 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for the group welfare auction. He had done so in order to let this matter spread to Star Web and increase his purchase with no law store's popularity. Lin Yuan was also unwilling to sell the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls on Star Web through the blind trade like the flower brocade pearls. For him, the blind trade was now a threshold to enter his purchase with no law store's fan club. After all, he had to reap the better benefits so that he could enjoy them. On a huge island struck by the waves, a radiant light rose even in the day that came from the land on the island, where it was full of various gemstones. 8 different lofty towers stood tall on this land with various gemstones. In front of each sharp tower were 32 chanters kneeling on the ground as they chanted softly, with a lead chanter in front of them leading a pious song. A bridge was erected on top of the 8 different sharp towers, with a floating garden in the air where the 8 bridges converged. The floating garden had a variety of strange-shaped wax figures that were incomplete and even a little badly damaged. Some wax figures were even completely damaged. However, these wax figures seemed to contain some kind of laws. Most of the wax figures were some feys, and there were also a few humans, of course. Each wax figure had a small fountain next to it. The clear water spraying from the fountain landed on the wax figure, making the color of the wax statue more vivid, causing the aura of that law to become stronger. The law in the wax figure was only stronger for a moment, as if the aura of these laws was stripped from these wax figures into the clear water splashes. These clear water splashes landed on the fountain and the cycle repeated. In the middle of the floating garden was a huge round table with 8 seats in pairs placed beside it, and they were on equal footing. A figure was sitting on each seat at the moment, and these 8 figures were different, all with monstrous power. But now, the power of the other 7 was focused on one of them. The person they pointed to had long blonde hair to the shoulders with eyes tightly closed and a solemn look. This woman with long blonde hair suddenly opened her eyes and revealed her golden pupils. There seemed to be a war after war in progress in her golden pupils. The radiance and tragic defeat of the war didn't stir up the emotions in her eyes. Her golden pupils glanced at the other 7 figures without the slightest emotion, and a pitying and mocking voice sounded. The decision that you've made together is nothing but my plan to implement the Tower of War. Speaking of Cheng Wu, this mole in the Radiance Federation was buried by third page Eternal Sin. Not only did he serve no purpose at all, but he also alerted them and foiled my plans. Just as 7th page War said that several peals of Yandere laughter sounded. 7th page War, Cheng Wu revealing his identity has nothing to do with me. Don't bring me into this. The short-haired woman with hollow eyes spoke. However, the occasional light in her empty eyes seemed to contain all the evil in the world. 7th Page War glanced at this short-haired woman and ignored her words before saying, I'll immediately go and get back that sacred source life form from the Radiance Federation. Just as the hollow-eyed short-haired woman was about to say something, a pleasant, cute prepubescent young boy's voice sounded. However, the voice was coming from a huge mass of strange flesh. Sister 3rd Page, you have a filthy mouth. I can smell it from here. Would it kill you if you didn't target others? This most innocent voice spoke the mean words as if they were like the truth, allowing one to feel convinced. The evil light in the short-haired woman's hollow eyes flickered constantly, and she spoke with a delicate laugh. Chapter 426, Why are you spying on me studying again? 5th Page Truth, you're always in a layer of rotten meat all day long. Can you even smell the stench? Why don't you let me make this rotten meat into a small black house that will trap you forever? The short-haired woman's face had a grim expression as she spoke, making her delicate features terrifying. At that moment, a light cough made 3rd Page Eternal Sin and 5th Page Truth immediately stern. A young girl wearing thick lenses and looking like a girl next door stood up and said as if chanting, the beings parasitized by the seeds of my gardener Kanjak in the Radiance Federation can act in cooperation with 7th Page War. A hint of disgust colored the voice of 7th Page War that contained pity and mockery. 2nd Page Revival, I don't need you to cooperate with my actions. The girl next door like girl glanced at 7th Page War with some aggravation, and her chanting tone suddenly changed as if she was chanting a dirge. I'm also afraid that 7th Page War's War Knell and Radiance War Chariot will be cracked by the Moon Empress again. Speaking of this, the girl next door like girl seemed to have a sudden realization. By the way, I forgot. 7th Page War's Sacred Source Life Form, the War Knell and Radiance War Chariot, have already advanced. 7th Page War will take back that Sacred Source Life Form from the Radiance Federation alone. After saying that, 2nd Page Revival changed the topic and said to the gloomy man sitting in a twisted snake-like posture next to 3rd Page Eternal Sin, the laws in those 300 wax figures in the Sky Garden are already going to be cleaned by the cleansing spring. The materials for the new batch of wax figures are prepared. 8th Page Apoptosis, you should get the new batch of wax figures done as soon as possible. The gloomy man who sat twisted like a snake shrugged, and a nervous smile crept on his face. However, he didn't let out any laughter. His mouth opened wide, and he replied silently with an okay. Lin Yuan was currently sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa in the hall while going through his cell phone, ready to log on to StarWeb to check his gains from the blind trade a while later, as well as the auction of the 30 flower brocade pearls for the group welfare. He opened the offline forum on his cell phone that he hadn't been on for a while and found that the foolish online friend who had been bitten by the ghost shadow bristled spider had sent him a message. People like you will certainly fail Fey observation and spiritual ingredient analysis exams. When Lin Yuan saw this message, he curled his lips. What message did I send last time? Why did I get such a vicious curse? Lin Yuan thought back for a while and found that he couldn't remember at all. However, he was unresigned at her saying he would fail them. When he had taken the Creation Master's exam, he had scored 100 marks for both Fey observation and spiritual ingredient analysis. Although he had relied on genius at that time, he often wore its tool transformation mask and shared the knowledge it learned. He had vaguely integrated that knowledge. Therefore, he couldn't fail those two. During this period, he was also frantically learning some knowledge that a high-class Creation Master required. He deliberately cultivated the habit of studying, and even if he was busy, he had to learn something new every day. This was because when the knowledge learned was placed in his head for a long time, it would become an experience. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan replied to this online friend, I can pass even if I know nothing about spiritual ingredient analysis and Fey observation. Lin Yuan found that in just a moment's time, this online friend answered back. How's that possible? You guess all of them. When Lin Yuan saw this reply, he replied to her, anyway, whether it's spiritual ingredient analysis or Fey observation, the multiple choice questions are 60 marks. Also, I have good listening skills, so I can hear the answers of other people's multiple choice questions. Then how did you hear the answers to the multiple choice questions? How do you choose between A, B, C, D? Lin Yuan answered without even thinking, A is 3 strokes, C is 1 stroke, while B and D are 2 strokes. However, D is written faster than B. After Lin Yuan replied, he noticed that this online friend, who had been bitten by the ghost shadow bristled spider, had sent 6 points and replied, "I'll try it on the next exam." After writing that, she ignored him. Lin Yuan was a little dumbfounded that someone would believe such words. If you can hear the sound of a specific person writing in the examination room among so many people writing, then you're simply a god. Even if you can hear it clearly, if the person in front of you has all the wrong answers for the multiple choice questions, that's really a human tragedy. Lin Yuan could imagine this online friend would curse him later, so he decided to blacklist this online friend. He felt he was simply too smart to take precautions. At present, in a large mansion, a short-haired girl was holding a pen, writing in a small book. A is 3 strokes, C is 1 stroke, B and D are 2 strokes, and D is written faster than B. After she finished writing, she felt that the spiritual ingredient analysis course and fey observation course that she had been reviewing seriously were a bit of an eyesore. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Just as the short-haired girl was about to open the door, she found a head poking in, and she immediately said indignantly, "Dad, why did you come to spy on me studying again?" The middle-aged man, who was holding a few pieces of clothes in his hand, replied with some aggravation, "Darling, your mother asked me to take you out for a meal. How could I possibly spy on you studying? Spying on your studies is your mother's job. I'm only responsible for earning and supporting the family." The short-haired girl couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I have to be told off 800 times a year by my mother, and there were at least 750 times that you snitched." The middle-aged man hurriedly answered righteously, "Don't be ridiculous. Out of the 800 times you were told off, there were 60 times it was because you didn't wear your hat in front of your mother. That's not me snitching." As soon as the short-haired girl saw the small bumblebee hat in the middle-aged man's hand, she immediately became furious and pointed at her short hair before saying, "Dad, the ghost shadow bristled spider's toxins have long been removed. My hair has also grown out, and I'm not bald. Don't give me a hat anymore." The short-haired girl suddenly said mysteriously, "Dad, don't you need heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls? I can get them, but you have to promise me never to snitch on me to Mom again." When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but smile. "Darling is the best. I'm happy that you have this thought." The short-haired girl only felt helpless. "Dad, I'm 16 years old. I'm no longer a child." The middle-aged man lovingly packed up the books on the table and said, "Darling has grown up. You know how to make Dad happy." The short-haired girl only felt how good it would be to be bitten to death by the ghost shadow bristled spider back then so that she wouldn't have to suffer from this anger. Chapter 427, regardless of whether it's a dragon's lair or tiger's den. Lin Yuan logged onto StarWeb and checked the gains from the blind trade of 10 flower brocade pearls. At first glance, even though he had already had expectations in his heart, he was still taken aback. The number of mid-grade strange flames he obtained had reached as many as 440. Previously, he had used 10 flower brocade pearls to exchange for 100 mid-grade strange flames, and the price itself was higher than the market price. However, the auctioned flower brocade pearls price was actually 4 times higher than the previous market price, which gave Lin Yuan a feeling of getting ginseng from cutting leeks. Lin Yuan had deliberately spread the news that the next fan club welfare would be 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in his StarWeb store. At that time, the blind trade had just begun. It was unknown how many of these 440 mid-grade strange flames were drawn by the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. After the end of this blind trade, it brought in 10 more bigwigs into Lin Yuan's fan club. The addition of new members made the fan club even more lively. The 30 flower brocade pearls in the group welfare also allowed Lin Yuan to gain a lot of rare materials. The resources that Lin Yuan needed to build his own faction, the Sky City, couldn't be that simple. Thanks to the resources he obtained through the group welfare auction, he could get more rare resources. Each time the bigwigs of the group raised the price, it was equivalent to a screening. After several rounds of increasing the price, it could ensure that the resources Lin Yuan got in his hands were absolutely high quality. Lin Yuan intended to put these resources in the Platinum Fey storage box to accumulate. He would save it in preparation for building Sky City on the floating island Whales back after it hatched in June this year. Lin Yuan silently put 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced from the scorching elemental shellfish into his fan club for display. He intended to choose a time afterward to auction off the 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls on display as group welfare. It was also a fulfillment of his promise. Then Lin Yuan logged off StarWeb and wore Genius Tool transformation glasses as usual. He started to read the books about creation masters, and by wearing genius tool transformation glasses to read them, Lin Yuan could very clearly imprint the knowledge into his mind. Although Lin Yuan couldn't reach genius retentive memory with its tool transformation glasses, he could generally remember it as long as he read it 3 times. As he read, it was as though an epiphany became clearer and clearer in his mind, as if all the knowledge was closely connected. However, as this epiphany became clearer and clearer, Lin Yuan found that there was a vague layer of fuzziness. No matter how Lin Yuan tried, he couldn't point it out bluntly. Instead of being sad about it, he was very happy. Based on the epiphany that was now becoming clearer and clearer in his heart, Lin Yuan knew that if it condensed into a willpower rune, it should be related to knowledge. In other words, this willpower rune would most likely be suitable for genius. For several days in a row, Lin Yuan kept himself locked up in his room and pored over books. However, the epiphany remained stagnant, which made him give up his intention to continue to bury his head in the books. He couldn't help but sigh. Willpower runes can't be forced. In the past few days, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources had all been plundered by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and had utterly turned into an empty shelf. Listen was still not anxious to carry out any huge actions. Instead, he was ready to accumulate some more objects made of completely jade-textured powder and reshape the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's path of business. At the same time, Listen was also using Fei Qiangsheng as a mole to secretly devour the online and offline resources bit by bit that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had given up. The best way for a Chamber of Commerce to develop to the extreme was to have a presence in every kind of field and form a huge business empire in all interlocking fields. Zhou Luo had also arrived in the royal capital in the past few days, sworn an allegiance oath to Lin Yuan with a willpower rune, and become his servant. At the same time, after Lin Yuan gave him 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the second fire-type head of Zhou Luo's iron bone iguana finally grew. This newly grown head activated the fire-type energy in the earth-type iron bone iguana's body, and the fire-type and earth-type energy fused and turned into searing hot lava. The iron bone iguana also mutated into lava iguana under such a fusion of elements. Lin Yuan had also let Zhou Luo contract the bronze/epic lizard species Fei, dark snake dragon lizard, which had its dragon species bloodline activated. There were now only a few days left before the active period of the dimensional rift. Therefore, Lin Yuan felt that it was time to go to Indigo Azure City. He wanted to check the situation of the offshore coastal resources that the Zhang family wanted to seize from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. At first, he didn't intend to let Endless Summer follow him to Indigo Azure City this time. He only intended to bring Lu Ji, the mother of Bloodbath, the recruited Zhou Luo, and listen to explore a bit. However, when Lin Yuan learned that Endless Summer had killed a Pinnacle King-class expert while protecting Listen, he decided that it would be safer to bring Endless Summer along in addition to his own path protector, the mother of Bloodbath, on this trip to Indigo Azure City. After all, Indigo Azure City was the stronghold of the Zhang family's faction. The next morning, Lin Yuan booked a platinum flying fei, the long-backed swan. He actually wanted to book a divine travel black swallow, which was a very painful flight but much faster than the long-backed swan. After all, the divine travel black swallow was a small flying fei and could at most only take 2 people. Lin Yuan's party of 6 people needed a larger flying fei, so he chose the long-backed swan, which balanced speed and comfort. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Listen were in a lotus position on the long-backed swan's back. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo was respectfully standing at the side, guarding them like a guard. Listen told Lin Yuan about the recent news that he had about Indigo Azure City. I recently got someone to take a good look at the shallow nearshore sea in Indigo Azure City, which I had not been concerned about before. As a result, I lost contact with the 2 experts I sent there. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked, "How strong were the 2 experts you sent out?" Listen gave a bitter laugh and replied, "At present, Fei Qiangsheng has the strongest combat power in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, but I don't want to casually use him since he's a mole. Thus, I sent out 2 experts with platinum feys from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After sending them out, they only reported to me once before there was no more news from them. I presume they should have died." From what Listen said, Lin Yuan knew that the shallow sea controlled by the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in Indigo Azure City was not safe. If he didn't use his trump cards, his strength shouldn't be much different from the 2 Spirit Chi professionals with platinum feys that Listen had sent out. If they had gone to the shore of the shallow sea to scout for information and had not gone deep into the sea, it would have been impossible for them to be attacked by marine feys. Hence, these two spirit chi professionals had very likely died at the hands of other spirit chi professionals. At that moment, Listen said, "Young master," the first message they reported back was that there were damaged corpses of gold water world dimensional life forms along the coast. I think there should be a water world dimensional rift nearby this offshore coast. Lin Yuan needed the gold water world dimensional life form's flesh, but he wasn't the least happy after this piece of information. Instead, his brow furrowed even more. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, "Regardless of whether this shallow near-shore sea is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, or if someone is coveting it, I have to see what kind of foul play is hidden in it." Chapter 428, Enemies in the Dark. Lin Yuan was currently puzzled. How could the damaged corpses of gold water world dimensional life forms appear on this shore? After they died, their flesh would soon rot and sink to the bottom of the sea. The marine phase in the ocean consist of animal species, plant species, and insect species marine phase. After the water world dimensional life form's flesh rot, the fishy smell would also become highly toxic. Most of the animal species phase among the marine phase didn't like to eat it. However, the flesh of these dead and rotten water world dimensional life forms was a feast for the plant and insect species phase among the marine phase. Therefore, it was unusual that the flesh of gold water world dimensional life forms would be found on the shore. The only possibility Lin Yuan could think of was that the gold water world dimensional life forms had been blasted to death at a location very close to the shore. The sudden blast must have made the flesh still carry the strong cell vitality when it was detached from the gold water world dimensional life forms' bodies. When the gold water world dimensional life forms' flesh with strong cellular activity was washed to the shore by the waves, it had also happened to be discovered by the two spirit chi professionals with platinum phase that Listen had sent out. At the time of discovery, the cellular activity in these gold water world dimensional life forms' flesh was considered to have completely disappeared. The rotting must have begun to take place, just not yet fully rotten. Lin Yuan had seen with his own eyes the rotting speed of the water world dimensional life form's flesh. When the two spirit chi professionals Listen had sent out had seen the gold water world dimensional life form's flesh at the shore, the dimensional life form should have just died. The marine phase distributed in the coasted shallow sea were weak, so it was hard to completely block the opened water world dimensional rift. Hence, the water world dimensional life forms would attack the cities on the shore. This required the spirit chi professionals living close to the shallow sea near the shore to step in to fight against the water world dimensional life forms that wreaked havoc on the shore. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan the most was that Indigo Azure City's residents were not even aware of the water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked Listen, "Are there many fays in this shallow near-shore sea under the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control that can effectively resist the water world dimensional rift? Have there been any cases of water world dimensional life forms attacking the shore?" Listen immediately answered, "Back then, my grandfather and father had chosen to use the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's entire resources to take control of this shallow near-shore sea because there were extremely many shellfish fays in it. The shells, meat, and pearls these shellfish fays contain are all high-quality resources. The shellfish phase attacking ability is not strong. Due to their numbers, they are the plankton's predators. Therefore, most marine phase rely on shellfish phase to survive. The beak-billed spiny fish and the shellfish-eating armored turtles have more numbers than the rest marine phase. Although the beak-billed spiny fish and shellfish-eating armored turtles are ferocious when it comes to the shellfish phase, they are the water world dimensional life forms' prey. However, due to the numerous beak-billed spiny fish, there's also a large group of tail-cutting shadow sharks that feed on them in this sea. When Lin Yuan heard this, he knew that this shallow near-shore sea was very dangerous. Unfortunately, the local marine phase were destined to be unable to effectively resist the phase that emerged from the water world dimensional rift. The tail-cutting shadow sharks were a group of very special ferocious phase in the sea. Their existence meant that there wouldn't be large predators in this sea. The school of tail-cutting shadow sharks would be the first to remove any threats to their own lives in their territory. If large predators existed in this sea, it would mean that they had killed the school of tail-cutting shadow sharks. There was only one school of tail-cutting shadow sharks in the sea, even if they were extremely strong individually. Due to the limited numbers, their suppressive power against the numerous water world dimensional life forms was too small. Even if these tail-cutting shadow sharks were to madly kill, they could not wipe out a small half of the water world dimensional life forms. At that moment, Listen added, in the earlier years, this shallow near-shore sea would be invaded by water world dimensional life forms once or twice almost every month. As long as the water world dimensional rift remains open, it will not be peaceful. Listen's tone became extremely grave. However, 3 years ago, the invasion of the water world dimensional life forms never happened. Lin Yuan felt that everything became more bizarre. He thought for a long time but still couldn't make sense of it. It seemed that he still needed to explore the shallow near-shore sea under the listening heron chamber of commerce's control to unravel the truth. Lin Yuan glanced at the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer and said, "Endless Summer, mother of Bloodbath, you two hide in the shadows first when we arrive at Indigo Azure City. If no one's life is in danger, you need not make a move." After learning that the two spirit chi professionals Listen had sent out had died, Lin Yuan started feeling that the Zheng family was not the only one coveting the listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow near-shore sea. Since a pinnacle king-class expert from the Zheng family had come to the royal capital and made a move on the listening heron chamber of commerce, attempting to kill Listen, this meant that the Zheng family was determined to get this shallow near-shore sea. The Zheng family did not need to kill these two spirit chi professionals who were scouting at the shallow near-shore sea. These two spirit chi professionals with platinum feys had most likely found a secret that absolutely couldn't be divulged. If they wanted to kill these two spirit chi professionals and not let them have a chance to convey the message back to Listen, that person must be at least at the level of Fei Qiangsheng. The Zheng family was in the light, while Lin Yuan was in the dark. Although the Zheng family was strong, they were a visible enemy to Lin Yuan. Often, the enemy in the dark was the most terrifying. It was just like young Master Zheng in the royal capital, who had learned he had lost a pinnacle king-class expert. He would probably not be able to sleep peacefully during this period. What made Lin Yuan feel a little troubled was that if other people were coveting the shallow near-shore sea in the dark beside the Zheng family, then these enemies in the dark were an unknown hidden danger. After the Zheng family had made a move on the listening heron chamber of commerce, this faction in the dark still coveted the shallow near-shore sea. In other words, this faction certainly had the power to fight against the Zheng family. The listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow near-shore sea didn't have legs and wouldn't run. If there was no absolute support of power, they simply couldn't snatch it from the Zheng family. Chapter 429, How would young Master Zheng feel? The mother of Bloodbath replied upon receiving Lin Yuan's order, "If we encounter a sneak attack from an emperor-class expert, it's hard to stop it at once if we're hidden in the dark. Sister Summer is not good at concealment, so she'll hide in the shadows. Although the law I control is blood, my species and exclusive skills are extremely good at concealment. Even an emperor-class expert will not notice me if I'm by your side." Endless Summer fiddled with the bell on its bracelet that was hidden in the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower and said, "Sister Blood and I are both near and far, respectively. While Sister Blood protects your safety closely, I will keep an eye on you guys from a distance. I'll also see how many pairs of eyes are watching you from the shadows." Lin Yuan nodded in response. When the mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan nod, the corners of its mouth on its expressionless face curved up into a pleasant arc. It relied on the path protector contract between it and Lin Yuan and spoke in his mind in a voice that only he could hear. "I'm your path protector. Your safety must come first." Lin Yuan's heart warmed up upon hearing that. In fact, during the time Lin Yuan had been spending time with the mother of Bloodbath, he had almost forgotten that it was his path protector. However, the mother of Bloodbath had been silently performing its duties as a path protector. At that moment, a scarlet luster flickered around the mother of Bloodbath that was on the long-backed swan's back. This scarlet luster made one feel as if they saw a sticky blood pool. Everyone could obviously feel the long-backed swan's body trembling faintly, obviously scared. If Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath hadn't used their aura to control the long-backed swan when they transformed, the long-backed swan would have been frightened by the mother of Bloodbath's aura and fallen to the ground. The mother of Bloodbath was a bird-catching spider. Besides its quality's mightiness, it also possessed its species' intimidation trait. The mother of Bloodbath shrunk to the size of a centimeter, just as when it had first become Lin Yuan's path protector. However, the mother of Bloodbath didn't land on the leaf-shaped fey storage box hanging on Lin Yuan's chest. Instead, it landed on his hair and hid between it. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, Endless Summer, and Listen had long known that the mother of Bloodbath was a suzerain/myth breed fey. Only Zhou Luo, who was on the back of the long-backed swan, didn't know about the mother of Bloodbath's identity. When Zhou Luo now saw the mother of Bloodbath change from human form to a scarlet spider, hidden between Lin Yuan's hair, his eyes immediately widened. He gulped wildly and sighed in his heart. How lucky am I to be able to have an opportunity to join such a strong faction? This legendary suzerain/myth 2 fey was actually next to him, and based on the conversation just now between the woman who had turned into a spider and that abnormally gentle-looking woman, although Zhou Luo wasn't sure if the latter was a fey, the latter must have a strength of an emperor-class expert. Just as Zhou Luo was shocked, Lin Yuan called him out. After we arrive at Indigo Azure City, you don't need to move with us first. When Zhou Luo heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately suppressed his shock and was ready to receive his orders. At the same time, Zhou Luo was already prepared to face the danger. When making the servant oath, Zhou Luo knew that his life no longer belonged to him while he obtained resources. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan's following words gave Zhou Luo an indescribable feeling. Your iron bone iguana grew a second head and mutated into a lava iguana after using 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish. When it mutated into a lava iguana, it was promoted from Platinum 9 to Platinum X. I see that the lava iguana is only one flawless dragon's mouth orchid flower away from the stimulation of its dragon species bloodline. I have one here for you to do that. Lin Yuan had 2 flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers from the resources he had exchanged with the 30 flower brocade pearls in his purchase with No Loss Stores fan club. Flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers were not considered very rare in the market and could be auctioned for nearly 1 million radiance dollars on the rare life form pavilion. When the lava iguana stimulated the dragon species bloodline in its body, it had a high chance of breaking through the limit of its grade and advancing from Platinum X to Diamond I. This huge increase in its grade would allow the lava iguana to become a diamond/fantasy breed fey. It was the same as saying that it allowed Zhou Luo to step up from the bottom level of a king-class expert to the level of a mid-level one. As a result, he would also be able to complete his mission better. However, if Lin Yuan only had that one epic dragon's mouth orchid flower, he wouldn't have given it to Zhou Luo to use. The epic dragon's mouth orchid flower was the most top-notch dragon's mouth orchid flower that had ever appeared on the market. Such things were not something that could be bought with radiance dollars. Lin Yuan preferred to let the white-clothed followers he nurtured get their own resources. He couldn't afford to pour in all the resources to improve his white-clothed followers' strength. If that were the case, Lin Yuan might as well change his name from Lin Yuan to Big Head Lin. He wouldn't do such a disproportional give and take. However, the flawless dragon's mouth orchid would be harmless. Despite this, it could allow Zhou Luo to feel moved from the bottom of his heart. Although Zhou Luo had been grateful to Lin Yuan for investing a bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard and 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls on him, he hadn't been moved. This was because such a resource had been exchanged with Zhou Luo's servant oath. However, the flawless dragon's mouth orchid was not. If it was before, Zhou Luo would need to accumulate resources for 2 years to get his hands on the flawless dragon's mouth orchid. Even if the iron bone iguana had mutated into a lava iguana, and Zhou Luo's strength had been boosted, in his opinion, he would now need at least 8 months to earn money for the flawless dragon's mouth orchid. The faction to which he had dedicated all his loyalty had given him such a gift before he had made any contribution during his first mission. This made the emotions of gratitude in Zhou Luo's heart churn even more. At that moment, Lin Yuan glanced at Listen and said, "Listen, what do you think the Zhang family's young master Zhang will feel if he learns that you've suddenly returned to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's old mansion?" Chapter 430, Indigo Azure Sea Market. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he frowned slightly and pondered. After pondering for a long time, Listen suddenly smiled and said, "The Zhang family is a veteran faction. As one of the 3 major factions in Indigo Azure City, they could be said to be supreme. If I were the Zhang family's young master Zhang and I suddenly found that the target I want to kill returned to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital alive, even if the Zhang family could determine that the pinnacle king-class expert sent out has died, they would at most only suspect that the death is related to me but can't confirm it. The shallow near-shore sea is imperative to the Zhang family. I think the Zhang family will send experts to kill me again." When Lin Yuan heard Listen's words, he asked, "Then what kind of expert do you think the Zhang family will send to attack you?" In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Zhang family would definitely send an expert to attack Listen, but the main purpose of that would not necessarily be for Listen to die immediately. Rather, it was to prove whether or not the death of the pinnacle king-class expert that they had sent had anything to do with Listen. This was frankly a test. Someone who could silently kill a pinnacle king-class expert with Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Fey at least had Emperor-class strength. No veteran faction would casually use an Emperor-class expert. Before the Zhang family was sure how strong the Emperor-class expert that had killed the pinnacle king-class expert really was, they would never let their own Emperor-class experts easily take risks. The loss of a pinnacle king-class expert must have been very painful for the Zhang family. Thus, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the Zhang family's king-class expert shouldn't be too strong and was at most at Fei Qiangsheng's level. The Zhang family must have been ready to lose a king-class expert for this scouting attempt. Listen answered Lin Yuan's question, "I can't say what kind of expert the Zhang family will send. It should be either a king class or emperor class expert. The king class expert is more likely. Listen paused for a moment and then added, but I know young master won't let the Zhang family kill me. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and replied, that's for sure. Besides the resources that Lin Yuan could invest in Listen, if the Zhang family killed Listen, Lin Yuan would have made ducks and drakes of his previous effort. In addition, Listen had issued an allegiance oath to Lin Yuan and was a part of Lin Yuan's private faction, Sky City. Lin Yuan wouldn't let the Zhang family lay hands on the members of his own faction. Listen, since you've returned to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital, you naturally have to return to the old mansion. After Lin Yuan finished speaking to Listen, he turned to Endless Summer, who was sitting beside him in a lotus position, and said, Endless Summer, when Listen returns to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's old mansion, protect him in the dark just like you did in the royal capital. Endless Summer nodded at his words. Then Endless Summer lifted its pale hands and shook the diamond Fey storage box hanging at the wrist and replied, there are still the corpses of 2 high-grade dark-type Feys in here. When the time comes, Sister Blood will divide the spiritual materials in their bodies properly. When Lin Yuan heard Endless Summer say that, he recalled the time when the mother of Bloodbath had split the corpse of that pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 crow without any waste. The mother of Bloodbath pondered for a moment and said, since they're 2 high-grade dark-type fantasy breed Feys, their willpower should both be relatively strong. I'll carefully divide when we return to the royal capital to see if I can control the blood with the blood law and stimulate their cellular activity to preserve the willpower in their minds to the maximum. As they went on their journey, they were getting closer and closer to the Indigo Azure City. Lin Yuan felt that the surrounding temperature was significantly higher than when he was in the royal capital. The air above the sea also faintly carried a salty sea breeze. On the back of the platinum long-backed swan, Lin Yuan could already faintly see the outline of Indigo Azure City. This city by the sea was too huge. Even when Lin Yuan was high in the sky, the area within his sight could only encompass 1/10 or 2/10 of this huge city. A light blue dragon's mouth orchid only half the size of a palm appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. He handed it to Zhou Luo and said, let your lava iguana evolve first and wait for me to contact you. After saying that, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and took out another tube of dark gold blood and added, take this tube of diamond dragon blood as well. If the flawless dragon's mouth orchid can't stimulate the dragon species bloodline in the lava iguana's body, this tube of blood should be able to provide a supplementary effect. Some unknown variations would occasionally accompany the stimulation of the dragon species bloodline in a Fey, so Lin Yuan provided a tube of diamond dragon species Fey's blood for Zhou Luo, which was considered being prepared. Zhou Luo took Lin Yuan's gift and said, young master, 1 day is enough time for the lava iguana to awaken the dragon species bloodline in its body and advance its grade. If you don't contact me after that, I'll go to that shallow near-shore sea of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to inquire about any news. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that a determined emotion had appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes during this moment. Zhou Luo had also taken the initiative to undertake the mission after knowing the purpose of his trip. This situation indicated that Zhou Luo had somehow started to devote more than just loyalty to himself. Okay. But since someone is secretly watching that shallow near-shore sea, you shouldn't put yourself in danger by going there. There is a guild alliance branch near that shallow near-shore sea. You should be able to gain something by going there to investigate. Besides the fact that true top-notch factions had their own news intelligence connections, the guild alliance's news was undoubtedly considered being the most comprehensive. After all, the guild alliance was filled with spirit chi professionals, and many of them were from Indigo Azure City. These spirit chi professionals lived in Indigo Azure City all year round, so someone might know some useful information. At that moment, Listen suddenly thought of something and said, young master, there'll be a grand Indigo Azure Sea market in Indigo Azure City before the riotous period of the Dimensional Rift every decade. Almost all the local factions and individuals in Indigo Azure City will sell spiritual materials and feys they have collected in the sea during these 10 years at this sea market. Many of the sea spiritual materials and feys there are rare and odd things. There are always people who buy them, but there are times when even Class 4 creation masters misjudge. Chapter 431, Showing Itself. Listen paused for a moment and said, I think we should be able to find the flesh of the high-grade marine dimensional life form you wanted before in this sea market. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He took a mask engraved with the pattern of the majestic Sky City out of the Diamond Fey storage box and put it on his face before saying, the Zhang family should make a move on you on the night you return. Big brother Lu and I will visit you early the next morning at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's old mansion, and you'll take us to the Indigo Azure Sea Market. As soon as Lin Yuan said that, the mother of bloodbath, endless summer, and Lu Ji all put a strange mask engraved with the pattern of clouds on their faces. At that moment, the eyes behind Lin Yuan's mask displayed a sharpness that had never been shown before. It was time for the Sky City, which had never shown itself before, to appear in the ears of the major factions. In a study room with various platinum feys and plants, a middle-aged man with sinister eyes was standing in front of the table. All of a sudden, he viciously kicked at the youth who was kneeling on the ground with the same sinister eyes as him and snarled, "How did I, Zhang Jiangliu, have a son as stupid as you?" The youth who the middle-aged man had kicked lowered his head, not daring to say anything. At that moment, an old man standing beside the middle-aged man heartbreakingly glanced at the youth and said, "Master, Wenbo already knows his mistake. Besides, an expert who can kill Elder Niu without any surge is at least an Emperor Class 1. It's useless for you to blame Wenbo." The old man's back was straight, and he spoke with a cedar-like aura. When the youth on the ground heard the old man's words, he hurriedly said, "Father, listen to what Grandpa Chiao said. If an Emperor-class expert really attacked Elder Niu, what could I have done? Besides, I told Elder Niu to attack Listen because you said that you have second young master's support on your side, and I wanted to quickly complete the mission you gave me. This is so that our third lineage's hard work can finally be paid for after so many years." When the sinister-eyed middle-aged man, Zhang Jiangliu, heard that his son was able to talk so much and find so many excuses, he actually wanted to send another kick. Nonetheless, he held back when he heard the later part. The Zhang family's third lineage had constantly been collecting the nearshore coastal resources for several years but had not dared to really develop the resources. This had also led to the suppression of the Zhang family's third lineage by the other three lineages. The reason that his son had let Elder Niu attack Listen was to allow the third lineage to have complete control over Indigo Azure City's nearshore coastal resources as soon as possible. He would also have done the same himself. However, Elder Niu's death had caused the third lineage to have one less Pinnacle King class expert. Moreover, Elder Niu was also good at scouting among the Pinnacle King class experts. Such an ability was very useful to a faction. Such a loss was more heartbreaking to Zhang Jiangliu than simply losing a peak King class expert. Zhang Jiangliu glanced at his son on the ground with a lowered head and asked with a snort, "Do you have an understanding of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's background?" Zhang Wenbo froze for a moment when he heard his father's question but shook his head and answered, "The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has no background. If it did, how could it have been played by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce? Their online and offline resources have been devoured without any ground to fight back." Even after thinking all the way back to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital, Zhang Wenbo didn't think that Elder Niu had died at the hands of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Although Zhang Wenbo vaguely remembered that Bai Chenju and Bai Chengxiang of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had told him that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had found a backer, he felt that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was lying. Otherwise, Bai Chenju and Bai Chengxiang would have suffered a calamity long ago, and it wouldn't have been Elder Niu's turn. When Zhang Jiangliu heard his son's words, he knew that his son had done nothing on the trip to the royal capital. The Pinnacle King class expert by his side had died, yet he didn't even know who he had offended. Elder Niu had really died in vain. Listen has returned to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital. He's now in the former old mansion of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The person I sent there 3 hours ago has not returned yet. Listen, however, is still alive and well. Zhang Jiangliu's words made Zhang Wenbo's pupil shrink. So Elder Niu had actually died at the hands of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. However, no matter how Zhang Wenbo thought about it, he couldn't understand how the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had such ability. Why did they have to endure the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's trampling? However, all the facts were there, and Zhang Wenbo had to believe them. The old man with a straight back suddenly said, "Master, why don't you let me test how strong this Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is?" As he spoke, the old man's cedar-like aura became even stronger, and it carried an indefinable sense of sharpness that was extremely difficult to distinguish. Zhang Jiangliu hurriedly replied, "Uncle Jiao, there's no need to trouble you. Your main fei, the cold snow pine, is now faintly about to break through to Myth 2 and take its human form. Don't let these trivial matters delay your main fei from going to endure the upcoming world cleansing." As Zhang Jiangliu spoke, he had a more sinister look in his eyes. The old man with a straight back responded, "Master, if we can't take down the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow nearshore sea before the dimensional rifts revolt, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain it to second young master." When Zhang Jiangliu heard the word second young master, his sinister gaze revealed scruples and plans. Zhang Jiangliu answered in a deep voice, since second young master's side wants to have 50% of our third lineage's shallow near-shore sea, I think second young master won't stay by and do nothing if I have difficulties. Lin Yuan was currently sitting side by side with Lu Ji in a special guest house and eating the special barbecued seafood. At that moment, a message notification appeared on Lin Yuan's cell phone. Lin Yuan took a look at his cell phone and found that it was as he had expected. The Zheng family had sent another king-class expert to assassinate Listen. There were just less than 5 days from the next dimensional rift riot period, leaving Lin Yuan not much time to explore the listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow near-shore sea. For Lin Yuan, the easiest way to explore the shallow near-shore sea was to have red thorns spread the sea of flowers underwater. The sea of flowers spread by red thorns ortet was equivalent to a part of red thorn's body. Lin Yuan could completely use it as his eyes to explore the shallow near-shore sea. Chapter 432, Wind Speech Sparrow. Before he could spread red thorn's sea of flowers underwater to uncover the secrets of this shallow near-shore sea, Redthorn undoubtedly needed to devour more flesh of gold water world dimensional life forms so that its water-type exhalation ability could be inherited from the Ortet to the child Raymit. This all depended on whether he could purchase the flesh of gold water world dimensional life forms at tomorrow's Indigo Azure Sea market. Lin Yuan was looking forward to the Indigo Azure Sea market the next day. He needed to gather the resources that he needed to use before going to bed. Each Indigo Azure Sea market was the accumulation of 10 years of Indigo Azure City, a giant city by the sea. Therefore, if there were any precious feys or rare spiritual materials in the Indigo Azure Sea market and he couldn't get any bargaining chips, it would be embarrassing for Lin Yuan. At that moment, he noticed Lu Ji, who was eating the charcoal grilled octopus balls, frowning more and more. After chewing the last octopus ball on the stick and swallowing it, the corner of Lu Ji's mouth twitched, revealing a hint of disdain. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, "Big brother Lu, is there any problem?" Lu Ji first nodded and then shook his head. Immediately afterward, Lu Ji replied, "The store owner added some seaweed to this octopus ball. If the seaweed was boiled in water, it'd taste better after dipped in sauce. But apart from the octopus fat in this octopus ball, the store owner also added some lard, which makes the freshness of the seaweed fishy. Furthermore, the octopus tentacles in the octopus balls are too shredded. It's not al dente when chewing. Also, in the honey sauce of the barbecue brush, there's obviously too much water added to the flower spot bee's honey, resulting in the honey sauce not becoming mellow enough." Lin Yuan froze as he heard Lu Ji say so much. This special guest house was very famous in Indigo Azure City, and the special barbecued seafood was even its signature dish. Although it didn't feel as good as the meat skewers Lu Ji grilled inside the mansion, it was still okay. Lu Ji was a great chef, after all. He could find so many shortcomings in the octopus balls with just a casual tasting. What a good tongue. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the hand of the lady boss, who was standing near his table and pouring snow clam soup to the customers on another table, had frozen. Apparently, this lady boss had overheard their discussion, and the warm smile on her face had frozen a bit. Lin Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with the taste of these octopus balls. But after listening to Lu Ji's review and then tasting the octopus balls, Lin Yuan instead tasted the taste of lard within. Based on Lin Yuan's experience of eating blackback mountain boar all year round, the lard inside the octopus balls obviously came from the blackback mountain boar. This made Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel that these octopus balls were more delicious. After eating the special barbecue in the guest house, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji hurriedly soaked in the hot spring and left the lady boss site. The lady boss had been squinting her eyes and smiling like a weasel. Her smile was kind of treacherous. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of a saying, "Those with squinting eyes are either bigwigs or monsters." Lin Yuan and Lu Ji each returned to their rooms, and after the former returned to his room, he entered his spirit lock spatial zone. As soon as he did that, Lin Yuan felt that he was almost blinded by the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree leaves. Nearly 600 leaves sealed with the mid-grade strange flames were glowing with bright flames, causing the spirit lock spatial zone to be reflected as if it existed in an illusionary realm of aurora. Chimey was sleeping on the bird's nest surrounded by the branches and leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The speed at which it was absorbing the energy in the nest was obviously much faster than before. The energy transmitted by the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree made Chimey's pale blue feathers dyed with a layer of beautiful light. Just like Chimey, Grey was eating or sleeping on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus for the whole day. At that moment, a trace of grey feathers disappeared from Grey's body. It had white feathers attached to its wings and a smear of red on the top of its head. This red was more splendid than the flowers that the cinnabar sweet osmanthus bloomed. However, this red was very light, obviously not fully developed yet. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh, it's almost the end for Gray's genetic model and secondary development. It now looks very graceful. I wonder what it will look like after its genetic model is fully developed. After sorting out in his spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan found that rare resources he could take out were actually completely jade-textured wood and the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. He didn't plan to trade out the source-type items that he had gotten before again. Lin Yuan had previously given all the completely jade-textured wood to Hu Chuan. It would take a few days for the new batch of completely jade-textured wood to mature. Thus, what he was able to spend it will now were the 2 large brocade boxes of fire-type heavenly maiden-grade pearls that he had collected recently. He stored them in his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and took out 5 feys, which he had previously gathered in the endless forest's depths. Most of the people that peddled supplies in the Indigo Azure Sea market were the spirit chi professionals living in Indigo Azure City. They lived with the sea, and their flying feys and aquatic feys were the most precious to them. While wild harvesting in the endless forest, Lin Yuan had not obtained any aquatic feys, but he had a lot of flying feys. The 5 flying feys he took out were exactly 5 of the same species, the wind speech sparrows. He had saved these 5 young birds from the mouth of a giant tree-resting viper. While doing so, he had also collected the giant tree-resting viper. When he had saved those 5 young wind speech sparrows, they were obviously dying of hunger. This meant that their parents had not returned to the nest for at least 2 days. When the wind speech sparrows were nurturing their young, they would never leave too far away from the nest. This showed that these 2 adult wind speech sparrows had become food for other predators while foraging for food. After these 5 young wind speech sparrows saw Lin Yuan, they immediately rejoiced and then manipulated the wind element to simulate human-like sounds. It was just like how Lin Yuan heard "Hello Dad" 5 times now. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan touched the 5 little birds' heads affectionately and said, "Daddy will promote your grade and quality and sell you 5 little guys at a good price." Chapter 433, Creation Breed. It wasn't easy for feys to interact with humans. Many feys wanted to interact with humans normally and even had to be promoted to suzerain to do so. It was a rare thing for wind speech sparrows to use the wind to simulate sound to communicate with humans when they were at normal. Furthermore, after the wind speech sparrows reached bronze, they would evolve into wind chain sparrows. The wind chain sparrows could manipulate the wind element to form chains to bind and pull on the target. It was considered a kind of support-type fey with stronger control abilities. High-grade wind chain sparrows' wind chains could even help the contractor catch feys or spiritual materials at the bottom of the sea. For spirit chi professionals who made a living at the seaside, it was a rare fey. Even if Lin Yuan could raise these 5 wind speech sparrows to bronze/epic, it couldn't help them grow better. Therefore, finding 5 good owners and 5 suitable willpower runes for them was also a way to find the best future for these 5 wind speech sparrows. Lin Yuan channeled his spiritual power and injected a large amount of spirit chi into their bodies. When these 5 wind speech sparrows' grades constantly rose until they reached elite/epic, Lin Yuan found that his palm was obviously a bit crowded when he held up these 5 little guys. Their feathers were not really gorgeous. All of them had a light greenish hue, with a black line on their back. When Lin Yuan broke through these 5 wind speech sparrows' grades from elite to bronze, they underwent a rapid metamorphosis. Lin Yuan saw that the 4 of the 5 little guys on his palm were still light green, but the feathers on their bodies became as strong as bone plates. Their sharp beak and claws also became sharper. The black line on their backs grew a row of feathers that could greatly enhance their speed like the edge of a knife. However, one of the wind speech sparrow's bodies suddenly turned white when it reached bronze, while the rest of its body was not much different from the other 4 wind chain sparrows. Lin Yuan knew that this wind speech sparrow had mutated when it had been promoted. He raised these 5 little fellows' grades and quality to bronze X/epic and used Morbius True Data to check the white wind chain sparrow's attribute. Fey name, Wind Net Sparrow. Fey species, Placiades/Sparrow. Fey grade, Bronze, 10/10. Fey type, Wind. Fey quality, Epic. After checking the attributes, Lin Yuan realized that the wind chain sparrow had mutated into a wind net sparrow. In his opinion, he wasn't sure whether such a mutation should be described as good or bad. However, its benefits should outweigh the disadvantages. According to its grade, the wind chain sparrow could usually make a varying number of wind chains according to its grade to control an attack. However, the wind net sparrow could throw out a wind net made up of wind chains. Despite the large area of the wind net, it was less powerful than the wind chain. Nonetheless, the wind net sparrow was undoubtedly more practical than the wind chain sparrow for catching feys in the sea. Lin Yuan chose the most suitable exclusive skill out of the 3 that had appeared for these 4 wind chain sparrow and 1 wind net sparrow. Then he dragged his hand, and these 5 little guys flew into the sky. Lin Yuan found that they flew in the same way, with wings flapping so fast his eyes could only see a cloud of shadows, and he noticed something that dumbfounded him. The 5 little guys were quarreling in the sky by using the wind element to simulate the human voice. Lin Yuan was a little dizzy. Where did they learn to curse? Was it maternal genetics? He hurriedly stored them in the diamond fey storage box. He originally wanted to find the same buyer for these 5 little ones so that they wouldn't be separated, but now it seemed that he was simply thinking too much. These 5 little guys didn't have a deep relationship. How many grudges had they accumulated in the nest over food? If Lin Yuan hadn't stopped it quickly, these 5 little fellows would probably have started a big fight. When Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he found that the sun had risen in the sky of Indigo Azure City. He could clearly feel the humidity within this Indigo Azure City's guest house. However, there was a salty taste of the sea that was unique to the seaside city. Just as Lin Yuan was about to find Lu Ji, he found that Lu Ji was standing at the door fully dressed like a guard. When he saw Lin Yuan come out, Lu Ji handed over the cup of milkshake he was holding and said, "This milkshake is made with the antelope milk of the gold fey, mountain leaping antelope, with snow rice added inside. It's nutritious and filling. It's much better than the seafood porridge in the guest house. I just saw that the oyster meat of the seafood porridge was at the very least taken out last night and is no longer fresh." While Lu Ji was talking, Lin Yuan noticed that the squinting lady boss and the squinting boss exchanged glances. When the squinting lady boss poured the congee for a customer, she deliberately poured a few extra pieces of oyster meat. This made Lin Yuan feel a little weird. After hurriedly leaving the guest house with Lu Ji, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji headed to the listening heron chamber of commerce's old mansion by a flying fey. They were both wearing Hu Quan's strange masks made of completely jade-textured wood silk threads. The completely jade-textured wood silk thread processed from the wood-weaving house centipede's body had become somewhat different from the properties of completely jade-textured wood. The completely jade-textured wood would emit a faint jade-textured luster even without spirit qi. In contrast, the completely jade-textured silk threads produced in the wood-weaving house centipede's body would not change significantly in a low concentration of spirit qi. When it came to a high concentration of spirit qi, the completely jade-textured silk threads produced from the wood-weaving house centipede's body had a stronger jade-textured luster than the completely jade-textured wood itself. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice. "Help me buy more spiritual materials that contain blood energy in the Indigo Azure Sea market. I'm going to advance to Myth 3 as soon as possible." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied without the slightest hesitation, "Okay. Tell me if you fancy any in the Indigo Azure Sea market." He naturally wouldn't refuse the mother of Bloodbath's request. He remembered that not much time had passed since it had broken through to Myth 2. In such a short period, the mother of Bloodbath was actually preparing to reach Myth 3. Wasn't this a little too fast? The mother of Bloodbath lurked between Lin Yuan's hair and made a decision. As Lin Yuan began to form his private faction, the mother of Bloodbath discovered that it was still a little too weak. There was a clear distinction between Myth 2 and Myth 3. It could only be killed if it faced a Myth 3 enemy. However, as Lin Yuan constantly developed his faction, there might be a day all the enemies were Pinnacle Emperor class experts. At that time, if it was still at this level, it couldn't help Lin Yuan or perform the duties as a path protector. The mother of Bloodbath had always had a secret: it could enhance its strength by infinitely devouring blood energy. It was for this reason that the mother of Bloodbath had not remained a Diamond/Fantasy V for long and reached Myth I directly. Such a progression had almost caused it to perish under the world cleansing. This painful lesson had made the mother of Bloodbath's grade that was higher than Endless Summer fall behind. Now that Endless Summer was at Myth 3, it might have a chance to see if it could pass the world cleansing with Endless Summer's help and advance to Myth 3. If it succeeded in reaching Myth 3, it could become a Pinnacle Myth breed Fey by quickly devouring blood chi energy. That was also the degree of a Pinnacle Emperor class expert. At that time, it would be qualified to nurture the blood law into a small world of blood. With the body of a myth breed, it would get its hands on creation. It would become a creation breed. Chapter 434, The Hornless Dragon Bloodline. Early in the morning in the Indigo Azure Sea market, Lin Yuan was wearing a set of moon-white spirit chi clothing that looked very simple, with only a few subtle designs highlighting its uniqueness. Under a closer look, he found this moon-white spirit chi clothing strung with many moon-white rice beads. These rice beads were coiled together to form 5 kinds of fortune patterns. When Lin Yuan had previously given Hu Chuan the completely jade-textured spiritual materials, that earliest batch had a long strip of white sandalwood that was simply too small. Hu Chuan could only do a pair of chopsticks. Thus, this completely jade-textured white sandalwood had been left behind. When you had seen the evolution of the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp into the mountain river eternal life carp some time ago and had perhaps found some inspiration. She had taken the remaining completely jade-textured white sandalwood and warm silk and had chosen 5 of the 6 fortune patterns on the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp to make this set of moon-white spirit chi clothes. It looked unusually low-key on Lin Yuan. At the same time, it made his youthfulness graceful. Lin Yuan looked at the many stalls in front of him and couldn't help but sigh a little. There were simply too many stalls in the Indigo Azure Sea market. These stalls were like a maze, all clumped together. It would take an unknown amount of time to walk out of this sea market. Lin Yuan had thought that the Indigo Azure Sea market would be like most trading markets, which were dirty and noisy. However, this Indigo Azure Sea market not only looked clean, but it also didn't have any strange smell. Although he smelled nothing strange, Genius that Lin Yuan held in his arms scrunched its nose and said cutely, "Yuan, the fishy smell here is so strong. I can't breathe." Lin Yuan hurriedly took a mint leaf out of the diamond fey storage box, used his finger to whisk out its juice, and put it on Genius' nose. When Listen heard Genius' words and saw that Lin Yuan was twitching his nose as if he was distinguishing the fishy smell Genius was talking about, he explained, "The Indigo Azure Sea market is the biggest official event of Indigo Azure City every decade. Thus, the Indigo Azure guards will set up the venue in advance and let the shellfish vapor corals release shellfish vapor before it opens. This affects the spirit chi professionals who buy, sell, and trade in the Indigo Azure Sea market and allow them not to smell any odor. Most feys have a more developed sense of smell than spirit chi professionals and have stronger immunity against the shellfish vapor corals' shellfish vapor, so they can smell what's in the market." After listening to Listen's explanation, Lin Yuan felt that the Indigo Azure City's officials were really talented. However, what was the difference between this and being afraid of smelling in a shithole without using one's nose to breathe but mouth? Lin Yuan looked at Genius's sickly appearance and stored it back into the spirit lock spatial zone. He didn't understand. Genius was clearly a cat species fey but had never liked to eat fish. It would hide far away whenever it smelled the smell of fish. On the contrary, it loved the meat of a blackback mountain boar. At that moment, he suddenly heard several violent hissing sounds. The source was not far away from his ears. Lin Yuan looked in the sound direction and saw 3 blood-red snake species feys locked in an iron cage. They were furiously hitting the iron cage with their bodies. However, when doing so, although the sound was loud, the iron cage was not damaged at all. The vendor of the 3 blood-red snake species feys hurriedly picked up the stone bowl at the side and sprinkled the yellow powder in it on the feys. Upon feeling this yellow powder, the 3 blood-red snake species feys were immediately worn out, and their hissing sounds were weakened a lot. Lu Ji said with a sigh, he actually used realgar to sprinkle on these 3 red water blood snakes. Such feys like them that rely on blood energy to live are most afraid of realgar. A large amount of realgar powder can vaguely damage the red water blood snake's roots in a moment. If he sprinkles such a large amount of realgar 3 times, I'm afraid these 3 young red water blood snakes will die." Lin Yuan frowned. The realgar would enter through the red water blood snake's scales into their blood. They were feys that lived on blood, and the fusion of the realgar into their blood might only have a suppressive effect on other snake feys, but it was fatal to the red water blood snake. Obviously, this vendor was not a creation master and didn't know much about such feys like the red water blood snake. The vendor had probably just happened to catch them in the wild and was just in time for the Indigo Azure Sea market. As a result, he sold them at the Indigo Azure Sea market. Although the red water blood snake was very rare, few spirit chi professionals would be willing to contract them. After nurturing them to become stronger, the surface of their scales would carry a layer of strong blood-clotting toxin. It might not be harmful to the contractor, but it would affect the other contracted feys. Hence, the spirit chi professionals who contracted the red water blood snake couldn't contract other species of feys. At that moment, the mother of bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded. "Lin Yuan, these 3 red water blood snakes actually have a faint trace of hornless dragon bloodline. Quickly help me buy them." The mother of bloodbath clearly sounded urgent. Lin Yuan didn't react to the mother of bloodbath's meaning when he heard that. If these 3 red water blood snakes had the hornless dragon bloodline, buying them would be a great bargain. If the mother of Bloodbath hadn't comprehended the blood law rune, even if there were other myth breed feys of a higher grade than the mother of Bloodbath here, they also probably couldn't sense the hornless dragon bloodline of these three snakes, just like the mother of Bloodbath. If the mother of Bloodbath wanted to break through to myth 3, it undoubtedly would need a large amount of blood chi energy. The blood energy in these three red water blood snakes was simply too scarce and undoubtedly not the least bit useful to the mother of Bloodbath. Did the mother of Bloodbath want to buy these three mother of Bloodbath and treat them as spicy sticks? As if the mother of Bloodbath had sensed Lin Yuan's strange expression, its peculiar yet pleasant voice explained with a trace of helplessness, "I don't want their blood energy. I want to nurture them." Upon hearing that, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The mother of Bloodbath wasn't going to carry out the plan of nurturing three bad husbands at the same time, right? Chapter 435, Mother of Bloodbath under true data. These three red water blood snakes would not take a short time to nurture, and their genders were unknown. What if she raised her husbands into sisters? God damn it! This is simply a big loss. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the mother of Bloodbath say, "I can finally use the exclusive skill that I comprehended after becoming a myth breed." This was now Lin Yuan's second time hearing the mother of Bloodbath mention its exclusive skill. He had previously heard it mention its exclusive skill on the long-backed swan's back. At that time, the mother of Bloodbath had said that it was good at stealth with its exclusive skills. Lin Yuan had not used Morbius True Data to check the mother of Bloodbath's exclusive skills. This time, he couldn't resist his curiosity and used it. Fey name, Mother of Bloodbath. Fey species, Tarantulas/Chelicerata. Fey grade, Suzerain, 7/10. Fey type, Blood. Fey quality, Myth 2, Blood Law. Abilities. Execution Sting. Through the 8-sharp Chelicery, the blood energy is injected into the target to control the target's blood. Eyes of Senluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. 8-direction blood. Shock and solidify the blood inside the target's body and damage the target's body using the change of blood form while controlling the blood to flow of the target's body through its 8 apertures. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core, which can overload the attacks from the outside world. Blood grip. When manipulating the blood in the target's body, it can briefly control the target's body for movement through the blood flow. Blood embrace. The surrounding blood energy will be devoured into its own body. It will briefly improve its strength and slowly recover from injuries through blood energy. Exclusive skill. Desire spider form. Increase its affinity for blood energy so that its body will not reject excessive blood energy but will transform it into a new sac to store the blood energy. After devouring the blood energy for purification, the blood energy can be absorbed directly into its body. Concealed spider shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform into the form of nothing. External blood bone. The Chelicery will be fused into other young Feys' bodies so that the Feys can become its own blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than its own strength. After Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath's attributes, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Yuan knew that when Feys became myth breeds, the willpower runes would turn into law runes, and the power of the law would be added onto the Feys' abilities. Therefore, the abilities the Fey had previously comprehended fused with the law it had comprehended to produce a qualitative change. After looking at the mother of Bloodbath's true data, Lin Yuan knew that the red crystal spider that it had given him before was the blood core condensed from its ability, the spider form attachment. Lin Yuan seemed to understand why the mother of Bloodbath was qualified to say it could reach Myth 3 when it had just reached Myth 2. Although the blood embrace ability that the mother of Bloodbath had comprehended at Diamond was an enhancing and recovery ability, after it was combined with desire spider form, the mother of Bloodbath could constantly devour blood energy and let the blood energy become its own strength without hindrance. This was Lin Yuan's first time seeing the true data of a myth breed Fey. After really seeing that, based on the abilities and exclusive skills, he knew how powerful myth breed Feys were. Those 3 red water blood snakes should be the Feys that the mother of Bloodbath was going to use to nurture into its external blood bones. The mother of Bloodbath's myth breed exclusive skill, the external blood bone, needed its Chelicery. Spider Feys would shed their Chelicery about once every 100 years. The mother of Bloodbath needed 3 red water blood snakes, which meant that it was at least 300 years old now. It was extremely rare for wild Feys to reach Suzerain/Myth 2 in 300 years. This showed the mother of Bloodbath's great potential. Lin Yuan went straight up to the vendor and asked, "Boss, these 3 snake Feys hissed loudly just now. They look quite energetic. How much are you selling them? The vendor's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He hadn't opened his business until now. The vendor hurriedly pointed to the large water tank next to the iron cage containing the red water blood snakes and said, I mainly sell deep-sea butterfly shells. Look how big these butterfly shells are. The pearls inside must be of good quality. After these pearls are dug out, these 2 butterfly shells can be polished and hung on water-type feys to increase their speed of advancement. Lin Yuan had long noticed the large water tank. However, he was not interested in the deep-sea butterfly shells and the pearls they produced. The quality of the deep-sea butterfly shells in this tank wasn't as good as the ones he fed to Blackie. The deep-sea butterfly shells could increase the advancement speed of water-type feys because the butterfly shells had a weak ability to gather water elements. But this speed was simply too slow, and it was better than nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head and still pointed to the 3 red water blood snakes before saying, Boss, I want these 3 little snakes. The stall vendor's face sank and replied, These 3 snake feys are all bronze. They're not worth it. If you want to buy them, buy 5 deep-sea butterfly shells in this tank, and I'll give you these 3 snake feys for free. When Lin Yuan had previously seen this vendor sprinkle the realgar on the 3 red water blood snakes, he thought that this vendor shouldn't know about the red water blood snakes. This vendor was supposed to do business. No matter how cruel he was, he would not be willing to let the feys he was selling be damaged. Now it seemed that this vendor really didn't know about the red water blood snakes. Although people rarely needed the red water blood snakes due to the blood-clotting toxin in their bodies, their price on Star Web was about 70 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan originally intended to buy these 3 red water blood snakes with 200 radiance dollars. However, this stall vendor said that as long as he bought 5 deep-sea butterfly shells from the tank, he would give him the 3 of them. This vendor was really making a loss. Lin Yuan looked at the deep-sea butterfly shells in the tank and felt he needed to cheat with true data. Chapter 436, Black-Hearted or Stupid. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard this vendor knock on the tank and say, Take a look at the price of these deep-sea butterfly shells first before you decide. You'll have to pay first at my stall. Lin Yuan only saw a small blackboard attached to this large tank with the words, 10 radiance dollars for 1 deep water butterfly shell. No bargaining. Any bargainers will have their rice pot explode. Lin Yuan blinked when he saw the price. This vendor was also too ruthless. How could people suffer from their rice pot exploding? It was fine if it was smothered rice that exploded, but if it was cooked porridge, that would be akin to receiving a rice scalding plastic surgery service. This vendor's deep-sea butterfly shells were just the most common ones, and they were sold for 5 radiance dollars on Star Web at most. Such an item was actually sold at double the price in the Indigo Azure Sea market than on Star Web. This vendor was really not ambiguous about its price. It was a gamble to purchase the deep-sea butterfly shells. If the pearls' quality was good, one could get their capital back and earn money. After Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the over 30 deep-sea butterfly shells in this large water tank, he found that they were actually substandard shells without pearls. Furthermore, these 30 deep-sea butterfly shells had been severely corroded in the deep sea. They could no longer be polished into butterfly shell flowers for feys to eat and slowly stimulate the dragon species bloodline within their body. At most, they would be polished into shell powder and sprinkled in the water to improve the water environment. The substandard shells in the water tank should be the worst batch of butterfly shells left after rounds of screening. However, they were faked by the vendor through some means. This vendor had clever counterfeiting methods. If Lin Yuan hadn't used True Data to check those deep-sea butterfly shells, he would really have misjudged. He didn't expect that someone would openly sell such a quality of substandard shells that were worth less than 1 radiance dollars on Star Web. The price of radiance dollars spent by this vendor for counterfeiting was higher than that of the deep-sea butterfly shells. He was really so black-hearted doing such a business. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't buy such deep-sea butterfly shells. There was no difference between buying such substandard shells and spending 50 radiance dollars to buy a pile of trash. The vendor looked at the masked youth glancing at the deep-sea butterfly shells in the water tank. He was observing them seriously as if he was thinking about which one to buy. He couldn't help but hum a song. It's natural to counterfeit, and the technology is at its peak. Effortless success by the pitfalls of deception. Painstakingly for the transmission of skills. It seems to be selling one's soul for gain and self-improvement. Even if heaven strikes, I will still do my best. Just when this vendor was getting excited, the masked youth pointed at the small cages next to the large water tank of deep-sea butterfly shells and said, Boss, I see that you're selling some marine feys apart from the deep-sea butterfly shells. That gold-green oxygen sea anemone looks good to me. Why don't I buy that, and you give me the 3 snake feys? When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, he hurriedly sized him up. It was as if he was looking at the strange masked youth to find out whether he had found any flaws with these deep-sea butterfly shells. This vendor noticed that the eyes behind the strange mask were gazing at him, with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. As a result, this vendor's excitement turned into a little panic. Indigo Azure City hosted the Indigo Azure Sea Market, and the Indigo Azure Guards were solely responsible for managing it, but they were said to be very strict. Although his counterfeiting action was not so bad, if anyone found out, even if the Indigo Azure Guards did not expel him from the Indigo Azure Sea Market, if the stall vendors next to him learned about it and made his methods known, what could he gain from this Indigo Azure Sea Market? Wasn't the reason he was working so hard on the art of counterfeiting because he wanted to be able to lie at home every day during this 10-year period before the next Indigo Azure Sea Market? I, Chinwala, will not work part-time. The vendor hurriedly changed the subject and said, I actually intended to trade off the green oxygen sea anemones. You're my first customer today, and we hit off. I'll sell it to you for 4,000 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan was a bit speechless. Why did it sound like we're good brothers, but I took advantage of you? At that moment, Listen, who was standing in line with Lin Yuan, said to this vendor, Boss, the Indigo Azure Sea Market is only open for a total of 3 days. You can't sell so many feys. This green oxygen sea anemone's tentacles are already a bit curled. You can't sell them if you don't do so quickly. The stall vendor looked at the gold-green oxygen sea anemones, which had some cured tentacles. He hurriedly grabbed a bucket of seawater with energy ore powder and poured it on the green oxygen sea anemones' bodies. However, it could only maintain the green oxygen sea anemone's state but couldn't make its condition better. Marine feys were sold on the land, and after they left the water, their conditions would greatly deteriorate. Over time, it would even affect their roots. The vendor looked at the condition of the green oxygen sea anemone and scolded indignantly, This is really a losing deal. Give me some reaction to this water. Why are you half dead? Lin Yuan looked at the vendor handling these feys in a flurry. He couldn't help but wonder why some people were so stupid apart from being black-hearted when running a business. Although aquatic feys' condition would deteriorate after leaving the water, if one put a fey that released spirit chi next to these aquatic feys for them to absorb, these aquatic feys could hold on even after leaving the water for 3 days. Even feys that were very sensitive to spirit chi like the deep-sea butterfly shells left the sea to be raised in the water tank. They could grow rapidly with spirit chi. Those stalls beside had feys that could release spirit chi, and the most common feys were the spirit siphon goldfish, but this vendor was not prepared at all. If he learned from the other stalls, he would not have been as panicked as now. Boss, have you noticed that the feys at the other stalls are more alive and that feys like the green oxygen sea anemone don't need the seawater blended with energy or powder? Chapter 437, Lin Yuan is a devil. When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, his suppressed anger was instantly ignited. He kicked on the iron cage containing the 3 red water blood snakes and cursed, These 3 trash snakes ate all 3 of my spirit siphon goldfish. What a big loss. At that moment, the vendor looked at the blackboard on the water tank with the words, 10 radiance dollars for 1 deep water butterfly shell. No bargaining. Any bargainers will have their rice pot explode. He felt it should be changed into 1 deep sea butterfly shell for 12 radiance dollars. No bargaining. Any bargainers will have their teeth explode. The Indigo Azure Sea Market vendors were not allowed to go out once they came in. If they went out, it would be akin to giving up the right to set up a stall in the Indigo Azure Sea Market. He had bought a 3-day stall card for a full 150 radiance dollars. If he went out halfway, he would lose all the 150 radiance dollars. After the Indigo Azure Sea Market started, supplies were not allowed to be transported inside through ostrich logistics. There was nothing he could do to buy a spirit siphon goldfish. When Lin Yuan saw the vendor's reaction, he chuckled and summoned a bronze eye/elite spirit siphon goldfish from the spirit lock spatial zone. After he summoned it out, rich spirit chi immediately spread and made the masks made of completely jade-textured silk thread that Lin Yuan and Lu Ji wore on their faces, and the completely jade-textured white sandalwood rice beads embroidered on Lin Yuan's moon-white spirit chi clothes to light up with a hazy jade-textured luster. However, the concentration of spirit chi released by this bronze spirit siphon goldfish was not too high. Therefore, the luster emitted by Lin Yuan's and Lu Ji's masks was not obvious under the clear sun. However, the luster from Lin Yuan's completely jade-textured white sandalwood rice beads made the 5 kinds of blessing patterns become distinct, causing Lin Yuan to look very worldly. The vendor looked at the bright rice beads on Lin Yuan's body curiously and asked, "Brother, isn't the fluorite on your body heavy?" Then his eyes never left the palm-sized 5 fortune ranchu in Lin Yuan's palm. His gaze was full of hidden desire. When Listen, who was at the side, heard the vendor's words, he blinked with some dismay. This vendor was really insightful to recognize the completely jade-textured white sandalwood as fluorite. Fluorite, which emitted a luster in daylight, was generally used to make stone sculptures, and even tacky people wouldn't wear them as an accessory. Lin Yuan ignored the vendor's words and asked, "Boss, are you interested in this bronze I/Elite 5 fortune ranchu? It has reached elite at bronze I and has a high possibility of breaking through to flawless or epic at bronze X." When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, he gulped and asked, "You want to trade this spirit siphon goldfish with the green oxygen sea anemone? I'm willing to give you all the deep sea butterfly shells in this water tank." The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. Why was this vendor always thinking of cheating him? There are more than 600 deep sea butterfly shells in this water tank. I'll give you the star web price of 5 radiance dollars each. If you give me 3,000 radiance dollars, I'll give you this bronze I/Elite spirit siphon goldfish. The spirit siphon goldfish could be sold for around 60 radiance dollars at elite I/Elite. If a fey like the spirit siphon goldfish, which was extremely difficult to advance, reached bronze I/Elite and was traded, the price should be around 2,500 radiance dollars. The price of the 5 fortune ranchos was a little more than double that of an ordinary spirit siphon goldfish because it was auspicious. It was around 5,500 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan wanted to exchange it for the gold-green oxygen sea anemone because it could constantly filter out oxygen in the seawater, just like a natural oxygen bottle that could constantly supply oxygen. The green oxygen sea anemone was very common in Indigo Azure City, a city by the sea. The green oxygen sea anemone, which was in poor condition just now, was worth around 300 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had asked the vendor to give him an extra 3,000 radiance dollars because he clearly intended to earn 500 radiance dollars from the vendor who always wanted to make a profit from him. The vendor obviously hesitated when he heard Lin Yuan's offer. If he took out the gold-green oxygen sea anemone and 3,000 radiance dollars to exchange for the spirit siphon goldfish, if he didn't make a large sum of money from selling everything at the Indigo Azure Sea market, then he wouldn't be able to spend his days lying down but asking to work for other people for the next decade. At that moment, Lin Yuan said to the vendor, "The spirit siphon goldfish is considered a good product and is very marketable. Even if you want to sell this after the sea market, you can still easily do so. Furthermore, as long as the bronze I/Elite spirit siphon goldfish successfully advanced to flawless, its price can be increased by more than 10 times in the blink of an eye." The vendor felt that the youth in front of him who was luring him to buy the spirit siphon goldfish was like a devil. He was luring himself to the cliff edge with a big cheese and then kicked. For some reason, the vendor suddenly had a sense of crisis. However, it was soon suppressed by desire. This big chunk of cheese smelled too good. The vendor gnashed his teeth, slapped his thigh fiercely, and replied, "Brother, I'll buy it." Lin Yuan then exchanged with this vendor. At that moment, Lin Yuan had the 3 red water blood snakes with the horned dragon bloodline and the gold-green oxygen sea anemone that the mother of bloodbath required. A very gentle voice sounded not far away at this moment. "Brother, are you willing to part with these 3 red water blood snakes? I'm willing to pay 100 radiance dollars for each." This gentle voice made the eyes of the vendor, who had been in love with the 5 fortune ranchu in his hands, widen. At that moment, the vendor thought, this person isn't trying to act along with this strange masked youth, right? He seemed to be giving away the 3 trash snake feys for free just now. Why was the person paying 100 radiance dollars each? Lin Yuan turned around and saw a thin youth sitting in a wheelchair with an elegant scholarly aura. However, he used a fleece blanket to cover his legs, so he must have some leg problems. Upon seeing the youth's thin appearance, Lin Yuan felt that his legs were not injured but had been disabled for many years. Lin Yuan said, "I'm very interested in these 3 red water blood snakes, so I really can't part with them." Chapter 438, In a Flurry. After saying that, Lin Yuan stored the cage containing the 3 red water blood snakes and the gold-green oxygen sea anemone into the diamond fey storage box. At that moment, he felt several sharp auras sweeping toward him and heard a middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face standing behind this thin youth say in a deep voice, "Why don't I talk to our young master? The red water blood snake is only about 70 radiance dollars. You. Before he could finish, he froze. The thin youth frowned, glanced behind at him, and said, Uncle Fu, it's not the same outside as being at home. Control your temper. The thin youth turned and nodded apologetically at Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan didn't care. When he was about to leave with Lu Ji and listen, Lin Yuan saw the vendor show a smile that was worse than crying. You knew before that those 3 snake feys were some kind of red water blood snake. Lin Yuan nodded at his words and thought, not only did I know that these 3 snake feys are red water blood snakes, but I also know that they have the horned dragon bloodline. If he told this vendor, Lin Yuan was really afraid that he would start wailing. Despite thinking so, Lin Yuan said, Boss, we're leaving. You should nurture that bronze eye/elite spirit siphon goldfish well. Upon hearing that, the vendor stomped his feet in anger. However, when he saw the indistinct smile on Lin Yuan's face, this vendor's hair stood up. Then the vendor felt an unusual headache. He had actually wanted to make a big sum of money, but he earned nothing in the end and even lost 300 radiance dollars. If he hadn't complied and given the 3 red water blood snakes, he could have earned 300 radiance dollars from them. He might also have been able to use these 3 red water blood snakes to sell the deep sea butterfly shells to the little cripple on the wheelchair. The more he thought about it, the more this vendor's heart ached. He carefully placed the spirit siphon goldfish in the tank where the deep sea butterfly shells were kept. Only when he felt that the condition of his aquatic phase had improved did he feel much better. He was waiting in the middle of the stall for cash cows to come. Lin Yuan was communicating with the mother of Bloodbath. Why do you have an evil smile on your face? Is there something wrong with the spirit siphon goldfish you gave that vendor? Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head and answered, Don't wrong me. This spirit siphon goldfish is healthy and has a good exclusive skill. The mother of Bloodbath had not carefully observed the spirit siphon goldfish that Lin Yuan had traded out. However, seeing the strange smile on Lin Yuan's face, the mother of Bloodbath knew that there must be something wrong with them. It just didn't know where the problem lay. Lin Yuan felt that the next time he saw this vendor would definitely hit him. The exclusive skill that those spirit siphon goldfish had was dirt removal. It could remove the dirt on the other phase within the range. The substandard shells were coated with a layer of artificial glaze that was almost indistinguishable from the superior class butterfly shells. With this exclusive skill, he believed that the glaze attached to the surface of the substandard shells would be stripped off in less than 2 hours. Lin Yuan had specially picked the spirit siphon goldfish with dirt removal from the school of fish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He felt that Indigo Azure City should send him a banner printed with Cheater Killer on it. Lin Yuan felt the condition of the 3 red water blood snakes in the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box, and they were significantly better than before when they had just been sprinkled with realgar. He turned to the mother of Bloodbath and asked, Mother of Bloodbath, do you have any requirements for the quality of those 3 red water blood snakes? The mother of Bloodbath answered with some melancholy, These 3 red water blood snakes have the hornless dragon bloodline and are fantastically gifted. The best way is for them to awaken the hornless dragon bloodline at bronze and reach epic. My nurturing of the 3 red water blood snakes is actually similar to you humans' nurturing phase. However, they don't need to comprehend the willpower rune but can instead share my blood law. Hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan said, Leave these 3 red water blood snakes with me first and also awakening their bloodline and enhancing their quality. The mother of Bloodbath was silent for a moment and then gently replied, Okay. It thought that the youth that needed its protection back then in Millstone Town had now begun to help take on a big burden, which was something difficult for itself to do. In just 6 months, the youth had long grown up without realizing it. The skinny youth sitting in a wheelchair in front of the stall noticed that the person behind him did not move and asked, Uncle Fu, since we're rarely outside for once, push me to the front. The thin youth's words seemed to have woken up the middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face. When the middle-aged man was awakened, he subconsciously pushed the wheelchair with force, causing the thin youth sitting in the wheelchair to bump. The middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face hurriedly said, I lost focus and have disturbed third young master. The thin youth didn't care and asked with some curiosity, I remember that even though Uncle Fu's ice heart lionfish has not yet become a myth breed, it has already broken through to suzerain. Why did you lose focus? The middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face answered with a grim expression, when I oppressed that masked youth with my aura just now, the blood in my body went out of my control in a flash. The blood flooded into my brain and heart, causing me to lose focus. The eyes of the thin youth that was called third young master lit up. An evil and unrestrained smile hung on his scholarly, gentle face. Blood flowing backward and losing focus? How interesting. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji and Listen had bought a lot of things in the few hours in Indigo Azure Sea Market. Lu Ji and Listen watched Lin Yuan purchase a lot of feys and spiritual materials that grew in the sea. He only bought the marine feys that were of special quality or have mutated. Lin Yuan had mostly purchased all kinds of rare spiritual materials that were only produced in the sea. After purchasing a large amount of resources, Lin Yuan had a rich harvest. Even though Listen and Lu Ji had long known how deep Lin Yuan's foundation was, they couldn't help but have a new perception of it again and again at this moment. Chapter 439, Mutual Harm. When Lin Yuan purchased the feys and spiritual materials, Listen noticed the difference between Lin Yuan and those other young masters of the major factions. Lin Yuan had a deep foundation, yet he didn't squander it in the slightest. When he was purchasing those, he had a good grasp of the price and did not let himself be at the losing end. It could be said that although he looked like he was buying a lot of goods in a large number, each transaction was a steal at a closer look. In the eyes of Listen, Lin Yuan was earning resources while spending money. Through the purchase of feys and spiritual materials, the snowball of the resources he could control was rolling bigger and bigger. Such a vision and ability made Listen feel very admirable. At this moment, Lin Yuan said to the old man in front of the stall, "Boss, the blood coral crystals you sell here are now mine." The old man who traded with Lin Yuan looked at the blood coral crystal heartbreakingly. Then he looked at the two pieces of completely jade-textured agar wood that were like black crystals and said with a big wave of his hand and some heartache, "You lucked out with the blood coral crystals." Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "Boss, you're refined. Otherwise, you wouldn't have preferred this agar wood with a subtle and imperceptible scent and could calm the mind." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the old man at the stall was visibly flabbergasted and asked, "I love the completely jade-textured agar wood. What does it have to do with its smell?" It was Lin Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Boss, don't you want this completely jade-textured agar wood for burning?" The old man looked at Lin Yuan with dumbfounded eyes and shouted with trembling lips, "Don't pretend after the transaction. Only a fool would be willing to burn this completely jade-textured agar wood. Making it into a large thumb ring is the best use of it." The old man in the stall only felt that the more he looked at the masked youth in front of him, the more he felt stuffy in his heart. "You're tactful about the money. Burning the agar wood? You're so impressive, so why don't you raise a few legend feys at home?" When Lin Yuan heard the old man's words, he took the blood coral crystals he had exchanged and pulled Listen and Lu Ji to leave. When they reached the depths of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, most of the feys and spiritual materials sold by the vendors were good stuff that was hard to find outside. Such good stuff was naturally not sold casually but used by the stall vendors to exchange for the spiritual materials or feys they needed. This old man wanted to exchange for completely jade-textured agar wood, and Lin Yuan fancied the blood coral crystals that contained a lot of blood energy. These blood coral crystals contained extremely majestic blood energy, which was exactly what the mother of bloodbath needed, so Lin Yuan made the exchange. Lin Yuan originally thought that he had met an enthusiast who liked the same agar wood as himself. This enthusiast was actually so unrefined that he wanted to make the agar wood into a large thumb ring. He might as well crush the completely jade-textured agar wood into ink to practice calligraphy. At this time, Lu Ji pointed to a distant stall and said, "Lin Yuan, there's really someone selling water world dimensional life forms flesh. However, it's at an outrageous price. He actually goes as far as using the flesh of dimensional life forms of the same level from the Abyss Dimensional Rift in exchange for the water world dimensional life forms flesh with a 1:10 ratio. Quite a few parts from the demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift are not cheap. The flesh of the water world dimensional life forms corrode directly in the air and emit a foul gas, which can be completely defined as a disgusting biochemical weapon." In Lu Ji's opinion, taking the flesh of the demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift in exchange for the water world dimensional life forms flesh was inappropriate, even if it was a ratio of 1:100. When Lin Yuan heard Lu Ji's words, he looked into the distance, and his eyes lit up. Lin Yuan had been looking for vendors selling the water world dimensional life forms flesh on this journey, but he hadn't found a single stall. He knew that the water world dimensional life forms flesh was too invaluable, and few people would keep it. However, he didn't expect to not find a vendor selling it in the Indigo Azure Sea Market, a place that specialized in marine resources, that happened once every decade in Indigo Azure City. Fortunately, he found one now. Lu Ji glanced at the surrounding stalls and said to Listen and Lu Ji, "Big brother Lu, listen, you two also wander around. If you come across any spiritual materials that contain a huge amount of blood energy, help me buy them. And you guys can also buy any suitable resources you find. After saying that, Lin Yuan gave each Listen and Lu Ji a golden silk brocade pouch that was fully stuffed. Then, Lin Yuan went toward the vendor who wanted to exchange the water world dimensional life forms flesh for the abyss dimensional rift life forms flesh. Lu Ji and Listen glanced at the pouch Lin Yuan handed over, and they almost dropped it on the ground. The two brocade pouches were filled with 30 fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish. This was a huge fortune. Lu Ji saw that Lin Yuan had already walked to the stall and said to Listen, "You go to the left side, and I'll go to the right. We'll both exchange for resources on each side." Upon hearing that, Listen suddenly smiled mysteriously and replied, "Big brother Lu, why don't we compete to see who can exchange more resources with these 30 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the pouch?" Lu Ji smiled straightforwardly and answered with a grin, "Sure. I lost the bet last time, and you made me eat 30 lemons. We'll bet this time, and whoever loses will have to eat 50 gold chili peppers." Listen felt his mouth begin to become numb as if his cheeks had swollen up, hot and painful. Listen hurriedly said, "Big brother Lu, 50 gold chili peppers will kill someone. Why don't we change it into bronze ones?" Lu Ji glanced at him and snorted. "Since we have to gamble on something exciting. If you think the gold chili peppers are too much for you, we'll change it into silver ones." Lu Ji's compromise excited Listen, and he clapped his hands. "Since we pursue excitement, we'll do it all the way. I request to change the 50 gold chili peppers into 1 platinum ghost pepper. Big brother Lu, do you dare to do it?" Lu Ji was now full of only one thought. Wouldn't he have to sleep on his back for at least a month after eating a platinum ghost pepper? This was simply mutual harm. However, Listen, who was afraid to eat spicy food, was not afraid. Why did he have to be scared? "We'll do it. You're not allowed to drink milk an hour after eating." Listen didn't expect Lu Ji to be so daring and had actually thought of not letting him drink milk. Listen had an idea and added another one. "Not drinking milk is nothing. If you have the guts, drink iced cola immediately after eating the platinum ghost pepper." Chapter 440, Increased Endurance. Lu Ji and Listen glanced at each other, and both felt that the other was a ruthless person, but once they remembered the taste of the platinum ghost pepper, they hurriedly set off in both directions and used the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish in the golden silk brocade pouch to exchange for resources. The old man, who had thought Lin Yuan was pretentious, once again doubted life. He had thought that these two youths who had just bet in front of his stall were just two childish people. He didn't expect that they actually suddenly became ruthless. The combination of these three people was one pretentious person and two ruthless people. It was simply too strange. Lin Yuan had already reached the Indigo Azure Sea Market's core area. Most of the feys and spiritual materials sold at the border of the Indigo Azure Sea Market were relatively ordinary, and very few were eye-catching. However, the more he walked to the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, the rarer and better the quality of the spiritual materials and feys he could exchange. Previously, there was only one way to the outer area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, but the roads to the core area had become more. This made Lin Yuan increasingly feel that this Indigo Azure Sea Market was like a huge maze. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the layout of the core area was not friendly to those with a bad sense of direction. This large stall was the coldest in front of the middle-aged man who exchanged water world dimensional life forms flesh for abyssal world dimensional life forms flesh. This middle-aged man was also happy and sized up the stalls around, just like a patroller patrolling a territory. Several platinum fey storage boxes were placed beside him, and he saw Lin Yuan walk over. The middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and asked, "Do you want to exchange for the water world dimensional life forms flesh?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Uncle, you should have flesh of class 3 water world dimensional life forms that are equivalent to gold feys, right?" As soon as the middle-aged man heard Lin Yuan's words, he raised his hands, and Lin Yuan saw he was wearing 2 exaggerating rings on his hands. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I have 2 diamond fey storage boxes of water world dimensional life forms flesh, from class 2 to class 5. However, I'll have to say this beforehand. If you exchange for the water world dimensional life forms flesh without a diamond fey storage box, you have to buy these platinum fey storage boxes in front of me. I don't want to be driven out by my own people." When Lin Yuan heard this middle-aged man's words, he nodded in deep understanding. Lin Yuan had smelled the water world dimensional life forms flesh, and this smell couldn't be covered even by the shellfish vapor coral's shellfish vapor. If he took out the water world dimensional life form's flesh, the spirit chi professionals in this Indigo Azure Sea market would experience a chain reaction of dissolved materials in the stomach. At the same time, Lin Yuan also learned this middle-aged man's identity from his words. This middle-aged man had said that he didn't want to be driven away by his own people, which meant that he should be one of the Indigo Azure Guards. The Indigo Azure Guards managed the Indigo Azure Sea market. At the same time, it could also explain why this middle-aged man had 2 diamond fey storage boxes full of high-class water world dimensional life forms flesh. As long as an opened water world dimensional rift appeared in the sea near the Indigo Azure City, and the water world dimensional life forms that gushed out from it threatened the safety of the residents on the shore of Indigo Azure City, the Indigo Azure Guards would have to exterminate these rebellious water world dimensional life forms. This middle-aged man should also represent the entire Indigo Azure Guards. He wanted to take advantage of this Indigo Azure Sea market to see if he could exchange the water world dimensional life form's flesh that had been accumulated during this decade for some relatively useful resources. Uncle, I have the fey storage box that contains the abyssal demon's flesh. The amount I want may be a bit more. The middle-aged man was happy to hear that and replied cheerfully, as long as you don't take the gold dimensional life form's flesh for land reclamation, I have enough here. Lin Yuan took a platinum fey storage box out of the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and started to put the gold abyssal demon's flesh from the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box into the platinum fey storage box. He filled it with half of the remaining 3000 class 3 demon's flesh from his leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box and handed the platinum fey storage box filled with 1500 demon's flesh to the middle-aged man in front of him. This middle-aged man took a look at it and coughed. Then he asked with some surprise, "You're exchanging so much class 3 demon's flesh for class 3 water world dimensional life form's flesh?" Lin Yuan nodded. It was the most suitable for Redthorn to devour class 3 dimensional life form's flesh to raise its grade and quality at silver/fantasy breed. It was not a picky eater and absorbed the flesh energy from the dimensional life form's flesh. Therefore, there was not much difference in nature eating the demon dimensional life form's flesh and the water world dimensional life form's flesh. Redthorn had devoured a large amount of the unique acidic and withering inherited of the demon's flesh and had a grasp on it. It could also be inherited from the child ramets and ramets produced by spore growth. Thus, eating the class 3 demon's flesh only served to digest the blood energy for Redthorn. During this period, Lin Yuan discovered in his observation of Redthorn that it had previously devoured the flesh of nearly 100 gold water world dimensional life forms. In addition to making the 12 1-meter useless petals of Redthorn mutate into gill-shaped petals, it also vaguely controlled the decaying characteristics of the water world dimensional life form. This decaying characteristic didn't mean that Redthorn would cause the target to decay after striking it. Rather, after death, the child ramets and ramets summoned by Redthorn would quickly decay and become nutrients for other living child ramets and ramets to absorb. Although Redthorn's endurance had been greatly enhanced with Eye of Relinquish, if it completely mastered the water world dimensional life form's decaying characteristics, then there was no doubt that Redthorn could again increase its endurance. The endurance was a guarantee that Redthorn spawned a lush and stable sea of flowers, so naturally, the more, the better. Lin Yuan and this middle-aged man finished exchanging this large batch of water world dimensional life form's flesh in a short while. After the exchange, besides giving Lin Yuan 15,000 gold water world dimensional life form's flesh, this middle-aged man also gave him an additional 500 gold water world dimensional life form's flesh. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan asked this middle-aged man, "Uncle, I wonder if we can exchange contact numbers? I may need more water world dimensional life form's flesh in the future, so it'll be convenient for us to trade again then." Chapter 441, A New Heaven and Earth Fey. The middle-aged man was naturally very happy to hear that and said with a cheerful laugh, "It's a deal. You can use any kind of dimensional life form's flesh in exchange for the water world dimensional life form's flesh here. But if you take the flesh of alien insects and water world dimensional life forms, the exchange ratio won't be as large as the abyssal dimensional life forms." Lin Yuan was indifferent. As long as he could exchange for the water world dimensional life form's flesh, Lin Yuan would gain no matter what the ratio was. He couldn't help but have the idea of exchanging all the dimensional life form's flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box for water world dimensional life form's flesh. But immediately after that, he dispelled that thought. Anyway, he could contact this middle-aged man in the future. Even if he left the Indigo Azure Sea market, there were still plenty of opportunities to make the exchange through ostrich logistics. 500 gold water world dimensional life form's flesh was enough for Redthorn to digest and devour for a long time. Lin Yuan left this middle-aged man's stall before heading toward the different areas where Lu Ji and Listen went. Along the way, he purchased nothing. There were extremely many treasures in this world. At the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea market, even Lin Yuan had to spend a lot to buy the rare spiritual materials and feys. Therefore, he would have one less bargaining chip in his hand each time he bought something. It was likely that he might not be able to get the capital to compete on prices with others when he encountered feys or spiritual materials he really needed. Lin Yuan saw many buyers were competing on prices for the same fey or spiritual material in front of many stalls. Even if the price competition between the two buyers offered spiritual materials of the same value and were equally good, there were always feys and spiritual materials suitable for the stall owner. The final exchange, in the end, would have to be decided by the stall owner. As Lin Yuan walked, the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice was filled with urgency. Lin Yuan, there is extremely dense blood energy ahead, which is tremendous and pure. It will be of great use to me. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed the mother of Bloodbath's directions and reached a stall. He noticed that a man and a woman were standing in front of the stall. The short-haired young woman was carefully looking at a long crimson vine. He saw many pentagonal leaves grown on the crimson vine. The leaves were dark green, with many scarlet veins like blood vessels. There was an opening on the upper branch of the vine, and the crimson sap condensed on the surface of the vine opening, just like a solidified blood scab. Lin Yuan recognized at a glance that this vine-like fey was not an ordinary one. Rather, it was a heaven and earth fey, the blood brew grapevine. This blood scab should be the wound from cutting off the bunch of blood brew grapes in advance when the stall owner came to the Indigo Azure Sea market to trade this blood brew grapevine. The short-haired woman in front of this stall was bargaining with the stall owner, only to hear him say, "I only exchange the blood brew grapevine for 3 items. A heaven and earth fey of the similar grade to this blood brew grapevine, a bronze/epic fey, or a strategic class resource. Although your 3 broil fire worker ants are bronze/epic, such fire-type feys are of little use in Indigo Azure City. In other cities, these 3 broil fire worker ants' exclusive skills are not considered outstanding, so don't be unconvinced, little girl. Even if you take out 7 of them, I would still hesitate to exchange them with you, let alone the fact that you only took out 3 of them." The stall owner was clearly impatient as he spoke. The short-haired woman hesitated slightly before taking out 3 more source-type life forms. Source-type life forms are also considered source-type reserves in a sense, so I'll add these 3 source-type life forms in exchange for this blood brew grapevine. The stall owner waved his hand. 3 source-type items are at most equal to half a bronze/epic broil fire worker ant. I'll trade with you if you take out another 8 source-type life forms in addition to these 3 bronze/epic broil fire worker ants. The short-haired woman replied with an ugly expression, "I don't have 8 source-type life forms, only 6. Before she could finish her words, the stall owner interrupted rudely, "I'm too lazy to bargain. The offer I've given you is already the best. If not because I didn't want to raise the second bunch of blood brew grapes after the first bunch, I wouldn't exchange with source-type life forms." The man beside the short-haired woman was a little unhappy by the old man's impatient tone. He said to the short-haired woman, "Shan Liang, how about I lend you 2 source-type life forms, and you exchange this blood brew grapevine first?" The short-haired woman called Shan Liang's face immediately turned ugly. She replied to the youth beside her, who had dyed his hair purple, "Wei Dabao, I told you I'm materialistic, and I don't like you. You started not to pester me, but what's the matter with you thinking about loaning me things all day long? Even if I, Shan Liang, starve to death, I won't let you, Wei Dabao, lend me a penny again." Wei Dabao, whose hair was bleached and dyed purple, immediately became somewhat aggrieved. "Shan Liang, do you have a conscience? I'm still willing to lend you despite knowing you're materialistic. Doesn't that show how much I love you?" Upon hearing that, Shan Liang felt bad gas rush forth from her stomach and let out a long burp. She said indignantly, "I'm lucky to be in the same class as you. Leave your things for someone else. Do you think you're the bank of heaven and earth? The interest rate is unbearable." Lin Yuan looked at the man and woman in front of him, and for some reason, he instantly thought of Xian Ying and Zhang Xiaobai. At the same time, he could feel the extreme desire of the mother of Bloodbath for this heaven and earth fey, the blood brew grapevine. This was because the mother of Bloodbath had been in a state of frenzied exuberance from the moment it saw the blood brew grapevine. Although the blood brew grapevine was inferior to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and twin red pagoda in the spirit lock spatial zone, it was similar to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus that parasitized on the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia. The blood brew grapevine and cinnabar osmanthus haworthia also produced fruits. However, the latter's fruit enhanced spiritual energy, while the blood brew grapes from the blood brew grapevine could increase the chi and blood of the target. It also made the cells in the body of the one that consumed it abnormally active in a short period and created a lot of blood. Chapter 442, The Trouble Seeker is here. The blood brew grapevine might not be very valuable among the heaven and earth feys, but it was definitely useful to the mother of bloodbath. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on the blood brew grapevine. Fey name, blood brew grapevine. Fey species, grape genus/twin leaf genus. Fey grade, platinum, 4/10. Fey type, blood. Fey quality, epic. This blood brew grapevine wasn't just platinum, but even its quality was at epic. Lin Yuan couldn't help nodding with satisfaction as this blood brew grapevine was already a matured heaven and earth fey. Once this blood brew grapevine was purchased, it would grow blood brew grapes as long as massive amounts of blood were supplied to it. It didn't need Lin Yuan to spend time and effort to nurture it. Lin Yuan had already heard the resources required to make the trade earlier. As for the 3 heaven and earth feys in Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone, he naturally wouldn't use them in the trade. As for the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, they would be considered strategic class resources that the stall owner wanted for the trade. However, Lin Yuan planned to use strategic class resources like the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls only if it was the last resort. After all, Lin Yuan wasn't certain if he would encounter any spiritual ingredients or feys that he or the mother of bloodbath would need in this indigo azure sea market. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan recalled that he had recently enhanced those 4 bronze/epic wind chain sparrows and the bronze/epic wind net sparrow. Lin Yuan immediately took 2 steps forward and summoned the 4 wind chain sparrows and 1 wind net sparrow. He then lifted the 5 little sparrows and asked the stall owner, "Boss, are you willing to trade 5 of my bronze/epic feys with your blood brew grapevine?" The elder's eyes narrowed slightly when Lin Yuan summoned the 5 palm-sized sparrows. Seeing that the elder was able to instantly identify the poor exclusive skills of the 3 broil fire worker ants with a rough glance, Lin Yuan knew that this elder should be a creation master. This elder was currently squinting his eyes and was probably trying to analyze the exclusive skills of the wind chain sparrows and wind net sparrow that Lin Yuan enhanced. When Lin Yuan enhanced feys to bronze/epic, he always had a good habit. That would be to raise the feys quality to epic when evolving to elite grade. That way, Lin Yuan would be able to choose out of 3 exclusive skills when it evolved to bronze. As such, be it the 4 wind chain sparrows or the wind net sparrow, they all had rather exceptional exclusive skills. They were exclusive skills that could strengthen the combat capabilities of the wind chain sparrows and the wind net sparrow. Lin Yuan immediately brought out extreme sincerity for this trade and didn't wish to negotiate with the elder. It was due to the great importance this blood brew grapevine was to the mother of bloodbath. Lin Yuan was afraid that the trade might just fall out. After all, there were 2 others by the side. One was a woman who called herself Green Tea and there was another flamboyant man with purple-dyed hair that was coveting the blood brew grapevine. Once the elder finished analyzing Lin Yuan's face, he slammed on the stall and said in a forthright manner, "Deal. This blood brew grapevine is yours." Once the elder finished his statement, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. At the same time, Lin Yuan was silently praising how quick-witted he was. After enhancing the 5 sparrows, Lin Yuan had spent close to 2 hours educating them so that they wouldn't use the voice like wind to quarrel with vulgarity. Otherwise, once no one was overseeing the 5 sparrows, they would simply set up a stage to curse each other's ancestors. What else could he do if the stall owner didn't want to trade for these 5 sparrows? Once Lin Yuan completed the trade, the short-haired woman named Shan Liang was rather disappointed. She involuntarily bit on her lips and was obviously unhappy. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan heard the purple-haired youth yelling out. However, the yelling wasn't targeted at Lin Yuan. It was obviously targeting the rather disappointed woman, Shan Liang. "Shan Liang, I didn't believe it when you said you are green tea earlier. But I believe it now. Based on your reaction and expression, do you wish to entice me to make a move and snatch that blood brew grapevine from the masked brother for you?" When Lin Yuan heard the statement, he couldn't help blinking his eyes behind the mask. What kind of shocking assumption was that? As long as it was a human, if the trade wasn't a success, there would definitely be disappointment, right? Shan Liang's expression immediately turned black like the bottom of a pot. She then pinched on the purple-haired youth's ear and yelled, "Wei Dabao, had it not been for your father who came to the school and got me demerit points after I beat you up harshly previously, I would definitely make you crawl on the floor now. Shan Liang twisted Wei Dabao's ear by nearly half a round before letting go. Wei Dabao's ear didn't turn too red. Instead, it was his face that turned red first as he mumbled, Shan Liang, this is what I like about you. You are just like the catfish in the water canal, forceful. Shan Liang immediately responded by reaching out her hands to pinch on Wei Dabao's cheeks before giving 2 hard slaps on his neck. She then said, see if my soul-snatching pinch can pinch you to death or if my fickle palm can slap you to death. Wei Dabao might be pleading for mercy due to Shan Liang's attack, but his eyes were growing brighter. At present, Lin Yuan couldn't tell if Shan Liang and Wei Dabao were showing their love or trying to show their grudge. They were truly a pair of old enemies and sweethearts. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to leave, he heard a rather sinister voice that echoed behind him. Kid, don't be in a hurry to leave. I think your mask looks rather good, and I am very interested. Why don't you sell it to me? Lin Yuan didn't turn around after hearing the question, neither did he look at the person who spoke to him. However, Lin Yuan's brows raised slightly. Just from this statement, Lin Yuan knew that this person was specifically here to seek trouble. Lin Yuan's mouth revealed an arc. Finally here. Too slow. When Lin Yuan had asked Listen to visit the Indigo Azure Sea market together, he knew that someone would certainly look for him. However, he didn't think that this person would take such a long time. Lin Yuan really liked to see the Zheng family, one of the 3 prestigious families of Indigo Azure City, and what kind of methods they would use to deal with him. Chapter 443, Still Buying? Lin Yuan knew that the Zheng family would look for him. To be frank, the Zheng family simply wanted to find out his status. After calling for the assassinations on Listen, the Zheng family had already consecutively lost 2 king-class experts. One of them was even a pinnacle king-class expert. The loss of the pinnacle king-class expert was already enough for the Zheng family to be apprehensive toward Listen. Therefore, before the Zheng family was able to find out the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's backer, they wouldn't make a move on Listen first. Since a pinnacle king-class expert was already dead, they would need to mobilize an emperor-class expert if they had to make another move. The battle between emperor-class experts would involve law runes and power of law. It wasn't like the battle between king-class experts which could be controlled. If an emperor-class expert was to make a move recklessly, things might go overboard. At this sensitive period, Lin Yuan had appeared beside Listen. Therefore, the Zheng family was obviously trying to ensure the relationship between Lin Yuan and Listen. Lin Yuan was also waiting for this opportunity as he wanted to know if it was the Zheng family's main family or the 3rd lineage that had been targeting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Before Lin Yuan could turn around to talk, Wei Dabao, who had been on the receiving end of Shan Liang's frenzied attacks, whistled and said, Zheng Wenbo, didn't you just receive a beating from your lineage's brothers? I heard that your father transferred you to study in the royal capital. Instead of staying in the royal capital, why did you bring your annoying shoehorn face here? Shan Liang looked at Zheng Wenbo, her eyes filled with contempt and disgust. The sinister-eyed Zheng Wenbo had already noticed Wei Dabao and Shan Liang, who stood beside them. However, Zheng Wenbo didn't bother about Wei Dabao's words as though he didn't hear him. However, Zheng Wenbo, whose expression was already sinister, had turned even darker. When Lin Yuan turned around, Zheng Wenbo extended his hand and pointed at Lin Yuan before saying, it is just a mask, give it to me, and maybe I'll let you be my friend. Seeing Zheng Wenbo ignore him, Wei Dabao immediately said in a loud tone, oh? It has just been a few months, Wenbo. You know how to act arrogant now, hey? People who don't know you might think your Zheng family's 3rd lineage has become the main family, and you, Zheng Wenbo, have become the official young master Zheng. Isn't that right? Shan Liang. When Shan Liang heard Wei Dabao mentioning her, she snorted and said, don't talk to me. Talk to me again, and I will hammer you to death. Wei Dabao's mouth twitched, but his eyes flashed with vague expectations. Zheng Wenbo's sinister face instantly turned so gloomy because of Wei Dabao's words that it seemed like droplets would drip down. However, Zheng Wenbo's attention was still on Lin Yuan as he thought of his father's mission. Zheng Wenbo had a certain level of understanding toward Wei Dabao. Wei Dabao was a collateral descendant of the Wei family, one of the 3 prestigious families in Indigo Azure City. Therefore, Wei Dabao wasn't that easy to deal with. If Wei Dabao managed to pester Zheng Wenbo, the objective of this mission might not be achieved. Lin Yuan shook his head gently as he saw how Zheng Wenbo glared at him. Lin Yuan said in a clear voice, if you are talking about being friends, then forget it. I don't make friends with just anyone. But if you are interested in my mask, I can be generous enough to sell it to you. After speaking, Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power in his body. As soon as the spiritual power was circulated, the moon-white robes, which were embedded with completely jade-textured beads, instantly lit up. It gave Lin Yuan an indescribable noble aura. At the same time, Hu Quan's mask with completely jade-textured threads was emitting a gentle and jade-like halo under the afternoon sun. The halo wasn't dazzling, but it gave off a 7-colored jade luster. However, it was too eye-catching and didn't outshine the afternoon sun's radiance. As the spirit chi was circulated around the completely jade-textured mask, it emitted an image of a grand city. It felt like a grand city hidden in the clouds and was indistinct. The moment Lin Yuan's mask lit up, everyone's attention was attracted by the 7-colored jade luster. Wei Dabao was surprised when he saw Lin Yuan's mask and thought, "Holy shit!" Wei Dabao then looked at Zhang Wenbo with a teasing expression. Lin Yuan only circulated his spirit chi for a moment and stopped. He then looked at the sinister-looking youth and asked, "Still buying?" Zhang Wenbo didn't know how to answer Lin Yuan's question. This was the Indigo Azure Sea market, and if he said he wanted to buy it, he would need to bring out something equivalent in value. Zhang Wenbo would be willing to take the resources out of his vault to exchange for rare spiritual ingredients and feys. However, if he bought this jade-textured mask, it was the same as buying a luxury item with no practical value. From the jade luster of the mask, it seemed like the jade-textured wood thread was already 5 times the weight of normal wood. It had already reached the level of jade-textured wood that was of absolute grade. Furthermore, given the weaving method of the mask, only a Class 5 spirit craftsman with a fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede could do it. Zhang Wenbo hadn't planned to trade for any resources in the Indigo Azure Sea market, so he hadn't brought many resources with him. He was the one that looked for trouble first but was now forced to be suspended in mid-air, making things very awkward. However, Zhang Wenbo didn't understand how this jade-textured mask would emit a 7-colored jade luster. Lin Yuan spoke again. "The value of my mask isn't easy to estimate. There is at least a mix of a few dozen kinds of completely jade-textured wood threads in it. If you really like it, then show me your sincerity." Lin Yuan wasn't a high-profile person. He was doing this to show the Zhang family's third lineage his foundation. He was trying to tell them that he shouldn't be trifled with. At the same time, Lin Yuan wanted to find out the true objective of the Zhang family's third lineage toward the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that Zhang Wenbo didn't have a way to step down, Wei Dabao let out a light cough. He stroked his purple hair and gave a comment. "Zhang Wenbo, I know you don't have money. Stop pretending. But don't be afraid even if you don't have money. Who knew you would meet me here? Since we had been classmates for 2 hours. I can give you a loan." Zhang Wenbo's sinister expression immediately broke open as he shouted, "Wei Dabao, can your mouth stop talking like the cotton pants of an old grandma?" Chapter 444, Don't strive so much until you break your legs. When Wei Dabao heard Zhang Wenbo berating him, Wei Dabao's face revealed a vaguely excited expression. But immediately after, Wei Dabao realized that Shan Liang had already left. As such, Wei Dabao didn't bother about Zhang Wenbo, whose expression had cracked open. Wei Dabao flung his purple hair flirtatiously and chased after Shan Liang. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan, the elder behind the youth, possesses myth-breed feys, and he has more than one. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the elder standing behind Zhang Wenbo. The elder had a straight back and was giving off a cedar-like aura. Lin Yuan's eyes turned a little solemn. It seemed like this elder should be the emperor-class expert from the Zhang family's third lineage. From the standing position of the elder, one could see that this elder wasn't from the Zhang family's main family. If he was from the main family, he wouldn't be standing behind the young master of the Zhang family's third lineage. Since the Zhang family's third lineage had found him, they might have also looked for Lu Ji and Listen. However, Lin Yuan wasn't worried about Listen and Lu Ji's safety. With endless summer protecting them in the dark, there was probably no one in the Indigo Azure Sea market that could harm them. However, the appearance of this elder in front of Lin Yuan meant that the Zhang family's third lineage was willing to mobilize an emperor-class expert in order to take over the coastal sea in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control. This virtually expressed the attitude of the Zhang family's third lineage. It made Lin Yuan even more curious about the Zhang family's third lineage's passion toward this coastal sea. Lin Yuan quietly looked at this young master Zhang with an amused expression. After hearing what the purple-haired youth said earlier, this sinister-looking youth should be the person backing the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital. The pinnacle king-class expert that Endless Summer had killed had probably been sent by this sinister-looking youth too. Under Lin Yuan's attention, Zhang Wenbo's expression looked increasingly unpleasant. This is simply too shameful. I originally wanted to use the method of seeking trouble to test the foundation of this youth in the strange mask. But I just had to mention the mask. Now that Wei Dabao knows, everyone within my circle will probably know too. This is the same as letting myself die in society. Just as Zhang Wenbo was about to speak, Lin Yuan spoke. Since you are feeling bashful, then I shall not force you to buy it. If you wish to buy something in the Indigo Azure Sea market, you better check your capability in order not to shame yourself. Of course, it is the same logic for anything else. After speaking, Lin Yuan kept the blood brew grapevine into the amber button-shaped fey storage box and turned away. Zhang Wenbo's eyes turned serious after hearing Lin Yuan's statement. He could feel an attitude from the statement. It felt as though Lin Yuan never put Zhang Wenbo in his eyes, and it sounded like a warning too. Zhang Wenbo might be born in the Zhang family's third lineage, but he was still a young master of the Zhang family. When outside, everyone would address him as young Master Zhang. Zhang Wenbo's anger surged as Lin Yuan provoked him. The elder with the straight back and cedar-like aura looked in the direction where Lin Yuan left and placed his hand on Zhang Wenbo's shoulder. Wenbo, you have already done well for the mission master gave you. Why are you unhappy? Zhang Wenbo took a deep breath. His face might not be angry anymore, but his eyes were like a vulture looking at rotten flesh. Grandpa Chiao, did you feel any presence of experts beside him? The elder patted on Zhang Wenbo's shoulder and said, I didn't feel any powerful presence at all. Unless, the enemy is stronger than me and is purposely concealing their presence. Let's go and report back to Master. See what Master asks us to do next. Zhang Wenbo revealed a sinister grin and said, he doesn't have any expert's protection and dares to talk so arrogantly. Given my understanding toward my father, Grandpa Chiao might be troubled to make another trip tonight. The elder with the straight back smiled and said, no trouble. It just so happens that the cold snow pine will be breaking through tonight. Once Zhang Wenbo left with the elder, a youth in a wheelchair appeared. His evil smile brightened further. A man with 3 scars on his face stood behind the crippled youth. Third young master, we have been outside for a long time. Let's go back. The skinny and frail crippled youth didn't respond to the scarred man. He looked to be in high spirits as he said, I heard that second brother is standing on the third lineage's side. Seems like second brother is truly striving hard, huh? I can't even walk. The scarred man's back was drenched in a cold sweat when he heard the third young master's words. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to reply. He even tried his best to slow down his breathing. The frail youth in the wheelchair continued. I can't even walk, but second brother is striving so hard. He is really my good second brother. The scarred man suddenly felt his bones chilling up when the third young master said, good second brother. At this moment, the frail youth's evil smile suddenly withdrew. I have to make the second brother strive on my behalf too. The frail youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and cruelty. He then extended his hand with 6 fingers and looked at his palm. Earlier on, you said when you released chi prowess against that person, your blood vessels flowed in reverse, and your mind was disrupted. I wonder if such an iron plate is enough for my second brother to strive so hard that he breaks his legs. Suddenly, a breeze of sea wind blew into the Indigo Azure Sea market. Because of the sea wind, the frail youth suddenly coughed. When coughing, his ruthless eyes turned mild like jade. The wind is here. Push me to grandfather's place. It has been a long time since I played chess with my grandfather. The scarred man lowered his head while sweat gathered at the tip of his nose before dripping on the ground and making a small splash. After receiving the third young master's command, he quickly responded, yes, third young master. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to explore the Indigo Azure Sea market, he suddenly saw Lu Ji and Lu Ji running toward him. They looked to be rather anxious. Chapter 445, Iron Bucket Sister Plan 3.0 launched. Lin Yuan saw Lu Ji and Listen running toward him, and he rushed forward to meet them and thought, did the people from the Zhang family's third lineage really went to find trouble with Lu Ji and Listen? Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask, Lu Ji said with some urgency, Lin Yuan, come with us. There is a piece of mountain containing embryo. When he heard that, his pupils fiercely shrank, and his eyes were full of joy. Lin Yuan now had a total of 4 fantasy breed feys: the Source Sand, Jasmine Lily, Red Thorn, and Chimey. Chimy's quality had improved after metamorphosing into a fantasy breed fey, so Lin Yuan didn't need to worry about it anymore. As long as Lin Yuan could provide enough strange flames for his heaven and earth fey, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, it was possible to raise Chimy to fantasy V. Lin Yuan also didn't have to worry about Red Thorn. As long as Red Thorn kept eating, it could be promoted from fantasy I sooner or later. However, after Jasmine Lily and the Source Sand became a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan didn't do much in terms of quality improvement. Lin Yuan had been stuck at the C-rank Spirit Chi professional rank. He wanted to rely on the spiritual power of a C-rank Spirit Chi professional to promote a fantasy breed phase quality, but to no avail. He had tried thinking of a way, but these treasures to enhance the quality of fantasy breeds were too rare. Lin Yuan had not been able to find them, even if he tried to do so. The mountain-containing embryo that Lu Ji had mentioned was a kind of treasure that could enhance Earth-type fantasy breed phase and Source-type life forms and was considered a rare strategic class resource. Although the Source Sand was of the Sand element, it was also considered a variant of the Earth element and belonged to the same element. Of course, strategic class resources like the mountain-containing embryo did not only enhance the quality of Earth-type fantasy breed phase and Source-type items. However, in Lin Yuan's mind, this mountain-containing embryo's greatest use on him was to promote the Source Sand from Fantasy I. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Listen quickly headed toward the stall where the mountain-containing embryo appeared. Before he reached the stall, Lin Yuan noticed many people gathered around it. Seeing this situation, Lin Yuan was a little anxious. He saw that most people were watching the fun. He, Lu Ji, and Listen pushed aside the crowd to squeeze inside. He emerged from the crowd and arrived at the transaction location next to the stall. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed an old man looking through an eyepiece and carefully examining a brownish-yellow spherical object that was half the size of a fist. This brownish-yellow spherical object was very inconspicuous, like a potato. It was slowly beating in the old man's hands like an embryo with life. The stall owner was fat. When he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Listen emerge from the crowd to the trading area in front of his stall, he reminded them, "If you plan to trade, you can check out these 3 items at my stall. I only exchange strategic class treasures, feys, spiritual materials, and source-type life forms. But listen up, only strategic class ones." When Lin Yuan heard the boss reminder, he responded, "I heard that you have a piece of mountain-containing embryo. It's something I desperately need, so I came here to take a look." Upon hearing that, this fatty stall owner made a gesture for them to go ahead and replied with a smile, "Then you'll wait for Master Jinglu to finish viewing this mountain-containing embryo before you do so. The other 2 objects are not as rare as the mountain-containing embryo, but they are also good. You can check them out yourself." As he spoke, the fatty stall owner sized up Lin Yuan. His gaze deliberately lingered on the mask Lin Yuan was wearing on his face for a few seconds before he moved his eyes away. Lin Yuan lowered his head and schemed the other 2 items on the stall. He did not pay much attention. However, he saw the old man, Master Jinglu, had no sign of finishing observing the mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the 3 items on the stall, and they attracted his gaze. His attention was not on the mountain-containing embryo, which could allow the Source Sand to metamorphose into a fantasy breed and have its quality raised. Rather, it was the fairy-like spherical Source-type life form. It was only the size of a thumb and not conspicuous at all. However, Lin Yuan didn't expect that it would actually be a fairy Source-type life form as rare as an elemental Source-type life form. Lin Yuan was also an experienced person and wouldn't be so attracted to ordinary fairy Source-type life forms. Lu Ji's contracted insect queen was just a fairy Source-type life form. Although Lin Yuan had only seen the insect queen's true form when it entered a battle, he already had sufficient understanding of fairy Source-type life forms. This fairy Source-type life form in front of him had attracted his attention because it was simply too suitable for Chu Ci. It was simply a Source-type life form for his Iron Bucket Sister Plan 3.0. He could officially launch that plan with this fairy Source-type life form. This fairy Source-type life form might have harsher contract conditions, but it was no effort at all for Lin Yuan. When the boss saw Lin Yuan constantly staring at the fairy spherical Source-type life form, he also ignored Lin Yuan and didn't introduce the item to him. He just sat there calmly, with the posture of "I have good stuff, and I'm not worried about being unable to sell them." Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of such a suitable Source-type life form for Chu Ci since he had found one. He said to the fat boss, who had a satisfied face, "Boss, quote a price for this item in the middle." The fat boss patted his big belly and answered, "I refuse to bargain. Since you want to trade for the item in the middle, you should also know what it is, so you should also know the approximate price. After saying this, the fat boss chuckled and smiled unusually politely. He added another sentence, which made Lin Yuan choke a little. You can only quote a price once. I'll trade it with you if I'm satisfied with it. Otherwise, you're not fated with this item. Regardless of whether it was the usual transactions or release of the trading news in his purchase with no loss store, Lin Yuan was like a boss. Thus, he didn't think he would be treated like this right now. Chapter 446, Burning Sunflower. Lin Yuan now finally understood why most people in front of the fat boss stall were watching the fun but didn't come forward to trade. If their offer didn't go through with the fat boss, they wouldn't even have the chance to continue to talk further. Boss, this fairy source type life form's contract condition is too difficult. If we can't find a pinnacle class 4 creation master to help with this source type life form, it'll also be defective even if we can contract it. The fat boss rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Yuan say that. If it weren't for the contract conditions, I wouldn't have taken this fairy source type life form out for trade. But even if you can't find a pinnacle class 4 creation master, you can contract this fairy source type life form by finding a class 4 creation master with some effort. Lu Ji and Listen, who were standing beside Lin Yuan, were at a loss. They didn't understand what was going on between Lin Yuan and this stall owner. When Lin Yuan heard this fat boss words, he shook his head and didn't approve his statement. Under true data, the contract condition of this fairy source type life form, Burning Sunflower, was very special. It could not be contracted directly by a spirit chi professional and had to be nurtured like a normal fey first. When it was nurtured to bronze/legend, it could grow fully, but only when it reached bronze/epic spirit chi professionals could contract it, which was a kind of method of wasting its potential. If the contractor chose to contract it, after the contract, the black-green fairy ball-like burning sunflower would bloom a flame-like flower, from which a burning sunflower spirit would grow. The burning sunflower would crystallize and become a resting place for the burning sunflower spirit. At the same time, the burning sunflower spirit would reach normal. However, if the spirit chi professional contracted the burning sunflower at its full state at bronze/legend, the burning sunflower would grow 2 flame-like flowers that would then grow 2 identical normal burning sunflower spirits. These 2 identical burning sunflower spirits shared the same grade and willpower rune and caste abilities together. It could be said there was a tremendous difference when the contractor chose to contract the burning sunflower at bronze/legend and at bronze/epic. In Lin Yuan's opinion, no matter how suitable this burning sunflower was for Chu Ci, he would give up if he couldn't let it reach its complete state before letting Chu Ci contract it. Instead of making a compromise like this, it would be better to choose another one that could fully unleash its strength. Lin Yuan weighed the value of this fairy source type life form, the burning sunflower, and was about to make an offer. The old man, who had been crouching down to check this mountain-containing embryo, stood up and said with admiration, "This mountain-containing embryo is really worthy of being good stuff that can only be produced from a class 4 subterranean dimensional rift. I'll offer 2 young elemental shellfish, which have a slightly higher price than this mountain-containing embryo." The fat boss face revealed happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan found that things were bad. He didn't expect this old man, who had crouched on the ground to look at the mountain-containing embryo, would make an offer after standing up. His offer was obviously slightly higher than the price of the mountain-containing embryo itself. In this case, if he didn't speak up quickly, Lin Yuan probably would not be fated with this mountain-containing embryo. "Boss, do you accept elemental pearls?" When the fat boss heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately turned to glance at him and asked in surprise, "You want to exchange elemental pearls for this fairy source type life form?" Although the value of a single elemental pearl was far less than that of a fairy source type life form, compared to the source type life form, the status of the elemental pearl was obviously higher among the foundational resources. After all, a single source type life form had great limitations and was only valuable to a very small number of people. But most of the world's feys had natural properties. In addition to a few spiritual type, blood type, and poison type feys, most feys use elemental pearls at the juncture of evolution, and there was a large degree of possibility to enhance their natural attributes and even help with their evolution. It could be said that the versatility and functionality of elemental pearls were not at all comparable to a single source type life form that had great limitations. The old man who was called Master Jinglu by the fat boss frowned slightly, as his speech was interrupted, but didn't utter a word. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan's words made Master Jinglu frown even more. "I'm not exchanging elemental pearls for this fairy source type life form. Just as Lin Yuan spoke with a slight pause, the fat boss didn't react in time. If you're not exchanging the elemental pearls for this fairy source-type life form, why did you ask me whether I accept elemental pearls? The fat boss heard Lin Yuan's words and was between a rock and a hard place. I'm going to use the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls to exchange for this mountain-containing embryo of yours. Lin Yuan's words caused the surrounding onlookers to cry out in shock. The elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish needed highly pure spirit qi. Through concocting the spirit fluid and inducing the spirit qi, creation masters above class 3 could help the elemental shellfish produce the elemental pearls. However, the speed of class 3 creation masters doing so was simply too slow, and only creation masters above class 3 could induce the elemental pearls normally. It was not a big deal to take out the elemental pearls, but Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls were different. This was the patent of class 4 and above creation masters. A mountain-containing embryo definitely required a lot of Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls in exchange, which could indicate that the masked youth must have a powerful creation master behind him. The fat boss glanced at Master Jinglu and noticed that he was frowning badly, and understood the situation was bad. Master Jinglu was an advanced class 4 creation master. If Master Jinglu had a bad opinion of himself, that would be a loss. But compared to the elemental shellfish, the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls were a little more attractive to the fat boss. This was because even if he had the elemental shellfish, he could only at most induce elemental pearls, and the prerequisite of inducing elemental pearls was that he needed the investment of a creation master. Chapter 447, Lin Yuan Who Takes It All. Even if these creation masters were not used to nurture the elemental pearls to enhance feys and their quality, the benefit was not at all inferior to the value of using the elemental pearls produced by elemental shellfish. Therefore, the fat boss was still more inclined to exchange the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls with Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, this would inevitably offend Master Jinglu, whose temper was not good and was known for his well-defined likes and dislikes. Those people approved by Master Jinglu could be treated as a family by him, but Master Jinglu would never go soft on revenge against those he felt disgusted with. The fat boss' eyes turned, and a thought came to mind. If he traded this mountain-containing embryo to this masked youth in exchange for the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls, Master Jinglu might think badly of himself. However, if he could make Master Jinglu have the least opinion on him and transfer the hatred to this masked youth, then it would be worthwhile to exchange for the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls. This masked youth was willing to exchange the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls for the mountain-containing embryo, which meant that the mountain-containing embryo was very important to him. The fat boss didn't answer Lin Yuan directly but looked at him and blinked twice. Lin Yuan saw the fat boss blink at him and understood what he meant. When Master Jinglu stood up earlier, Lin Yuan had seen the Class 4 Creation Master crest on Master Jinglu's chest. The second star rose high, which meant that Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4 Creation Master. However, even if Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4, he wouldn't give up on the mountain-containing embryo, which was hard to find. Instead, he was bent on getting it in his hands. At the same time, Lin Yuan couldn't help but put his mind on the two young elemental shellfish in Master Jingliu's hands and thought, if I could get the two young elemental shellfish in Master Jingliu's hands, after inducing their mutation in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, they could produce a large number of Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls. At that time, the resources that I can use will increase greatly. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said to the fat boss, I'm willing to take out 200 fire-type Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish to exchange for this mountain-containing embryo. The expression on the fat boss immediately appeared full of surprise when he heard that. However, the fat boss hurriedly concealed the joyful expression on his face and secretly looked at Master Jinglu. He noticed that Master Jinglu didn't look at him and was relieved. Master Jinglu glanced at Lin Yuan for a long time, sighed, and said, Little friend, how about you let me have this mountain-containing embryo, and I'll help you raise the source-type life form, Burning Sunflower, to Bronze/Epic after the trade. Master Jingliu's words caused the crowd to go into an uproar. What's happening? Is this a deal between big brothers? What kind of divine operation is it to earn a chance to raise the quality of a source-type life form to Bronze/Epic for nothing with a single bid? He's worthy of an advanced Class 4 Creation Master. He offered a chance to raise a source-type life form to Bronze/Epic. Why aren't the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls taken out? What if there aren't any? As soon as this woman's voice sounded, the surrounding people looked at her like she was an idiot. In front of an advanced Class 4 Creation Master, was there really someone in the world who dared to lie and swindle an advanced class 4 creation master? When Lin Yuan heard Master Jingliu's words, he shook his head and said, Master Jingliu, the mountain-containing embryo is related to my strength. Given your identity, you naturally know how unattainable the mountain-containing embryo is. Since I've seen it, I naturally have to fight for it and not let it go. After saying that, Lin Yuan bowed to Master Jingliu with cupped fists and expressed his apologies. Upon hearing that, Master Jingliu sighed, and his expression became more complicated as he gazed at Lin Yuan. Master Jingliu actually felt quite an antipathy toward this youth who caused a sudden disruption and wanted to snatch the mountain-containing embryo that he was about to get his hands on. However, this bidding trade was a competition of only who would take out something better. In Master Jingliu's opinion, if it were his own choice, even if 2 young elemental shellfish and 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were of equal value, he would not hesitate to choose the latter rather than the former. Thus, Master Jingliu had offered to raise the burning sunflower to bronze/epic. After hearing the rejection, a fire surged up in Master Jingliu's heart. However, seeing this masked youth's courteous and respectful attitude toward him, Master Jingliu could not vent this anger. It had to be said that Lin Yuan's attitude had given Master Jingliu a bit of a good impression. Nonetheless, his antipathy was a little more than this good impression, so Master Jingliu looked at Lin Yuan with displeasure. Forget it. I want this mountain-containing embryo for its pure majestic earth energy and the aura of the ley line roots. Since I'm not fated with it, I'll go back and induce the 2 young elemental shellfish to mutate into thick earth shellfish and nurture the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I'll think of a way for the aura of the ley line roots. I don't have to have the mountain-containing embryo. When Lin Yuan heard Master Jingliu's words, he suddenly felt that he was a little cute. At the same time, he noticed that Master Jingliu seemed to be a hidden chatterer, as he was speaking a long string of words. The meaning of his last words was quite like borrowing comic books from a classmate at school, but the classmate wouldn't lend. One clearly wanted to read a comic book, yet said that they had a novel to read and didn't care about reading comic books. What an old and arrogant person! Lin Yuan was still thinking of the 2 young elemental shellfish in Master Jingliu's hands. Upon hearing Master Jingliu say that he wanted to cultivate the earth-type elemental pearls, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, Master Jingliu, I have some heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. How about I take out 200 of them to exchange for 2 of your young elemental shellfish? It's also my apology. Master Jingliu, who was still somewhat upset with Lin Yuan, was frozen upon hearing this. What did this masked youth mean? He actually wants to exchange with me? Chapter 448, The surplus is called foundation. After snatching the mountain-containing embryo from me, he is now coveting my infant-stage elemental shellfish? Isn't it too much? Master Jingliu's heart might show resistance in his heart, but his body was absolutely willing. Even though he was an advanced class 4 creation master, it would take him great effort and a very long period to produce 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from the thick earth elemental shellfish. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was expressing his apology to him by using 200 heavenly maiden-grade pearls to exchange for his 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish. It was simply too sincere. Master Jingliu said straightforwardly, this old one has a good impression of you. Since that is the case, I agree to trade with you, and I will still help you to enhance this burning sunflower to bronze/epic. Lin Yuan quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Many thanks for the master's kindness. But I shouldn't trouble the master for such small matters. If the master still needs heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, you can look for this junior directly. After finishing the statement, Lin Yuan flipped his hand, brought a big brocade box out of the button-shaped fey storage box, and handed it to Master Jingliu. Master Jingliu opened the box to look and closed it before even counting them. He then smiled and said, the pearl light is reserved and overflowing from within. The color is mild yet clear. The fire elements have filled up the color pores. These heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that you handed over are considered superior among other heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. After saying that, Master Jingliu took out his mobile phone and took the initiative to ask for Lin Yuan's phone number. He then placed the 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish in a platinum fey storage box before handing them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't even check the elemental shellfish inside the fey storage box and simply stored them inside his button-shaped fey storage box. Master Jingliu laughed heartily and said, you are a good kid. This old one likes you. After speaking, Master Jingliu turned and left the stall. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that all the spectators and the fat boss of the stall, including Listen and Lu Ji, were all looking at him as though he was some immortal. Lin Yuan was rather helpless as he simply took out another brocade box which was also filled with 200 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan handed the brocade box to the fat boss. He then looked at the burning sunflower at the stall and asked the fat boss, "Boss, I wonder what resources I can use to trade for this source-type life form with you." When speaking, Lin Yuan reached up and rubbed the back of his head. After trading for 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish and the mountain-containing embryo, Lin Yuan realized that he was now a pauper. All of the heavenly maiden grade fire elemental pearls he had collected in the spirit lock spatial zone were those that the twin red pagoda didn't absorb. Excluding the 60 additional pearls that he had given to Lu Ji and Listen, he had spent another 400 pearls, leaving him with nothing. Lin Yuan might have used 400 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls to trade for plenty of strategic class resources. Still, even if Lin Yuan had to die of hunger, he wouldn't want to trade away these strategic class resources. Lin Yuan realized that his tendency to hoard was getting severe when he had control of more resources. When something good was in his hand, Lin Yuan wouldn't feel the heartache to give them to his companions. However, if Lin Yuan were to trade them away, he would feel the same as though someone was slicing his flesh. The fat boss no longer had the expression as though nothing mattered. He quickly and passionately received the brocade box from Lin Yuan. He then slowly opened the cover of the brocade box before starting to count the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls inside. After finishing the count, the fat boss rubbed the tip of his fingers as though he was reminiscing the texture of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that he had just touched. The fat boss let out a radiant smile, however, he immediately felt a pinch by the idea that he had just thought of. "Young brother, this source-type fairy shall be given to you as a gift. I wonder if I can also exchange contacts with you? If I obtain any other good things in the future, I wish to trade for more heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with you." Lin Yuan didn't think that he would encounter such a good scenario. When did his phone number become so valuable? An exchange of contact information actually allowed him to trade for a source-type fairy. Lin Yuan had obtained 2 more infant-stage elemental shellfish and could mutate them to produce more heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls inside the spirit lock spatial zone. Those elemental pearls would then become the reserve of his strategic class resources. In the eyes of others, Lin Yuan might not be profiting and was actually incurring a small loss. However, Lin Yuan felt that once he nurtured those infant-stage elemental shellfish and placed them in the spirit lock spatial zone for a few days, he would earn back everything. Lin Yuan was planning to nurture the 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish into thick earth elemental shellfish and store up a portion of the produced elemental pearls. He was going to feed them to his contracted source-type life form, the source sand. Actually, for Lin Yuan to upgrade the source sand's quality to fantasy breed, he didn't have to use the mountain-containing embryo either. There were plenty of precious spiritual ingredients that could upgrade the source sand into a fantasy breed and continue to upgrade further. However, the mountain-containing embryo was a strategic class treasure formed after many years of transformation in the underground. They could only be found in Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts, where the earth devoured mountain ranges. The mountain-containing embryo contained the transformation ability of mountain ranges. This transformation ability was very compatible with the source sand's 2 willpower runes. It could be slowly comprehended and absorbed by the source sand. Lin Yuan wanted to make use of the mountain-containing embryo to enhance the source sand's transformation ability once it was upgraded to Fantasy I. Even though a massive amount of resources would be required, Lin Yuan felt that the cost would be worth it if it was to increase his phase strength. After Lin Yuan exchanged phone numbers with the fat boss, the latter didn't feel the pinch of giving away a source-type life form anymore. In the fat boss' opinion, if this masked youth was able to bring out 400 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in front of his stall, it meant that this youth had an immense background. After all, one's background could be seen by how many resources could be utilized. There was a saying, when a bowl is filled with water, the surplus is called foundation. If this masked youth could casually trade 400 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, it meant that the surplus portion of the masked youth's resources could be used as he desired. Forming a relationship with such a person was naturally going to be a great advantage. Even if there wasn't any actual help, just having a stable channel to trade for heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls would be a great profit. Chapter 449, Is Wenyu's cooking not nice? Lin Yuan was in a great mood after the trade. He was now finally able to start upgrading the source sand's quality. At the same time, Lin Yuan could feel Red Thorn inside the leaf-shaped Fey storage box devouring the gold water world dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan didn't think he could look at the scene directly. Lin Yuan suddenly reflected on his thoughts. Am I really a good father to let Redthorn eat such smelly things? Lu Ji and Listen were conversing with their eyes. When Lu Ji saw how Listen was giving him eye signals, Lu Ji said, I will come clean. I didn't get to trade for anything. After speaking, he took out the gold-threaded bag, which contained 30 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. In response, Listen did the same and said, it is the same for me. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan asked, there weren't any suitable resources for trade. Lu Ji and Listen nodded and shook their heads. Listen was the first to speak. Heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are considered rather valuable strategic class resources. Even if I wanted to trade, I am only able to trade for resources of the same value. I feel that it wouldn't be a profit. Lu Ji agreed. I have the same feeling. As compared to those strategic class resources, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are more convenient to use in trades. It would be more worth it to keep these elemental pearls at hand. When Lin Yuan heard the replies from Lu Ji and Listen, he finally understood the problem. He had never given great importance to the heavenly maiden-grade pearls and would use them to exchange for strategic class resources of the same value. It was due to the fact that he knew how easy it was to obtain these pearls. He just had to sleep on his bed for a night and would be able to pick up quite a few pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone on the next day. However, Listen and Lu Ji stood in the angle of a regular person to see the value of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. When having such a comparison, Lin Yuan felt that he was really a squanderer. Immediately after, Lin Yuan realized that the conversation between Listen and Lu Ji sounded rather bizarre. It seemed like they had a hard time speaking. Lu Ji said in a muffled voice, if this is the case, since both of us didn't trade for anything, it is a draw. When hearing Lu Ji's statement, Listen heaved a sigh of relief. However, Listen started to cough after hearing Lu Ji's subsequent statement. Since we both failed, we both lost. Listen looked at Lu Ji with a dumbfounded expression and asked, Big brother Lu, why don't you think that we both won? Lu Ji shook his head and said in a deep voice, since we didn't get to trade for anything, it means we lost. Since we lost, we need to receive the punishment together. Listen looked at Lu Ji suspiciously and asked, Big brother Lu, do you like to eat spicy food? Therefore, you want someone like me who prefers sour food to eat spicy food with you? Lu Ji replied in an unpleasant tone, even if I do like eating spicy food, I wouldn't just eat a platinum ghost pepper, right? This way then. We will split the platinum ghost pepper. After hearing Lu Ji's response, Listen had a feeling that Lu Ji was waiting for him to ask for mercy. Therefore, Listen ground his teeth and said, since Big brother Lu is so fair and just, then we need to keep to our promise of not drinking milk and to drink cold cola after eating the ghost pepper. Although Lin Yuan did not know the exact conditions of the bet, he inferred from their conversation that the duo had made a bet, and their wager was a platinum ghost pepper. Lin Yuan felt that Listen and Lu Ji were truly brave warriors. Lin Yuan was rather good at eating spicy food too, but if he ate something too spicy, his entire body would be sweating profusely while his stomach would feel as though it was on fire. Once the platinum ghost pepper entered the stomach, even if it was split in two, their stomachs would probably feel a volcano eruption. Furthermore, the most miserable thing would happen the next morning when one would probably feel like a rocket launching in the toilet. During the previous bet, Lu Ji and Listen had made the wager to eat 30 sour lemons. It was so sour that the victim had to eat congee for several days. Therefore, Lin Yuan naturally had to persuade the duo. However, after seeing their determined faces, Lin Yuan helplessly thought of a good idea. Once we return, why don't I ask Wen Yu to extract the juice of the platinum ghost pepper and mix it with honey before making it into lollipops? The sweet taste might be able to neutralize some of the spicy taste. Listen and Lu Ji looked at Lu Ji and felt that he was a demon. If they were to swallow half of a ghost pepper at once, they would be giving their mouths a quick execution. If it was made into lollipops, they would need to keep it in their mouths for over a dozen minutes. Their mouths would probably swell up and become bigger than their heads. By then, they would have to lower their heads when they walked and would still have to be cautious that their swollen lips might make them fall over. Lu Ji and Listen exchanged looks. They gave up their impartiality and integrity. I feel that since it is a draw, it should be a win-win situation. That's right, I feel so too. Lin Yuan raised his brows as he thought, do they think that Wen Yu's lollipops aren't good? Lin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. When he ate her meal previously, it was rather nice. Since Lin Yuan was now a pauper, he naturally didn't have the intention to continue shopping in the Indigo Azure Sea market. Otherwise, if he found something he wanted and couldn't buy it, he would be torturing himself for no reason. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "It is still early. Why don't we take a look at the coastal sea? Let's see if the coastal sea has any secrets that can capture the attention of the Zhang family's third lineage." Lin was shocked when he heard Lin Yuan's words. There was probably no one else that wished to know the secrets of the coastal sea more than Lin. He had been trying to find out if the deaths of his family were related to the secrets of the coastal sea. After sensing the change of Lin's expression, Lu Ji patted him on the shoulder and said, "Earlier on, in the Radiance 100 group chat, they mentioned that a few Class 5 scholars studied the active period of the dimensional rifts and realized that it would happen 1 or 2 days earlier than expected. Therefore, it is best to investigate the coastal sea within these 2 days. Otherwise, there might be mishaps during the active period of the dimensional rifts." When Lin Yuan heard that piece of information, he felt fortunate that a Radiance 100 sequence member was by his side. It was truly convenient to find out such information in advance. He was also feeling unfortunate that he didn't have a lot of time. With Lin as the guide, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji arrived at the coastal sea near the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Once they arrived at the shore of the coastal sea, Lin Yuan's expression immediately turned stern. After using his nose to smell, Lin Yuan realized that the coastal sea under the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control wasn't normal. Chapter 450, The True Insect Swarm Commander. There was actually such a fishy smell in this shallow coastal sea. Lin Yuan was simply too familiar with such a unique fishy smell. It was exactly the smell given off by the decaying flesh of the water world dimensional life forms. The sea breeze along the shore was very strong, so any smell would be instantly carried hundreds of meters away and then disappear without a trace. However, the sea breeze couldn't cover up the smell of decaying flesh of the water world dimensional life forms on the shore. This meant that a large number of water world dimensional life forms were decaying. Just as Lin Yuan's expression became more and more serious, Lu Ji said with a frown, "Could there be a water world dimensional rift that just opened on the shore? How else could there be so much water world dimensional life forms flesh decaying?" As he spoke, Lu Ji glanced at the calm sea not far away and frowned even more. The clear waves on the sea surface surged. There were clearly no large-scale massacres of feys and water world dimensional life forms at this moment in the sea. Lin pondered for a moment before saying, "I was here at this sea area before I went to the royal capital. There was no abnormality at that time." Lin was also wondering how much water world dimensional life forms flesh was decaying together in such a wide space that made them, who were standing with their backs to the breeze, smell a fishy and pungent smell. Lin hurriedly took 3 light blue wax slices out of his diamond fey storage box, handed them to Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, and said, "These are the fragments from the shellfish vapor corals. Put it in your hand and cover your nose." The fragments shellfish vapor can cover up the decaying smell of the water world dimensional life forms. At that moment, Lin Yuan waved his hand and replied, "Smell. The decaying smell of the water world dimensional life forms is becoming fainter and fainter. Let's wait a little longer. If this smell becomes fainter or disappears, we'll go forward and take a look." Lin Yuan thought, if the smell becomes faint, it means that a large batch of water world dimensional life forms have been killed and then rolled along with the current to the shore. The source sand that was on the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box on Lin Yuan's cuff landed on the sandy shore at his feet and turned into gravel that drilled into the sandy shore. Lu Ji noticed Lin Yuan's action and channeled his spiritual energy to summon the Insect Queen. After the Insect Queen was summoned, a small humanoid fairy emerged out of the beating purple flesh cocoon. It was the Insect Queen's original body. The Insect Queen had a combination of moth wings and transparent dragonfly wings on its body. After flying out of the purple flesh cocoon, the Insect Queen hugged Lu Ji's neck, relying on its little face to rub it. Lu Ji used his palm to hold the petite Insect Queen to his face and said, "Elegance, we're going to battle. Go and spread the sea of insects according to formation A." Under Lu Ji's instruction, the Insect Queen, Elegance, turned into a stream of light and drilled into the purple flesh cocoon. The purple flesh cocoon landed and swelled to 3 meters, with many sac-like ducts unique to insect species phase on its body. These sac-like ducts pulsated, and it was as if something in the ducts was rapidly flowing. The Insect Queen's form after transformation was like an Insect Queen nest. When the Insect Queen transformed, the Insect Queen nest produced flesh-mincing blade insects quickly. Then the thick armored shield ladybugs and blue-purple plasma caterpillars with spiky hair swarmed out. After being produced, these shield ladybugs consciously guarded Lu Ji, Lin Yuan, and Lin behind them. The 2 thick armors on their backs bloomed, forming an airtight wall. Under Lu Ji's instruction, they advanced toward the coast step by step. Those plasma caterpillars consciously followed the shield ladybugs and were ready to deploy the plasma in their bodies. Those large amounts of flesh-mincing blade insects that covered half of the sandy shore scurried underneath the sand. Lin Yuan manipulated the source sand and could sense that every single flesh-mincing blade insect under the sand was in an attacking posture, ready to strike. They would launch a swift and fierce attack according to Lu Ji's instruction at any time. Then, the insect queen nest trembled violently as if it was stuck. When the insect queen nest stopped trembling, nearly 100 lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths flew out of the open hole. The lightning-gathering moths were only half the size of a palm, but the moths had a purple tentacle on their heads that was about the same length as their bodies. The hurricane owlet moth was more than twice as big as the lightning-gathering moth, and its blue butterfly wings had fine black lines. The black lines seemed to be able to absorb the bright light displaced in the world, seemingly making it as if the hurricane owlet moths were always flying at night. The moment the lightning-gathering moths appeared, the plasma caterpillars seemed to have found their main backbone and ejected the accumulated plasma from their bodies. The lightning-gathering moths absorbed the electric plasma, and blue-purple jumping lightning arcs surrounded them. The arcs jumped, and the light purple color on their bodies turned dark purple. The dark purple wings vaguely brought up a layer of silver luster with the increasingly fine electric arcs. This layer of silver luster was precisely the unique characteristics when the thunder energy reached saturation in the lightning-gathering moths' bodies. Lu Ji's insect queen completed the formation in less than a minute. If the swarm was compared to a war machine, then each insect unit produced by the insect queen was like a small part of this huge war machine. These small parts were in their positions, each with their own responsibilities, operating the sea insects that were like the war machine with the fastest and most accurate efficiency. Lu Ji, who was beside Lin Yuan, was the heart of the swarm and its sole commander. After laying this sea of insects, the insect queen nest once again shrunk into a purple flesh cocoon. Lu Ji took a gold protein silkworm chrysalis out of the diamond fey storage box and fed it to Elegance, allowing it to replenish the energy it had consumed in creating the swarm. Elegance received Lu Ji's protein silkworm chrysalis and flew up, giving him a gentle peck on his face. Then it glanced at Lin Yuan and listened and burrowed into the purple flesh cocoon as if afraid to see strangers. It began to enjoy the gold protein silkworm chrysalis alone. Lin Yuan had learned how shy Elegance was back at the mansion. Lin Yuan's mind suddenly gave birth to a strange idea upon sensing the flesh-mincing blade insect lurking underground.